morning. I will call to order April 12th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors and the budget workshops for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Nelson.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, my only announcement this morning, I would just like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's alternative methods of public participation. For alternative methods of public participation, I provide public comment on general public comment or on an item on our agenda today. Please see page 2 of our agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment, you may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registration, you will receive a confirmation email containing information about joining the Zoom meeting. If you have any changes to your Zoom registration once you have submitted it, please contact the clerk of the board at 805-568-2240 for any changes. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided. The clerk will call you by name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6. Again, if you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. Again, if you have any questions regarding this process, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Thank you, and that concludes my announcements today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item of business is the County Executive Officer's Report. CEO Miyasato, do you have anything to report today?
Nothing to report, Chair.
All right. Well, that brings us to the first day of our budget workshop agenda for the fiscal year 2021-2022. As a reminder, opportunity for public comment will be provided at the conclusion of each functional group presentation and each special issue presentation. I will now turn it over to the County Executive Officer, Mona Miyasato.
Thank you, Chair Nelson. Just a little bit more housekeeping. Just that we do have a second item today, a departmental discussion item on federal legislative funding requests. And I believe, Chair Nelson, because of our lobbyist availability, you wanted to hear that the first thing after lunch. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to let people know that. So good morning, board members and department directors and staff. We want to begin these budget workshops a little bit differently this year. In trying to present slides of what we've gone through, we thought it would be better just to show you. We have a quick 10-minute presentation, and if you wouldn't mind, we have a video that I'd like to show. And Clerk of the Board, if you could dim the lights, and if you could turn that on, please. The COVID-19 pandemic changed life as we know it, causing loss of life, a national recession, reductions in revenues, and economic distress. And we cannot forget the several hundred who are lost to the pandemic. Through each challenge and crisis, the County of Santa Barbara has shown strength, collaboration, and resilience. Your county government has been on the front lines fighting the pandemic, expanding health care, ensuring safety net services, providing public safety and emergency operations. The vaccination rollout is well underway, and very soon all those who want a vaccine will be able to get one. We are grateful to our healthcare heroes and essential workers who haven't stopped in over a year.
Our lives have been so dramatically upended these past few weeks, it's very hard to focus on anything other than the COVID-19 pandemic.
Our own public health employees have worked around the clock on this crisis since January 2020, and alongside them have been other county employees from almost every department. In addition to our workers, we owe great thanks to many community nonprofits, public agencies, philanthropists, businesses, and individual residents whose determination and energy have helped our community respond and recover. When the pandemic began, we were deliberate in maintaining county services to the degree feasible, given that we are the providers of public health, mental health, social services, and other safety nets for the most vulnerable among us. We used reserves in place thanks to years of rainy day savings and cannabis tax revenue. Thankfully, our situation has been stable, although we have incurred losses. Earlier in the pandemic, the county received a share of the state's CARES Act funding since we did not get a direct allocation. This helped fund the earlier pandemic response costs and allowed us to provide community assistance, including $2.4 million in small business grants, rental assistance, and disaster relief for workers. The county later received an additional $13 million for rent and utility support through the December federal COVID relief package, with the state reserving another $14 million for our residents through its program. The county continues to partner with United Way and the Santa Barbara Foundation on these rental and business programs. The public health response included 33,000 contact tracing cases, 600 individuals isolated and quarantined, 92,000 COVID-19 tests performed, and more than 200,000 vaccine doses administered thus far. In any emergency, timely, accurate, and accessible public information and education are critical. Faced with an unknown, unprecedented worldwide threat with very local and personal consequences, that need increased tenfold. The bilingual COVID-19 public information portal was launched in March 2020 and has logged 8.2 million page views. The site content is updated and maintained around the clock, 7 days a week. More than 15,000 hours of staff time has gone toward public information. A community data dashboard was added in October with real-time stats to help present data in a way that is easy to understand and navigate. It was the result of a public-private partnership facilitated by Legacy Works, collaborating with several organizations and agencies, guided by public health experts and community leaders. Another new collaboration occurred in April 2020, in the early throes of the pandemic, when we began the RISE Guide project, which stands for Reopening in a Safe Environment. This guide was developed working with our medical experts on how to manage reopening and tightening of industry sectors. In developing the RISE Guide, over 350 people took part in 27 roundtable meetings of city leaders, local officials, chambers of commerce, industry sectors, faith-based communities, representatives of essential workers, and organizations that regularly work with underserved populations. While the state later implemented the uniform statewide Blueprint for a Safer Economy, we continue to use our industry contacts and updated RISE Guide to keep businesses informed of resources and changes. The county also quickly stood up the RISE Reopening Attestation process to ensure businesses could open back up as quickly as possible following the first statewide shutdown. Our website at recoverysbc.org still hosts the RISE Guide, as well as state guidelines, economic recovery-related information for businesses, employees, and job seekers, and reopening templates and supporting materials for businesses. Some of the efforts aimed at personal and business recovery included a moratorium on residential and commercial evictions in the unincorporated county and a voluntary program to allow businesses and organizations in the unincorporated county to expand into adjacent outdoor areas to accommodate required distancing protocols and safe practices. We followed that up with the emergency temporary food permit for wineries and wine tasting rooms to qualify as dine-in restaurants to remain open with outdoor service. To facilitate education, outreach, compliance, and enforcement of our current health orders with businesses and individuals, the county launched the RISE Ambassador Program out of the Office of Emergency Management. Like the rest of our community, we look forward to the light at the end of the tunnel and the end of this pandemic. As infection rates of COVID-19 continue to decline across the county, we hope to reach the less restrictive yellow tier soon. The progress through the red and orange tiers allows more businesses to open or expand their services. Our vulnerable community members have been hit especially hard by the pandemic. Through Project Roomkey and other initiatives, we provided more than 26,700 bed nights to house unsheltered individuals to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Of those sheltered at Project Roomkey, more than 50% have transitioned to permanent supportive housing. In Isla Vista, we opened a shelter center program of 20 temporary emergency shelter units and services to 50 homeless individuals with the objective to prevent community spread of the virus and linking them to permanent and safe housing resources. With a sharp increase in unemployment, the Social Services Department received requests for services from 16,000 new individuals, a 10% increase in clients. With COVID stimulus funds, an additional $35.2 million in CalFresh emergency food assistance benefits and $1.7 million in CalWorks benefits were issued for the 2020-21 fiscal year. For first responders with children, having safe and reliable childcare has been essential. A partnership with First Five secured emergency supplies for childcare programs so they could meet safety and health guidelines to remain open. Through it all, the wheels of county government continued to spin. In the midst of the pandemic, the tragic death of George Floyd led to the ensuing pain and national reckoning with racism and bigotry. Locally, the board adopted a statement in support of racial equity, created an equity fund, and developed programs to begin looking at issues in our communities, supported an internal training program called Join for our department leaders and managers, and addressed jail incarceration and the need for greater diversion. Here's a snapshot of department-wide outcomes and successes. For the safety of our staff and the public, our services had to pivot quickly to accommodate physical distancing and minimal in-person interaction to slow the spread of the virus, which resulted in innovative processes and new online services that will continue well past the end of the pandemic. Although most of the county business offices and facilities have been closed to the public since the start of the pandemic, every department has continued to provide essential services through innovation, technology, creativity, and sheer determination. We have continued to complete several high-priority projects, including 2 opening this year, the Northern Branch Jail and the Resource Center at the Tehiguas landfill. Even prior to the pandemic, the county has been in a time of change and renewal, which will continue as we plan for our near and long-term future and the emergence from the pandemic. Renew 22 has continued to ensure resiliency, fiscal sustainability, and operational efficiency. We are now partway through the KPMG departmental and operational reviews to identify opportunities to enhance our service levels. The pandemic also accelerated many of the changes proposed in the Renew 22 effort, primarily better systems and technology. We also continued virtual online process improvement classes through Innovate SBC. So far, about 200 employees have gone through the program, obtaining their green belts. The program trains employees to eliminate waste and empowers them to rethink or innovate ways to improve workflow and service delivery. The foundational belief is that people are the strongest asset of any organization, and processes must be continually improved. By constantly learning and improving and exploring ways to work differently, employees are equipped to thrive in the present, adapt to post-COVID tomorrow, and anticipate the future. Thanks to our Board of Supervisors, our community members, and our employees for what will be one of the most challenging years of our lifetime. Together, we've shown great resilience, collaboration, and compassion. Together, we will overcome the challenges ahead. Together, we are one county with one future. Thank you, board members. And I want to thank Gina DePinto, who expertly put that video together, and unfortunately, she had to rush out of state because her father is very ill as of yesterday, so our thoughts and prayers are with her. So now I'd like to start our budget presentation. And before I begin, I do want to thank those responsible for getting us this far in our process. I know our department directors and their leadership staff, particularly their fiscal officers, many of who are online. From the Auditor Controller's Office, Betsy Schaefer, Ed Price, Joel Boyer, and the financial reporting team. And from my office, Nancy Anderson, Paul Clementi, and the entire budget and research team. So,
CEO Miyasato?
Yes.
Supervisor Hartman, just for a moment.
I just couldn't let that go without a comment. I think that was extraordinary in showing how we responded to the crisis and how we did keep county services operating. Will this be made available on our website and to the public?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, yes. We'll figure that out. Gina was going to do that today, but we'll figure that out, how to do that.
Because I think so often a lot happens and we don't always get it out so people can see it in one place, but that was terrific.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I thank Supervisor Hartman for pausing us there to really congratulate that video. That was outstanding, and it really does remind us how much happened the past year. There's so much going on right now, it's hard to remember back to the incredible events as they unfolded, and that video does a really outstanding job of focusing on not just the county departments, but the community and how we've been working together with all the other government agencies all along. It's really, really outstanding, so thank you.
CEO.
I actually want to thank Chair Nelson because he, at the beginning, had talked about using video more and in our presentations. And as we were putting this together, trying to figure out how do we talk about the last year, it was his suggestion that we look at video more. So I want to thank him for that idea.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So when you looked down to see if I was going to make a comment, that's the comment I was going to make, but I didn't want you to get a big head size.
No, that's good.
It is. It's so much more important. I mean, you could have put that in a report. It's especially just the stuff like on Project Room Key. I've heard about it. I've read about it. When you see it, it's totally different. And I was like, wow, okay, that's the person we're helping. That's the kind of room it is. That's what you see. So, yeah, I think using video more is key to really ingesting the whole thing. I think maybe we're just programmed that way more. We see things more. So these are great. I don't want to get away from these, but yeah, video is cool too, yeah.
Well, if I can take a moment, as becoming supervisor and getting on this board this year, one of the things that my vision is how do we explain the county to the public? What we do is very complicated, and it's really easy to throw rocks at us all because, any one decision by itself has, it has a reason for people to think that we might be or should be doing something different. But I think when you look at it in full context, when you're educated about what county government is, because I think we're constantly as supervisors doing that in the public, I think it's helpful. I hope that we're able to take this video, making sure it's available on all of our social media platforms as supervisors, as the county, so that we can begin to make sure our constituents and our residents have a good idea about what we're doing here, the 4,300 employees in the county, and what we're all about. So again, thank you, CEO.
Thank you, board members. Oops. So let's get started. So this is the agenda for the week. And as you know, I'll be talking a little bit about the context of the preliminary budget. Nancy Anderson will be giving you a preliminary overview of revenue and expenditures and identified needs and expansion requests. And this is the schedule for the week. So Monday today, you'll be hearing from the functional groups of the Public Safety and Policy and Executive. And we have two special issues. One is on jail population diversion and collaborative justice, and the other on main jail staffing from the sheriff. On Wednesday, Health and Human Services, as well as Community Resources and Public Facilities, and there's no special issues planned for that day. And on Friday, General Government and Support, General County Programs, and two special issues, one on capital and deferred maintenance and digital transformation projects. And if we go long today, we can always, as we have in the past, carry over items for Wednesday or Friday. And so why do we have these workshops? We present information to you prior to my office finalizing the recommended budget. And we provide a high-level summary of departments' work efforts, their budgets, expansion requests, and also a time to update your board on some of their Renew 22 initiatives. We also present special issues and allow really the time for your board to discuss the information, ask questions, and hear from the public. With all of that information, my staff goes back and looks at your direction, and we complete the recommended budget, which will be presented to you in May. So setting the context. As we look back at the last year, which was what that video was intended to do, is we've done a lot. We've all focused on the public health response and recovery. The board has also continued to focus on certain areas, and I've listed them all. And that's, as you go through the week, I think all those themes are reflected in what you're hearing from your departments, which is ensuring a fair and efficient criminal justice system, making sure we have a sustainable environment with infrastructure improvements and maintenance that continue to improve, looking at enhanced amenities, open spaces, and recreation, preserving our safety net, showing progress on equity and inclusion for the community and our organization, and ensuring we have stable finances and prudent reserves. And if we look internally, what we've been doing through our efforts, through the new Renew 22 efforts, and what we've also been focusing on as we emerge from the pandemic is ensuring more digital services, redesigning our processes, and the video showed a little bit about Innovate SBC. We know about the KPMG reports. The HR department and general services brought to your board a discussion of hybrid work teams and what that might mean, and then embedding our values, mission, and actions in our culture and returning more resilient. So as we look at this budget year, we also look at what is the economic outlook. And so this graph shows you the economic outlook presented by the UCLA Anderson forecast. And it's for the United States. And what they are saying is there's a strong U.S. economic growth forecast in 2021. And this is reflected in other outlooks that we've looked at, including the Federal Reserve and the IMF. And they're all saying it looks like strong growth in the United States in 2021 as the economy rebounds and pent-up demand gets to be expressed. The next 2 years, still strong, but less strong, and with sustained growth through 2023. Also, unemployment rates are expected to reach pre-pandemic levels within the next 2 years. And so what we've seen is that the U.S. economy has been bolstered by unprecedented spending of the federal government, and Jeff Rapp will be talking a little bit more about what we see in our federal support. You know that we've received CARES fund through the state. There were the COVID relief package that occurred in December. We have the American Rescue Plan, and there's the proposed American Jobs Plan, which has funding towards infrastructure. As you know, we've received direct allocations and the state pass-through, and unemployment is improving with relatively low inflation rates. The state also has improved its financial picture. In fact, it surpassed its prior revenue projections. The governor's budget from January includes some surplus and strong state revenues, which we hope will continue and be proven in the May revise. Although the Department of Finance does have an optimistic scenario showing jobs returning to pre-pandemic levels, they also say the state has deficits in out years, so that's something to be careful about. And we see the state has provided funding for its priorities, such as Project Room Key, Project Home Key, rental assistance, and other safety net services. But we still see challenges ahead, like always, with legislative changes that result in reduced revenue for us locally. This is a chart showing our property tax trends. And as we know, that property tax make up the bulk of our local discretionary revenue. And this shows from 1990-91 to the current year. The red obviously shows areas where we had increases and decreases because of recessions. And so if you see, since 2013-14, after the Great Recession, we've had steady property tax year after year increases, but it hasn't been to the degree that we saw in the early 2000s. But as you see in the 2021 year, 5.3% roll value, it shows that our property tax revenue has been stable. So as we look at what's going to happen for next fiscal year, we have a very stable outlook. We are in the third year without any service level reductions from your departments. So what's on the positive column is that we have strong property tax and sales tax remain stable. We expect TOT to rebound, and cannabis tax revenue remains strong. The federal and state resources for the pandemic have helped us with our response costs, and we've had sufficient reserves to mitigate short-term impacts. And your general fund strategic reserve is fully funded. Challenges,
Again, state legislative challenges have resulted in lost revenue. Ironically enough, for public health, for the 340B pharmacy program, it was a loss of $4.2 million. And probation and some of our public safety departments have lost money from the elimination of criminal justice administration fees. There are new mandates, and the Voter Choice Act is one that the assessor recorder will be talking to you about. We have increased general liability costs and employee costs, which continue. Our technology is outdated in some areas, and we are trying to do more to invest in that so that we don't have outdated systems. We have continued deferred maintenance costs, and as you'll see, and you saw at the presentation on the CAPs, we have many unfunded major capital costs. But your board should be proud that your commitments over the last decades have been fulfilled. In 2011, the board started a funding plan to fund the operations of the Northern Branch Jail, and that funding plan continues. In 2012, the board wanted to shift more general fund property tax revenue to the fire department. That began in 2012, and if you jump down to the bottom of the screen in 2020, the tax shift reached its target of 17%. In which we've shifted about $12.5 million annually from basically what would have been for the general fund to improve fire services. In 2012, we had a workers' comp program funding plan that began. We had retiree health plans that began closing. You started the 18% deferred maintenance policy in 2014. In 2016 was when the strategic reserve was fully funded. We fell below in 17 and 18 because of our different disasters. In 2018, the board implemented pension cost sharing with a 3-year roll-in. So these are all positive things that showed the board's commitment and also financial prudence. So we have many opportunities looking forward. This new federal funding provides an unheralded opportunity to prioritize some of our long-term goals and recover the economy. We've learned a lot through COVID, and through those learnings and innovations, we're adapting. There's momentum on criminal justice collaboration and some statewide changes that are being made. And we've developed new partnerships, or renewed partnerships, around economic vitality. Threats that continue to plague us are pension cost increases. We're stable now, but the SBCERS will be doing a study in 2 years. And so that is something to be mindful of. We could have another major disaster, as we always know. The economy looks good. Inflation seems to be under control, but that's something we always have to watch out for. So there could be another economic downturn. Housing unaffordability continues in the county, and particularly the South Coast. We have always new state and federal mandates, and deferred maintenance and unanticipated technology shifts are also a threat. So lastly, this just repeats that last line of the video, and it is that truly we're continuing to learn and improve how we work so that our employees can thrive and be better in the future. And it's thanks to your board, our directors, our employees, all our community members and businesses for working together in this last year. And again, we kind of joke. Mr. Gazzoni loves to joke when things aren't going right, or one hand isn't talking to the other about being one county, one future. But it's a good reminder that that's what we strive for. That's our aspiration. And we thank your board for continuing that. And with that, I'm going to hand this over to Nancy Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Just checking on mic. All right. We always like to start with kind of a recap of our timeline for budget development. We start in November with a 5-year forecast and fiscal issues report, come back to your board in December for budget development priorities. And between December and April, Departments are working with our office to finalize a budget submittal and review those budget submittals. In April, we have our workshops that you are seeing now, and we will take any direction from your board after this week and develop the recommended budget that will be released in May. And then we have budget hearings starting in June 8th specifically for this year. As noted by CEO Miyasato, the preliminary budget reflects a positive and stable outlook. Some of the main budget development points include revenue growth is expected to remain stable. We have service level reductions were completely avoided for this year. We do still have concerns regarding labor and liability costs that we're continuing to monitor that are increasing. Cannabis tax revenue continues to be strong and have a steady growth. For the Northern Branch jail operations, funding plan remains unchanged, and investments were made in deferred maintenance, capital projects, and critical information technology. The preliminary budget also continues to support the Renew 22 initiatives. As part of the budget development process, we do focus on key budgetary strategies. These include based on board policy, specifically balanced budget while focusing on program-based budgeting, fiscal stability, identifying and mitigating fiscal risks, and maintaining prudent reserves. We try to minimize the use of one-time resources for ongoing costs, and we prioritize department requests that support board priorities and the general fund contribution allocation policy. In addition, we look to the future outlook and anticipated needs for long-term planning. I'm going to focus on some of the revenue and expenditure trends going into 21-22. This slide summarizes the changes in operating revenues, and it's always a good sign when the arrows are pointing in the right direction. Keep in mind that this is compared to our adopted 2021 budget, where many of the revenue sources were uncertain at the time. For total operating revenues, we have an increase of 12.9%. Focusing more just on general fund, the operatings were up 8.4%. Discretionary general revenues, which include sales tax, property taxes, TOT, and cannabis, were up 7.8% overall. Property tax revenues, 5.1%. Transient occupancy tax revenues, 4.6%. And sales tax revenues up 19.1%. The next several slides are the same information, but over a 5-year period, so we'll focus on some of these. For total operating revenues, we're expecting $1.34 billion. Much of this increase is driven by federal and state funding, including $43 million of the American Rescue Plan Act revenues that we're including in the budget but have not allocated. So the overall increase is 12.9%. General fund revenues are up $37 million, primarily related to taxes of $18 million, state revenue of $12 million, federal revenue of $2 million, and charges for services of about $4 million, for an increase of 8.4% overall. Discretionary revenues are increasing $23 million, and this includes the property tax, sales tax, TOT, and cannabis. Drilling it down a bit further, for property tax specifically, we're increasing approximately $12 million, or 5.7%. This slide shows both transient occupancy tax and sales tax revenue. The first bar is the transient occupancy tax for each year, and the second bar is sales tax revenue. So for this year, we're seeing for specifically sales tax is up 19.1%. This is one of the revenues in 2021 that was anticipated to be impacted by the pandemic. Additionally, while we projected $12.4 million in TOT for 2021, the actual revenues are significantly less due to the pandemic event. Okay, this slide is switching over to total operating expenditures. We are increasing expenditures by 7.3%. This includes salaries and benefits of $36 million, service and supplies of $37 million, and other charges of $13 million. Much of this is related to the increased revenue coming in for state and federal resources to our health and human services activities. This slide shows the salary and employee benefits per full-time equivalent. This actually went at 4.7% to $157,000, up from $150,000 in 2021. Moving on to some of the expansions that were looked at over the past several months with departments and how those were incorporated or will be discussed further with you this week. As we develop the budget, we also look at department requests and evaluate them based on risk, exposure, compliance, mandates, and critical operating needs. Approximately 4.1 million in workshop requests met these criteria. The clerk recorder assessor needed a consultant and staff work to comply with redistricting requirements. Human resources had requests related to compliance and operational recommendations related to KPMG. For planning and development, a development review contingency fund was established to assist with operational needs. The sheriff requested a replacement of a data center for which $300,000 of asset forfeiture funds will also be used to replace the obsolete equipment to meet compliance mandate needs. General Services needed a buyer and department business specialist to meet compliance requirements and recommendations from KPMG. Public Defender had several extra help positions that needed to convert to regular FTEs for operational efficiency, and 2 deputy public defenders were needed for arraignments in the new bifurcated court process. Probation grant funds were ending for enhanced pretrial assessment services, so funding from Prop 172 funds were backfilled for that loss. The sheriff requested the coverage of 2 additional positions to the current 10 related to the overhire funds held in fund balance if needed. And finally, a set aside for funding for data and discovery requests was set aside for future consideration and will be discussed on the next slide. Criminal justice efforts towards better data collection and a more efficient discovery process has been a priority for your board. Several requests were submitted for this. However, we believe further coordination and discussion is needed to ensure the request will address the KPMG recommended actions. You'll see these requests in detail presented by departments identified as data recovery, and we will continue to review these requests for potential inclusion in the recommended budget in June. The total for these set-asides is $1.1 million. The next few slides are expansion requests that have not been included in the preliminary budget and will be discussed by each department in their presentations. Clerk Recorder Assessor is requesting consideration of Voter Choice Act, moving to a Voter Choice Act model, which includes 1 FTE and consulting services. District Attorney is looking for 1 position for their eSCARS program and 1.5 positions for post-conviction litigation. Planning and Development is seeking an enterprise leader for a portion to be funded by the general fund for their administration division. Probation is seeking a professional services standard unit position and 2 pretrial supervision positions for that program. Public Defender is seeking an IT and fiscal position in addition to 2 misdemeanor attorneys. Public Works seeks to identify a local match for their Floridale Bridge project, in addition to addressing road operation ongoing use of one-time funds. The sheriff is seeking cannabis compliance team expansion, body-worn cameras, and establishment of a data center future replacement fund. And finally, the treasurer tax collector is seeking 1 position for cannabis collection and compliance. This slide separates out the maintenance request. We had 2 for pavement rehabilitation from community services and public works, and general services requested some landscape maintenance of $150 per year. This final slide is the 18% maintenance policy funding. This has been presented to your board over the past several years. Just as a reminder, the line, horizontal line across the top is related to the 2014 target level of funding based on a report that was issued back at that time of the level of funding that would be needed to resolve the or mitigate the deferred maintenance over a long period of time. There are 2 bars on each year. The projected column is from that report of what was projected at the time, and the adopted column under each year is what your board has approved. So coming to the 21-22 year, we had approximately in the preliminary budget 10.3 million of the 18% funding, 2.1 million of one-time funding, and 7.1 million of SB1 funding. You'll notice that for the 21-20 year, we're about 400,000 from the 2014 target line for this purpose. Focusing on revenue resources, currently one of the county's strongest revenue sources is proving to be cannabis tax revenue. Under the existing policy, we're looking at revenue estimates of a 16.7 million for 21-22. We have a prior year fund balance carryover estimate of nearly $11 million for a total available sources of 27.7 million. The recommended uses, which include enforcement and program administration costs, total $8.2 million, leaving a remaining available balance of $19.5 million. Historically, your board has used this balance for particularly focusing on one-time uses. Recently, however, board members have inquired about formally beginning to use a portion of the revenue for ongoing purposes. Should your board make this consideration, we would recommend 75% of annual revenue be considered stable and ongoing, available to fund ongoing expenses after funding enforcement and program administration. Remaining 25% of annual revenue would be for one-time budgetary needs only, and we would recommend a prudent reserve equivalent to 25% of annual revenue should be maintained for revenue stabilization. This amount would increase as annual revenues grow. Under the proposed policy, the funds would track in 2 categories, ongoing and on one time. For the ongoing column, you'll notice that there is a revenue estimate for 16.7 million, a set aside of 25% of ongoing prudent reserve of nearly 4.2 million, for a total available ongoing source of 12.5 million. Taking into consideration the recommended uses that are ongoing of $7.6 million, leaves a $4.9 million or nearly $5 million of ongoing resource. The one-time column reflects the carryover balance is estimated in addition to a few of the program administration one-time costs, leaving $10.3 million for available use. Taking this one step further and under the proposed policy, your board would have an opportunity for potential uses. The first 2 lines under the potential use categories include the expansion request you just saw on previous slides, and including the maintenance funding request. And below that, starting with the IT standalone department, are future needs considerations added by our office. The first is IT standalone department. There is a cost to doing this. Your board is going to hear more about that, and there's been work done by KPMG to evaluate that, and there would be a cost to do that. General liability rate escalation, we already know that we're dealing with escalation costs within budgets and anticipate that that will continue to grow. Each year, we have employee cost escalation related to salary increases and benefits. Your board saw the maintenance funding that to reach the 2014 target on a previous slide was about 400,000. Beyond that, we have prioritized CIP projects. Your board may consider using one-time sources for that. We have an SB CSRS anticipated rate potentially in the next few years to help with a budget gap. Potentially funding could be set aside for that. Your board may want to set aside equity funding for programs associated to that. And in addition to increasing the strategic reserve. Obviously, the potential uses for all of this would exceed the available balance for cannabis. But they are potential uses and certainly would be taken in consideration as we go throughout the week. Also mentioned was the American Rescue Plan Act funding. The county is expected to receive about a total of $86.6 million. Half of this will be included in the fiscal year 21-22 budget, although it has not yet been allocated. We are allowed 3 years to spend this funding, but the reason why we have not allocated is because we are waiting for the U.S. Treasury to provide detailed guidelines on how that spending can be done. We hope to have that in about 3 to 5 weeks, and we will be coming back to your board seeking priorities for the use of those funds once the Treasury has released that information. In the initial legislation, they did give some high-level categories of eligible uses that we anticipate more guidelines on. The first is response to public health emergency related to COVID-19, including assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. They are also indicating that we can use the revenue for backfilling revenue lost due to the emergency, in addition to making necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. They made it very clear that it cannot be used for a deposit into any pension fund. As we prepare for the budget, we do note that the county has several key challenges and emerging issues. The delay in the census data has impacted redistricting efforts, both for our independent commission and departments who rely on the information to prep for the next election. We know that we have issues from legislative action, associated departments impacted by increasing or changing state and federal mandates and regulations. This includes at least the 340B issue for public health, criminal administration fees for some of our criminal justice departments, and DJJ realignment issues associated probation. We do need to determine long-term solutions for public works, construction cash flow needs impacting the general fund, and help them resolve their roads fund fiscal stability concerns. We do need to continue to address deferred maintenance needs, and we are looking to focus on criminal justice system improvements and collaboration on initiatives. We also plan to continue to address homelessness and program complexities to best serve this population. Looking forward, we know that we are going to be monitoring COVID-19 response costs and efforts. We want to make sure that we thoughtfully consider federal spending opportunities that will be incorporated into the recommended budget. We intend to follow established fiscal policies and maintain prudent reserves, and we want to continue to advance the commitment to Renew 22 initiatives. The next steps over the rest of this week, departments will begin starting to make their presentations. Then they will cover preliminary budgets, emerging issues, accomplishments, objectives, their Renew 22 initiatives, performance measures, and their expansion requests. We also have 4 special issue presentations this week, 2 today and 2 on Friday. After the budget workshops, we will take your recommendations into consideration as we finalize the recommended budget for May, and the final budget hearings will start on June 8th. There is no action required of your board this week other than to receive and file this information and provide direction to our office as we finalize the recommended budget for June. Okay. That concludes my prepared comments, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Lavanito.
Thank you. I don't know if now's the time, but since we discussed it, I guess it is. Well, 2 things. First off, I think one of the things I'd also like to see, these charts are awesome. I'd also like to see how kind of we compare to our what do we call them, benchmark counties? You know, just on a few of them as far as, you know, salary employee benefits, those types of things. How do we stack up to people our size? How are we doing on the revenue side? How are we doing on the expenditure side? That's always helpful to see how we compare. It's good to go back. I mean, I like the way we look at it over a 5-year period. That's nice. But it's also nice to see what other people are doing. And I guess I want to talk about cannabis revenue. Might as well talk about it now. I'm trying to figure out where there it is, on the whole proposed cannabis revenue use policy. So, whoa, sorry. So if we look at that chart, I guess it's slide 24. If we continued the policy, so the policy, I guess some board members have talked about wanting to use it for ongoing purposes. I just want to tell you right off the bat, I'm opposed to that. I look at this chart and it tells you that, you know, we're planning on $16.5 million this year. We've got $11 million we haven't spent yet for $27 million. So we have the ability right now to fully fund our enforcement as we have been, plus make all the prior year commitments that we've already committed to, and be able to spend this year $20 million on one-time expenses, with the ability that next year probably be able to spend another $20 million on one-time expenses. These could make substantial, visible, tangible changes for me instead of disappearing into the ether of the general fund. And I mean, who in the county is really going to notice if we add another 8, 9, 10 employees to a 4,300 person organization? Each one of those people is very important. What I'm trying to say is, we don't know, first off, we don't know how long this revenue stream is going to last at this level. I just think it's premature to begin looking at it as just a general fund ongoing revenue source that just, like I said, disappears to me. I mean, I got a lot of skin in this game, got a lot of scars over this revenue source. I would have never thought that we would take this approach that at this early stage, that it would just become another source of income. I mean, I look at it, and it's not like we don't have a shortage of one-time expenses. We just looked at $500 million of one-time needs that we have in this county. I mean, how cool would it be? To me, I think people need to see what that money's being spent on. And if we just put it into, you know, expansion requests, I don't think they're going to see that. I don't think the average person's going to see that. I think they would see lighting at Rice Ranch Park. I think they would see, you know, a open space purchase in the 2nd District. A trail that I know Supervisor Hartman's very interested in out to Guadalupe. All those things, we don't have the revenue source to provide for those. We don't think we do, but we actually do. We could spend these on one-time things. And so I'm sure you guys have already looked at the way you look at this budget, and that money's probably been spent 3, 4, 5, 6 times already. We'll have an opportunity to do that at some time. But I'm hoping that we can continue to use this right now as one-time funds. I'd hate to have to go back, hire 10 people, 12 people. 2 years from now, that money is going to be, what happens if something changes at the federal level that we don't know about? So, I mean, personally, I think this should be a one-time expenditure. Like I said, we got plenty of things to spend it on. I don't mind spending in everybody else's district. I'm fine with that if it makes the county better. There's no project I'm trying to line up to give you guys that says, hey, I need $8 million of this. So I'm not trying to hoard the money. I want it spent in your districts, but I just think it's smart if we spend it on one time. So
Thank you, Supervisor Leavenue. I think Supervisor Williams, did you click your question?
I guess I come philosophically from a different place, but I'm okay with landing on something Similar. You know, first of all, I do think it's fair to count a percentage of this as ongoing, and Mona's recommendation really only counts half of it as ongoing because it detains 25% in a reserve account and reserve accounts are also good at making sure that you don't have oscillations, meaning if there's a big dip that you have a source for how to smooth out that dip. Number one, I think it would be accurate to count a portion of this as ongoing. I'm not absolutely tied to what percentage, but also it avoids an enormous amount of, I would say, inefficient use of our debating and staff time. Think about, your two North County supervisors have often expressed your amusement at how often and how much time we spend talking about libraries with how small of a part of the budget it is. The reason that we're spending so much time talking about it is because we are treating all of the cannabis revenue as one time. And so every month, every year, we talk about it all over again instead of putting those monies in a solid form. But I do agree with your point that it is important for our constituencies to see the benefit. And I think a lot of that would be one-time expenditures. But some of that is going to be ongoing expenditures that could save us money. A lot of these public safety asks, such as in IT, might not be as visible, but they would also save the institution and maybe save human lives a lot in the future, which I think is partially the intention behind having a revenue source. It's not just to empire build, but it is so that we can finally make some of the investments that we just haven't had the ability to make in the past, investments that are needed to stabilize the budget of the county in the long run and to save, human life along the way.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I think I agree with both of you. It seems to me that what you're saying is that we want the cannabis money to go to things that are visible, that people can say, this is, or we can say, this is what it's paying for. And I'm not sure that that necessarily means a choice between ongoing and one time. I really do support the reserve because we don't know what the market will be over time, and I think that's prudent. But I think of things as Supervisor Williams mentioned, libraries or homeless, where we are told again and again that because there's not stable assumptions about what to expect in the future, it makes planning for today very difficult. So I don't have an answer, but those are just my thoughts on what you said.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Any additional comments? Okay. With that, I believe we have next up our public safety departments.
Thank you, Chair Nelson. I'll be leading off with a short overview of the public safety functional group, just some high-level budget information. So, excuse me. Our public safety function group is made up of court special services, district attorney, fire, probation, public defender, and the sheriff. Public safety receives almost half of the county's total general fund contribution at $154 million, while making up, excuse me, 31% of operating expenditures and 36% of the county's total FTE, around 1,500 FTE. Five-year operating revenue and GFC trends are fairly flat in courts, excuse me. I think I'm good. They're fairly flat in courts, although operating revenues have been decreasing and general fund contribution has been needed to make up the difference. Similar growth slopes in the other departments, with the exception of fire, which was growing quicker in earlier years. Thank you. Due to the fire tax shift, which has now been achieved at the 17%, but those earlier jumps we see are the continuing of the fire tax shift, that 25% of 25% property tax coming over, as well as a jump in fiscal year 21-22 in both probation and sheriff, which we'll discuss more on the next slide. So this slide compares those final two bars on the prior slide, the adopted 2021 budget compared to the 21-22 preliminary budget. The notable increase we see in probation is $5 million in their operating revenues. This is driven mostly by AB 109 funding, recovering from budgeted decreases in the 2021 year when COVID impacts were anticipated. Most of this revenue, it's part of the CCP funding, which they transfer out to other departments and utilize some themselves. This increase of recovery of the AB 109 is masking a loss of around $1.8 million in probation revenues for charges for services due to the implementation of State Assembly Bill 1869, which eliminated certain administrative fees they can collect. And state backfill of that revenue remains uncertain. Probation will be talking more about this in their presentation. Sheriff increases in operating revenues are mostly driven by increases in city contract revenues. New fees were calculated for the 21-22 fiscal year developed by an outside consultant, and those are reflected in this preliminary budget, although the sheriff is still in discussions with the cities. GFC increases we see are mostly driven by the GFC allocation formula that covers increases in salary and benefit costs. With the exception of the pre-workshop expansions already discussed in public defender, as well as GFC to sheriff for the new ASU maintenance policy adopted in December, as well as to fund some positions added in the current fiscal year related to the DRC settlement. Operating expenditures, which are salaries and benefits, services and supplies, and other charges such as utility rates and liability insurance premiums, remained relatively flat in court special services and fairly steady increases in the other departments. Increases over the 5-year period average between 5 and 7% annually. One exception is probation. They had a lower average annual increase of around just over 3%, as they have shed positions over the years resulting from efficiencies and lower populations requiring supervision in certain programs. Notable year-over-year expenditure increases are fire at close to $5 million and sheriff at $12 million. A large part of these increases are related to annual salary and benefit increases. These are larger departments, so they have more FTE. As those salary and benefit costs go up, that's just a larger dollar value for them. Sheriff has also added some positions discussed on the coming slides. Other cost drivers among all the departments has been liability insurance premiums. Those are increasing countywide. The sheriff alone saw a $1 million increase in their premium costs between 2021 and 21-22. Sheriff is also seeing an increase in professional services costs for implementation of a jail-based competency program. That's $1.4 million, and that's being funded through a grant. 5-year trends in full-time equivalents. District attorney is up about 14 FTE over the period, but has been relatively flat over the past 2 or 3 years. Similarly, fire has remained flat the past couple years, but is up 20 FTE over the 5-year period. You see probation has had fluctuations up and down as they have unfunded positions over the years, but also took over pretrial assessment from courts. So we see a jump in FTE in the fiscal year 2021. Followed by a larger dip, discussed more on the next slide, in 21-22. Public defender is up about 18 FTE over the period, with the largest increase in this next year, and explained in more detail on the following slide. And finally, sheriff is up about 90 FTE over the period, with those increases coming almost entirely from the phasing in of the Northern Branch jail positions seen in the first few years of this graph. And for the year-over-year FTE details, DA added an attorney to assist with the MS-13 trial and an additional IT position. That's up 2 FTE. Fire remains flat at 274 next year. Probation continues to experience population decline at both Santa Maria Juvenile Hall and Los Prietos Boys Camp, which leads to reduced staffing needs in supervision and support services, which is why we see a decline in FTE here from 337 to 322. Public defender's increase of 10 FTE are the pre-workshop expansions Ms. Anderson discussed in her introduction, extra help conversions totaling 6 FTE, as well as 2 additional arraignment attorneys. On top of this, public defender has added 2 social workers through grant funding and the CCP. Finally, sheriff has added about 7 FTE for narcotics detectives, a data unit, as well as bringing IV foot patrol back to full FTE from some previous funding cuts a couple years ago, using existing general fund allocation that was freed up with the increased city contract revenues. Additionally, 4 FTE were added in the current year related to the DRC settlement, and an additional FTE will come on as part of the jail-based competency treatment program. And that concludes the summary of the functional group.
Thank you. With that, I believe we have our first department. And that will be a public defender presented by Public Defender Tracy Makuga.
Well, good morning. First of all, I have to say, I'm so excited just to be here in person in front of human beings and not in front of a Zoom camera. I feel very much like my attorneys feel, advocating on behalf of our clients in those settings and making it very difficult. So thank you. First of all, good morning, Chair Nelson, members of the board, Madam CEO. The importance of a strong, well-funded public defender's office, standing shoulder to shoulder with clients and with the community, fighting for justice and human dignity, has never been more important. The pandemic and suffocating me.
I'm sorry, Chair Nelson and
Excuse
members
me.
of the board, my apologies, Tracy. I believe we do need to flip one switch that unfortunately was not done this morning. So hold on just one moment.
I'm not going to start from the beginning, though. I'm going to pick up
Well,
where
I've got to apologize. It's the first time I've ever had public comment in person as the chairman, so that was my fault. Thank you, Tracy.
No, we're all a little rusty, but this is a good moment for our county that
It
we're all
is.
here together. So when I referenced the suffocating knee on George Floyd's neck sparked the national discussion on inequities and racism in America, it also exposed our great strengths and our fundamental weaknesses of our criminal justice system. Both represent our key challenges and emerging issues. In these chambers and in numerous committees, we have debated a laundry list of criminal justice issues and reforms. The culture of delay, the cancer of mass incarceration, the unfairness of money bail, and the anguish and suffering of individuals with mental illness and substance abuse that languish in the jail. And later today, in a special session, we will tackle diversion. The debate becomes loud and sharp during budget hearings, when funding decisions amount to policy decisions that directly impact the community we serve and our departments. When it comes to this debate, it has sometimes been long on rhetoric and sometimes painfully short on facts. This has been true for me also. I would suggest that no matter what side of the aisle or what your political views may be, that we can all agree that the status quo is no longer acceptable. For example, to understand inequities and racism in our own community, or the effectiveness, and most importantly, the fairness of the criminal justice system, transparency, data, and accountability are needed from law enforcement agencies and the prosecutor's office. Much of this data already exists and should be released. Why we need this information is obvious. We already know from national studies that the impact of implicit bias plays out from arrest to sentencing. Yet here in our county, we are a data desert on this issue. Chief Heitman and Probation remain our North Star, providing detailed reports that when you look at, begin to tell a story about the individuals in our justice system. The RED Commission and the recently published RI data suggest that we do have a race problem. But this data is only part of the story. Community activists and public defenders know that individuals in North County face harsher sentences and longer terms of probation than similarly situated South County residents. That suggests we have a problem. Community activists and public defenders know that we do not have enough of clinically, medically, culturally, linguistically appropriate treatment options for the Latino and Indigenous communities throughout the county, but especially in North County. This suggests we have a problem. The fact that a large number of individuals who were unable to afford money bail were safely back into the community due to the pandemic suggests that we do have a problem over-incarcerating, and also suggests that the narrative that incarceration makes our community safer is a false narrative. Without transparency, however, without data, without accountability, we will be lost in rhetoric rather than move toward informed and transformative policy and funding decisions that the community is demanding and deserves. Now, the pandemic forced all of us to change how we operate. A whole new virtual world of litigation was launched overnight. Public health orders, judicial emergency orders, good intended to keep people safe, also caused chaos, confusion, and backlog that we now face. The most sacred right to a speedy and public trial vanished overnight. The impact on the community cannot be underestimated. Imagine your constituents showing up for court to find the doors shuttered. Imagine showing up for court and being told no one knows when you should come back. Imagine showing up to court because you have already paid your debt to society and you desperately need that expungement to get that job or that housing, and then be told you don't know when that's going to happen. But imagine being locked in a jail, not convicted of a single crime, presumed innocent, and sitting on the eve of trial. Suddenly and overnight, you are told by your lawyer that they simply do not know when you'll have your day in court. And imagine, a year later, you are still waiting. The pandemic forced radical and accelerated change in the criminal justice system as a whole that few were prepared for. Our strength was collaboration, but our weakness was and still is, and it's been outlined here today, outdated IT infrastructure, inadequate IT support, processes and procedures heavily reliant on paper, and frankly, stubborn artifacts of doing some things the same old way. When you look at our office through the lens of KPMG, their recommendations clearly support our expansion request. 7 of the 8 KPMG recommendations specifically involved an IT component. The report also highlighted the fragile ecosystem of the Public Defender's Office due to the inability to delegate more tasks among team members. IT and fiscal responsibility cannot be delegated to a non-existent team member when you're a fiscal department of one. IT responsibilities cannot be delegated to a razor-thin IT team pushed to their limits and beyond, unable to even keep up with the day-to-day operations even before the pandemic. Yes, our staff has increased over the years, and for this we're enormously grateful. However, the reality is that the growth we've experienced has been a movement toward right-sizing our staffing and addressing chronic underfunding that public defenders face throughout the country. One illness, one long trial, an extra hire employee or an attorney leaving for a benefited position or a vacation that's long overdue tips our cart. Now, as we stare down a massive backlog of cases, the impact on our workload will become increasingly unsustainable. If appropriate staffing levels are left unmet, it will lead to a demoralized workforce and retention issues contrary to the goals of Renew 2022. It is also important to state that if we are truly invested in making the community a safer place, then we deserve a justice system that does not operate like a conveyor belt. The community deserves a justice system that values the role of public defenders play in leveling the playing field so that clients we represent are seen and treated like human beings and not simply defendants to be processed. The backlog of cases present an extraordinary opportunity to reimagine public safety and invest in community-based alternatives through diversion. This is especially true when a close examination of the pending backlog of cases, as reported by the district attorney, reveals the vast majority of those matters are for misdemeanors, nonviolent offenses involving alcohol or substance abuse or vehicle code violation. The vast majority of those cases. And we recognize that addressing funding gaps is a process and is not solved overnight. As such, we, the Public Defender's Office, has aggressively sought grant funding, forged private partnerships, and increased our CCP revenues to meet our needs and execute on our vision of a client-centered, holistic defense law firm, technologically forward and data-driven. This past year alone, the Public Defender's Office has secured 3 grants in the amount of $900,000, including the recently awarded Indigent Defense Grant, which will be before this board for approval and acceptance next month. This grant is important to talk about because it provides a short-term fix to a long-term problem you are grappling with right now. This is a problem that needs to be solved globally, not in silos, namely how to address public safety IT needs as it relates to storage and managing discovery and producing accurate and reliable data analytics. This money will facilitate our office to go to the cloud in a low-cost solution with Box and offers us 9 months of funding for a data analyst. This temporary Band-Aid will bridge the gap as you decide enterprise-level decisions and solutions and how best to solve the problem we face together and how best to spend the money we set aside in this budget. I would like to pause, however, and emphasize how critical this problem is that we face as a group, not my department, all of the public safety departments. My office alone, in the past 3 years, has exhausted its storage capacity. A 64 terabyte server. This storage capacity was supposed to last us 10 years. That's what we told you when we asked for more money. But the data consumption 3 years ago no longer applies. So as you weigh each department's request, Cadillac solutions are not necessary. And unless you solve this problem for us together, not in silos, and with a long-term lens, the cost will escalate, become unmanageable, and each year, each of us will be standing before you asking for more money. Our anticipated migration to Box Our temporary fix right now is a great example of a cost-effective solution that offers unlimited space. The same is true as data, much of which already exists in law enforcement agencies and at the prosecutor's office, and can be produced and shared just like probation, or through data dashboards, or partnering with nonprofits like Measures for Justice. As an example, I ask you to turn to the north, to Yolo County District Attorney's Office, one of our companion and comparison counties, a very conservative county, not known for its progressive policies, but have recently been lauded and applauded for their complete transparency of all their information regarding how they're prosecuting cases and their diversion. You'll see what I see, I'm telling you by just looking at that dashboard. But that was done through a nonprofit. The grant will also begin to address decades of racial injustices from tough on-crime era that left communities of color devastated and help individuals who pose no threat to society regain their lives and freedom. This grant will allow limited funding to establish a post-conviction unit. Again, a temporary fix to a long-term problem, as evidenced by the expansion request before you made by the district attorneys, asking for full-time funding for those positions. These additional resources will temporarily help meet the immediate technological challenges and legislative demands we are experiencing. Our accomplishments are highlighted through slides 6 and 10, much of which has been woven into my comments here today, but can be found in detail on those slides. Our goals are not aspirational or unrealistic. They're achievable with your continued support, and it will make the community safer. Our vision of the strong private-public partnerships to provide services is now being expanded with another partnership with another nonprofit, Code for America, to develop a resource app for the justice impacted to complement our current 211 system. And as you know, we are the lead agency on the Credo 47 grant. And over the past few years, we have collaboratively secured $10 million in grant-based funding to Santa Barbara County. These grants serve to strengthen our community and are not in silos. These grants funded the expansion of the Sheriff's Co-Response Team. It created the Sobering Center. It created a multidisciplinary team that serves our community by reaching with the houseless, who are the most difficult to serve. And it directed money to incredible nonprofits like Good Sam and Family Service Agency. It also provided direct funding to the district attorney's office to staff an attorney position to act as point in diversion efforts. Several of our performance measures outline the success of our holistic defense model in providing for successful and equitable reentry. This fiscal year, 40 clients, once homeless, have been permanently housed, which is nothing short of miraculous when housing is in such short supply. This afternoon, in our diversion discussion and presentation, our holistic model will be highlighted and celebrated. In closing, and on behalf of my leadership team, I would like to spend a moment expressing my gratitude to the public defender team, who demonstrated the best of what it means to be public servants. Our support staff fielded, and still do, panicked calls from scared clients and frustrated families with kindness and compassion. They also adapted to the rapidly changed work environment with grace and humor, but also with dogged determination to support their lawyers and our clients. Our investigators recognized that the justice system may have grinded to a halt, but the pursuit of justice never rests. Our holistic advocates, like so many heroes in our community, guided clients to safety, to housing, to treatment, and fought to have each client's voice heard in a system overwhelmed by need and too often marginalizes them. Our small and mighty IT team showed MacGyver-level agility, innovation, and problem solving. Our lawyers have never been more challenged or tested, but rose up together to fight for fair and humane justice systems, but who have never been more weary under the weight of these responsibilities. Lastly, the diverse composition of my executive team, points to a bright future for the institution of public defense, with leaders postured to carry on the mission. When this period in our county history is examined, it is not simply going to be what we did during the crisis. We are going to be judged by what we do now in this moment, at this time, with these decisions. Nationally and locally, there's a call to reimagine public safety and abandon policies that have not worked and reinvest in community solutions. It is my hope each of you and the leaders in the public safety group will answer this call with action. I'd like to end with a quote from a complicated figure in history, President Lincoln. He's quoted to have said, "I am a firm believer in people. If given the truth, they can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Makuga. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Makuga for that presentation, and what a great way to end your remarks by quoting the great Abraham Lincoln. And I think your point is really valuable. We started off with a great video that helps describe the county's story, and budget hearings are very technical, and oftentimes we don't have as much public comment as we'd like because this stuff is dense and complicated and difficult. But your point that we need to be more transparent about everything, and we need to figure out ways to make this information accessible to the public in ways that they can use and engage in this process is the most important thing I've heard this morning. And so I really want to commend what you're saying and support that. And I think what I'm hearing is that you think we need to collaborate amongst all the criminal justice partners to figure out together what's the best way to share this information to make it accessible to the public. And you're offering your department and saying, you know, we're here to do that. And I think it'll be great to have the feedback from your other partners on this very specific point. How are we going to get more transparency about who are in the jail, what people are in the jail, what charges are they facing, what sentences are they serving, what prosecutions are underway, what's the status of those cases, you know, just so everyone can really understand how the criminal justice system works and who are the people we're talking about. There are, as you described too, at the beginning of your remarks, there's a lot of rhetoric, there's not a lot of light. We need more focus, like a laser, on the facts and the transparency, and from that, we'll encourage more cooperation, more collaboration, better outcomes for everybody. But, you know, I want to particularly highlight, you actually didn't talk about it as much as I thought you might, your efforts and your department's efforts to advance racial justice is a really great example of how a department can be intentional about promoting equity and creating meaningful change in the community. And I really want to highlight that and celebrate that. You know, with that, we are trying to encourage all of our departments to make that a very high value so that it reflects throughout the entire organization. You've embraced that change meaningfully and successfully, and I want to say thank you for that. And it really does show that you are working hard to leverage county dollars in every way you can. And you know, your very modest expansion requests are spot on with the KPMG audit as a pressing needs that the department needs to have to be effective in the 21st century, IT and fiscal accountability. So thank you.
Well, thank you. If I may, Chair Hart, I didn't want to ignore what our efforts have been on the racial justice front. I couldn't be prouder of that group and my whole entire office. But when you have a compressed time to advocate, it's very difficult. And so thank you for recognizing it. They are making a difference, and we are making a difference in being involved in this dialogue. So thank you.
You are.
Thank you. Any other board members? Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank you, Tracy, for your department's effort to advance racial justice, and I think it's enormously important to have that push on the county as an institution, on the justice partners, on all of us to be thinking about what more we can do. And I also really think it's constructive and helpful that you also gave a mea culpa and said, I've got a couple of these things wrong too, because when you're trying to change the status quo, I think it is inevitable that some errors are made, and it shows your willingness to engage with your partners in making this happen. And I want to say that I personally very much want to support the department in these endeavors. I definitely think it's going to be a good idea for us to ratify the pre-budget hearing requests, and the IT and fiscal staffing makes a whole lot of sense, and we'll at least for my part, do my best to make sure that those are addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. What really strikes me is the conveyor belt model and how that differs from holistic defense. Trying to, instead of just processing the same old way, we try to get ahead of the problem. And I'm particularly grateful for the work that you're doing with the homeless, especially in Isla Vista. That's a prime example of trying to figure out what has gotten people into this situation and how do we help them guide their lives back on track. And it's a much broader vision of public defense than we've had up till now. And it's a much broader vision of public safety for all departments. And it's one that I think this board embraces, and we're eager to support it. And so thank you for leading the charge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Levanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't think your clients could be any more, if anybody's paying attention today, if I wanted somebody on my side advocating for me, it would be you. So if I ever find myself in that position, Tracy, I'm gonna come looking for you. But I think that quote says it all. It's like up here, we are always tasked with these huge endeavors, and when you leave, the district attorney is going to be here with a different set of facts. And so I think what we've learned from KPMG is better data, better decisions. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we've got to focus on. And we all want to make the right decision. I think as President Lincoln said, we all, given the facts, we're going to do the right thing. So I'm looking at this budget as the time to get right with technology and data, and that is going to feed us the proper information that we need to make the tough decisions going forward. So I'm with you on getting out of the status quo, but I want to make sure I'm paddling in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Levanino. And for years, we've had someone come up in public comment suggesting that we should contract out our public defender as other counties have. And that's an idea, but I think our county would be missing out if that was what we did. You really are a partner in the public safety conversation, and I thank you for being a leader there, and a charismatic leader at that, and helping us all understand that it's not one-dimensional, that it's absolutely a three-dimensional discussion, and I know that you've been a big part of that and bringing forth change. I'm with my colleagues in wanting more data that will drive better decisions. We've seen it with the COVID dashboard, what that's done for all of us to see the real numbers right in front of us. And numbers and real facts can be complicated as well. That's the other thing. The reason why a lot of us don't want to let those numbers get out is because we're afraid of what the story they might tell. And even though it might appear to be inequity, there might be reasons for it. And I think that the onus is on us as leaders and decision makers to tell that story and explain to the public and educate the public, and not be up here on high hiding that information because we don't feel like the public is smart enough or well-informed enough to be able to make good decisions with that data. And I think that's a big part of it's a duty on all of us to figure out how to do that. And I appreciate you pushing that. It's something I'm definitely interested in. I think as I look through all these slides, I'm going to keep seeing IT and data over and over and over again. you're the first one up, but I think you have a board that supports that, and I'm looking forward to being a part of that board.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to be here. It's been such a wonderful day.
Supervisor Hartman has an additional comment for you.
Perfect.
Yes, some of what you said will take a while to fully be assimilated. I'd like you to talk a little bit more about the differences you see in justice between North County and South County residents. That, to me, if we're one county, one future, that's the idea underlying the budget and our efforts. This then doesn't conform to that. So could you elaborate?
Yes, and I do wish my Chief Trial Deputy, Leah Villegas, was here to actually articulate more specifics. But I can tell you, anecdotally, and this is why data is so important, anecdotally, what we see, boots on the ground, is our clients are disparately treated in the North for the same charges. That means they get harsher sentences until legislation was recently passed where terms of probation were limited. The district attorney's office in the North sought longer terms of probation for those clients. And this is an example of getting at the truth, is if you really had the data that was shared transparently by the district attorney's office on these issues, and probation if asked, you would see that that is true. You also know, and I feel very passionate about this, is this afternoon when you listen to one of my social workers who are going to talk about diversion, it is so difficult to help clients in the North find appropriate services. There's just not enough. There's Mixteco clients in our indigenous population that have committed a crime and are being asked to rehabilitate and not even be rehabilitated with the language that they speak. There are people who need parenting classes that can't go to those classes in the North because there are not enough Spanish language classes. The North is a desert of resources. So from a justice standpoint, I think the data is going to show there's disparate treatment, but also from a services standpoint, that population, hard-working population who sometimes have a complicated day, are not getting the services or reentry services to allow them to rehabilitate and become whole. And that needs to be addressed.
Thank you.
And
Supervisor Hartman?
just a quick follow-up. This is the first I think I've heard about the Yolo County, so they have a data dashboard that you believe is a flagship for transparency in public safety.
Yes.
And which, is it managed through the CEO? Is it managed through, how does it work?
So Measures for Justice is a nonprofit group that exists that has really been trying to push transparency and data for exact reasons each of you have recommended that we need it before, as Supervisor Lavanito says, we paddle down a certain stream. So they're a nonprofit. Mr. Ressing, who's the district attorney in Yolo County, who, as I said, he's very conservative. He is not in the progressive camp of DAs. He partnered with Measures for Justice, and then they created that data dashboard, which received national attention this past week. It is really remarkable. If you Google it, you can go to it, and it will show you in real time what is happening there. That will awaken some people on the left who say, well, wait a minute, this doesn't tell the story I've been telling you, or will establish that there are issues like I've suggested. I feel like there's information that suggests that we may have a problem, but we have to get at the granular part of that. So I urge you to have your chiefs of staff Google it and look at that website and see the possibilities and where we can go. And I think the community wants us to go.
And, I mean, are they a lot further ahead than we are on data analytics? I mean, we've been hamstrung by the board itself. So how does a nonprofit come in and get this information?
It's called sharing information with a nonprofit. Like our partnership with Code for America, we are working with them and sharing information transparently. Measures for Justice would do the same thing if we were to partner with them to come in and share that information. But it would require cooperation and collaboration. And I will tell you, I said it in my presentation, is that all of us have some level of data now. We should start in good faith sharing the data we have now before we start throwing dollar after dollar to get something in place. Let's share the data we have now and build upon that. And I do believe, and you know I have not been shy in advocating for other departments as I've stood here these last 4 years, but I think a data analyst in the CEO's office is necessary. I think you need that objective party who looks at the data, independent from our agendas, our rhetoric, our philosophies, to be able to cull through data and make sense for each of you.
And when you say we don't need a Cadillac version, is that what you mean?
Yes, I think the public defender has been really an asset to the county in our partnerships where we are looking for those sources to help us build our infrastructure. And there are things out there, and we can partner with nonprofits. We can partner with research institutions to get us the granular information. And quite frankly, the Cadillac in the room is Chief Heitman. You want to know what the Cadillac in the room is Chief Heitman, Kara Milligan, and that extraordinary team that every single day should give you and the community a picture of what's going on in the justice system. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Thank you, Chief Makuga.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
I just want to keep going in this space. Is there any other recommendations you have about how we can best get that collaboration? What's the mechanism? Is there a convening entity that you would point to? What should we specifically ask the criminal justice partners to do to accomplish the goal you're describing?
First and foremost is to share the data that they know they can produce, that we all produce either in relationship to the grant funding that we have, because you have to provide data, get a real understanding of what data within the limitations of their systems, including ours, what data we can produce. And lastly, I think, again, and I would invite the CEO's office to invite Measure for Justice here again. They came and they did present to us a few years back. Nobody was really ready for that at this moment. And to have us all sit in the room and look at what partnerships they can do. It's a national effort. It is changing the criminal justice narrative. And so I would ask for that. And then I do believe if we get those three components, and then we look at our systems as a whole and then build out from there using the filter of the CEO's office with a chief data officer, which is what counties are doing, quite frankly, it will make a big difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors? All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for letting me be here. I feel so good.
Chief Makuga, we will have public comment later in the day, and so hopefully you'll be around for that as well. All right, thank you. With that, I think we have the District Attorney's Office, and joining us by Zoom is District Attorney Joyce Dudley and her team.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Nelson, members of the board. It's my honor to present our department's budget. I'm sincerely sorry not to be there. I look forward to this day all day long. I miss all of you. But when faced with the reality that if I were there, I would have to wear a mask, as would the rest of my staff, I thought it was more important for the community to see and hear us more completely. So that's the only reason we're not there, but we're all there in spirit. First, I'd like to acknowledge our extraordinary administrative staff that's worked so hard on this budget. Michael Soderman, Nicole Young, Shane Nazareth, Arlene Mendoza, John Dabla, and Elena Chatapian. I also want to extend my appreciation to my executive staff who support our administrative efforts 24/7, Sonia Bautista, Pat Klaus, Mag Nicola, Megan Reinchild, John Savanach, and Barbara Ross. This is the day I look forward to all year long because it is so much fun for me to be able to share the incredible work that your district attorney's office is doing. On to slide 1. We're facing an historic backlog of cases due to changes in our court operations in response to COVID-19 pandemic. This translates to a future unprecedented spike in our workloads. We're concerned by continuing challenges we face with recruitment and retention. Significant legislative changes have required the review and potential relitigation of an unprecedented number of what we assumed were closed cases. Each new legislative change has a compounding effect on our workloads. Technological advances have led us to a paradigm shift in the criminal justice system, As technology advances, the volume of electronic discovery increases. The increased volume of discovery has a direct impact on case complexity, and in turn, our workloads and IT infrastructure have become even more strained. More evidence is great, but we are struggling to keep up. We have several large, very complex cases on the horizon that continue to strain resources. These include the largest gang case in the county's history and a triple homicide murder case. Developing and implementing a new system is always challenging. We have two major programs on the horizon: eSCARS, which stands for Electronic Suspected Child Abuse Reporting System, and our new case management system. Lastly, we have a significant need to increase our data integrity and reporting capability, just exactly what my colleague Tracy McCruger was talking about, which was highlighted in the KPMG report. Next slide, please. This is our budget summary. I'm very pleased to report that we have 0 service level reductions. We do have several expansion requests, which I'll discuss in a few minutes. Next slide, please. Our mission is to pursue truth and justice by employing the highest ethical standards in vigorously prosecuting the guilty, protecting the innocent, and preventing crime. That is the foundation for everything you see here. We've continued our commitment to diversion. We've worked with public defender, Be Well, and law enforcement in establishing a new pre-filing, pre-arraignment diversion program. We also have communicated to the courts that we're supportive of any eligible Prop 64 reductions for cannabis-related convictions. We continue to participate in the solutions track, which aims to reduce recidivism among homeless and individuals charged with multiple crimes. We've completed the prosecution of the historic Golden State Killer case. Throughout the past several years, your prosecution team has been steadfast in our commitment to seek justice for the victims and their loved ones. We initiated the prosecution of the tragic People versus Habash multiple victim murder case. And as always, we continue to aggressively target gang-related crimes, even as we see a recent increase in gang-related homicides throughout our county. Even in these extremely dangerous conditions, our message to gangs will remain the same. Not here, not in Santa Barbara County, regardless of your age or your gang affiliation. We established our cyber crimes unit, which will allow us to more effectively and efficiently gather evidence from digital devices. We collaborated with law enforcement and multiple federal agencies on the devastating Conception dive boat case and continue to provide assistance to victims' families. Next slide, please. Our anticipated accomplishments continued. We expanded our victim services and outreach during COVID-19 pandemic. We initiated an outreach campaign to inform our community and the nation about the elevated threat of in-home crimes. We also conducted outreach to victims who were impacted by COVID-19 stressors, where they were in their homes. We implemented several technological advantages to streamline business processes and effectively share information with our criminal justice partners. We've continued to elevate the proposed case management system and contracted with county ICT to assist with project management. We digitized and streamlined the discovery distribution process for small to medium-sized discovery files. We continue to serve on the Criminal Justice Data Committee to further enhance data sharing. Lastly, we transitioned into a paperless file system in an effort to streamline our workflows and improve the retention and accessibility of case files. Next slide. Now, there is always room for improvement and always more to be done. Next fiscal year, we're going to continue our commitment to diversion by referring all eligible cases for diversion whenever appropriate, collaborating with our criminal justice partners to develop additional opportunities for diversion programs, and engaging in collaborative settlement conferences to address the significant backlog of cases created by the COVID-19 pandemic. We're partnering with Supervisor Hart's office to implement a neighborhood court pilot program Neighborhood Court will be a restorative justice-based pre-filing diversion program for misdemeanor offenses and infractions. Of course, we want to expand this to low-level felony infractions, but we can talk more about that, or excuse me, lower felony charges. We can talk more about that this afternoon. We'll continue to focus on utilizing technology to streamline business processes, and we hope to complete the RFP process and develop an implementation timeline for our new case management system. We'll also continue to collaborate with our criminal justice partners to evaluate emerging technology that could be useful to streamline the collection, analysis, and distribution of digital discovery. Next slide. Our goals for 21-22. The Operation Matador trials are scheduled to begin. An unprecedented amount of time, effort, and resources has gone into this case. The case has been severed into 2 trials. Each trial is expected to take 1 year each. We're going to seek justice by completing the prosecution of the People versus Havash multiple victim murder case. We're going to increase our participation in the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force and strengthen our ability to investigate and prosecute child pornography cases. We're going to continue to partner with the Sheriff's Office and local law enforcement to conduct proactive human trafficking investigations and victim interventions using federal grant funding. Lastly, we plan to continue developing our civil environmental unit to strengthen Santa Barbara County's enforcement of consumer and environmental laws. Next slide, please. In support of the county's Renew 22 goals, we've enhanced our financial resiliency, largely due in the cost savings of going paperless in all of our offices. We've continued to evaluate and mitigate appropriate services online. I can't stress enough how excited we are about our web-based eSCARS program, which will quite literally save some of the lives of some of our children in Santa Barbara County, some of them being our most vulnerable children. 5 of our staff completed innovative SBC, and they all found it to be very valuable. Next slide, please. In order to enhance our representatives, we're currently exploring opportunities to identify and address areas of improvement. Lastly, we retained 92% of our employees we hired in fiscal year 2019-2020. As we continue to work on retention and staff development, we plan to have our managers continue participating in leadership development programs. On to performance measures. The next 2 slides show our performance measures. These represent our commitment to maximizing resources within our office and throughout the criminal justice system. We make a small adjustment to our first performance measure. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the number of cases that have actually gone to arraignment since March of 2020. To account for this, we adjusted the denominator to represent the estimated actual number of misdemeanor cases heard at arraignment during fiscal year 2021. Next slide, please. These are additional performance measures. This year, we've added a new performance measure in an effort to better highlight our continued commitment to diversion. As you can see, we've referred approximately 11% of our misdemeanor cases to diversion programs this fiscal year. This represents our commitment to referring all eligible cases for diversion whenever appropriate. Next slide, please. I'm very pleased that we don't have any service level reduction proposed for next year. I want to thank our County Executive Director, Mona Miyasoto, and her team for their support and assistance. On to my expansion requests. You have 5 expansion requests in front of you today. These are in priority order. The first is our eSCARS coordinator. This position is essential in order to fully launch the eSCARS program in Santa Barbara County. Our implementation, it will be used to report, investigate, and track alleged child abuse cases in partnership with other agencies. eSCARS will help expedite interventions so we can better protect our community's children. We can't let abused children fall through the cracks, and that is exactly where they've been falling. The eSCARS coordinator will be fully dedicated to auditing the eSCARS system, conducting outreach, and leading training. The second is for a discovery clerk to assist with the increasing volume of digital discovery. Providing discovery is one of the most important core functions of our office. We're struggling to meet this constitutional obligation at our current staffing levels. These two discovery clerks would allow us to significantly speed up our processing time, which could result in the earlier disposition of cases. Of course, the problem still remains that we need to get that discovery from our law enforcement partners. Slide 14, expansion request continued. The third is staffing for our post-conviction litigation unit. There have been several significant legislative changes that impact post-conviction litigation. Many of the new laws have serious implications for public safety. As I mentioned earlier, these changes required the review and potential relitigation of closed cases. Each new legislative change has a significant compounding effect on our workload. It's critical that we have staff to address these implications. The fourth is a data analyst. We need a data analyst to improve the integration of our data systems and to increase our reporting capabilities so we can make data-driven management decisions. This was highlighted by KPMG and again, my colleague, Public Defender McCruger. Lastly, we're requesting one-time funding for our digital storage system upgrade. Like Public Defender McCruger, our current system houses all of the digital images for our entire office and has surpassed its usefulness and its useful life. It is not, if it's not replaced by April 2022, we're in serious risk of server failure. Next slide. Now, in summary, in spite of our many successes, your district attorney's office is facing several challenges. I'm very concerned about the substantial backlog of cases we're facing due to reduction in court operations during COVID-19. We fear our ability to recruit and retain staff will continue to be a problem, and people are our most valuable research in our fight for truth and justice. That's why it's important that we're able to recruit hardworking and skilled employees and improve retention of our high-functioning staff. Ongoing legislative changes continue to be a significant impact for us. As technology advances, the volume of electronic discovery increases. The increased volume of discovery has a direct impact on case complexity. In turn, our workloads and IT infrastructure have become even more strained. More evidence is great, but we're struggling to keep up. We're also facing a continued strain on office resources due to several large, high-profile, and very complex cases. We have two major projects on the horizon, eSCARs and our new case management system. Developing and implementing these new systems is a challenge. Lastly, we have a significant need to increase our data integrity and reporting capabilities. All of that being said, your district attorney's office is a passionate family comprised of extremely dedicated, high-quality, and hardworking individuals who fight relentlessly to pursue truth and justice for all, every day. In closing, we created this presentation predominantly during March, which was Women's History Month. Therefore, we have chosen to end our presentation with a quote from the late Golda Meir. She was an educator and most notably the first female prime minister of Israel. Quote, "It isn't enough to believe in something. You have to have the stamina to meet obstacles and overcome them, to struggle." This year has been a struggle for us all, but I believe Santa Barbara County has stepped up and met these obstacles. I further believe we will continue to overcome them as we continue to struggle. And as Mona Mia Soto said, together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DA Dudley. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, thank you, District Attorney Dudley. I really appreciate your quote too, and it goes very, very well with Tracy McCouga's quote about transparency, because it's not been easy to get transparency. It's been a struggle, and we need to have the stamina to overcome the obstacles to get there. And so I guess the first thing I want to say is, congratulations on getting the coordinator for the neighborhood court. That's very exciting. It's taken a long time. That's been a struggle too. But I think, we're finally poised to have the staff to get that project going. And I think I heard you say that you are open to the idea of having low-level felony cases included in the range of cases that the neighborhood court might be working with. Did I understand that correctly?
You did hear me. And matter of fact, I think I've said that before, and I've always felt that way. Here's the problem. For someone to have been a felon, it means that they have committed an offense that could send them to state prison. These are very, very serious crimes. Now, with that said, we have a misdemeanor diversion program, and we have wraparound services available to misdemeanants who create an offense, who are allegedly charged with an offense. Now, if we don't provide those services to them, they can't successfully complete diversion, and we can't successfully keep our community safe. That applies to felony diversion as well. We don't have a felony diversion program in Santa Barbara County. I strongly support resources become available to the probation department so that we can set up such an excellent program. And when we do, and when those wraparound services are available to our felons, then we'll be in a good position to ensure public safety and also ensure that the felons get what they need in order to live a law-abiding life.
Okay, well, that's very specific and appreciate that. Fortunately, we have Chief Heitman coming up, I think, next, so we can talk to her about getting those resources. One of the questions that I had has to do with misdemeanor diversion. Your performance measures talk about an 11% misdemeanor case diversion goal. And yet back in December, you told us that you were going to divert 49% of the 2,480 misdemeanor cases that were filed during COVID-19. How do those two numbers connect?
I don't think that's exactly right. I think we talked about doing a number of things to that percent of class. So we're talking about a unique group of cases. We're talking about the ones that were part of the backlog. And by the way, Michael, I'm going to call upon you in a moment to make sure I'm appropriately stating what that 49 is. So the goal was that we were going to take a look at those cases that were being held in the backlog, and we were going to look at other potential dispositions for them. Some of those potential dispositions included absolute dismissal. Some of them included sending them back for further investigation. Some of them included diversion. The goal was to take a look at those, and that's what the goal was that we met. Now, what we're talking about now is an 11% that is just for diversion and not solely related to that particular time. But Supervisor Hart, with your indulgence, I'm going to ask Michael and maybe John after that to respond. Michael?
Hello, Supervisors. And thank you, Joyce. I think that's exactly correct. I think that the word diversion often gets used in many different ways. And I think it's important that we all understand the different varieties of how an individual may be diverted from the criminal justice system. So the 11% represents our diversion programs, both our misdemeanor diversion program and our post-filing collaborative courts program. In addition to that, there's also additional off-ramps, if you will, from the criminal justice system. One of those being that a case could be rejected and or dismissed. I think the 49% number that was represented earlier in the year in 2020 was cases that were either rejected or dismissed and or diverted from the criminal justice system. And I think it was specifically relating to the backlog.
John, do you have anything to add to that?
I think Michael just hit on it. The 49% figure was 49% of the backlog misdemeanors that were referred to us were off-ramped from the criminal justice system. So charges were not filed, and they were not, at least initially, going to make it into court. That's where that 49% came from.
And Mag, did you want to comment about infractions?
Sure, thank you. Many of those misdemeanor cases that we were asked to cull came in the period of March through mid-July of 2020. And part of the diversion process, of course, is also to refer cases to a lower level of prosecution referred to as infractions. So that's a significant portion of that 49% as well. Those are non-criminal offenses. We used our discretion to reduce those to infractions.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. I think one of the challenges is that, we don't have the data in a shared format that makes it clear to everybody what's happening within the district attorney's office. So I think that, as Ms. Makuga committed to the three things, sharing the data that exists, what additional data can we produce, and then let's invite Measures for Justice or something similar to help us create a data dashboard. I'm looking at the Yolo County Commons website right now that gets a lot of great glowing recommendations from the district attorney there, members of the public, about that transparency. So that seems like a great goal to be shooting toward, to make sure these things are consistent and everybody agrees, and we're measuring the same thing, and we're highlighting the same thing, and we're agreeing to the same words at the same time about the same thing. So are you supportive of those three things too? Sharing the data that exists, what additional data can we produce and share, and then inviting Measures for Justice to help us create a data dashboard for the county?
Supervisor Hart, of course I am. But here's the problem. The very first thing you said was sharing the data that exists. I don't trust the data that exists. I don't feel we have a system that supports the actual data. That is why every law enforcement agency, every public safety agency, every criminal justice agency is asking for that. So sharing poor data is misinforming our community and misinforming your board. So I want to get to the actual data and absolutely share it in every way possible.
Well, that raises the perfection is the enemy of good problem, that we don't share anything until it's perfected. And so we don't have anything for the public to look at. We don't have even anything to even demonstrate to the public that there are problems with data. So, it's a chicken and egg problem, and we don't seem to be moving forward with that approach. So I would really encourage you to think hard about that. If the data isn't perfect and the data has problems, the transparent tool to show that can say that and say, we're working to develop better data, we're going to improve that, this is all we have now, and this is an ongoing, evolving tool that's going to get better over time.
Supervisor, I respectfully disagree with your opinion that I'm looking for perfection in the data. I'm absolutely not looking for perfection in the data. I'm looking for us to give accurate data, because what will happen is if we give you inaccurate data and decisions are made, you put public safety and justice at risk, which is something your district attorney's office can't do. I absolutely want to get to that data as soon as possible in the most effective way we can. I'm happy to put data on and then have explanations as to what our level of confidence is in that data. But a rush to justice, as we've often seen, ends up leaving a lot of vulnerable victims behind. I think we can work together on this. I have every confidence we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hart and District Attorney Dudley. Supervisor Williams?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to I express the thought that I think Supervisor Hart is correct in assessing that the 11% is is an insufficient number. And I base this on a couple issues. First of all, I think Joyce is absolutely right in saying, you know, we need a felony diversion program, and that means, probation and/or the board needs to step up, and I think we need to be thinking about that. But 85% of the caseload of the district attorney's office is misdemeanors. I have seen the data that the DA has produced and turned over, and I look at those crimes, and while I do not believe there is as many of those crimes that could be diverted as, say, public defender's office does, I do think there's a tremendous potential, and at very least, a lot more than 11% potential. And so I would just ask the district attorney to very much use her quote as motivation, use the Times as motivation, but more than anything, use the continued efficacy of our criminal justice system as a motivation, which I firmly believe the only way we are going to have the resources to create truly the community-based policing model that the public, and a better relationship between the public and our criminal justice system, is with resources. And those resources are only accessible if we don't keep on shoveling it all in the incarceration side. And so, and the hinge point is, not all the cards lie with any of the justice partners, but this is only going to happen if our district attorney Joyce Dudley makes it happen, and I have firm belief that she has the ability to make this happen. I know that there's often a logic to handle goals like Scotty from Star Trek handles goals, right? Like predict 10 minutes, knowing that you can do it in 8. And then you always look awesome. But I do think goals are important, and I hope that our district attorney's office will strive for a considerably better number than 11% and ask us for what tools they need to achieve that.
Thank you,
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I'd like to respond to that.
Yes,
First
please.
of all, when you look at a charge and you make a decision that that charge should be diverted, that is looking at a tiny piece of that. The other piece is, what are the other crimes this person has committed? You can't just look at the last crimes, and that is critically important in determining who should be diverted. The other thing that hurts my heart is not once this morning has anybody talked about crime victims. There are people in our community who have been victims of terrible, horrible crimes. They are suffering, they continue to suffer, and I continue to hear their voices the same way I hear the voices of the people that are in jail and shouldn't be in jail. I believe it is my job. I believe as the elected district attorney, I'm the district attorney for all, and it's my effort to ensure public safety and justice. And quite frankly, if I think more than 11% is best for the people of Santa Barbara County, I will expand that. But I will never make a decision about a number. I will look at each person, I will look at each crime, and I will make the decision of what's just and what's going to contribute to public safety.
Thank you, District Attorney Dudley. Supervisor Williams?
Thank you. Joyce, your last sentence, I think I vehemently agree with. I believe that you do have the capacity and the commitment and the belief in protecting the public necessary to make those judgment calls. And but I'm asking you to dig deeper. I am not here. I totally get the idea that you have to put it in the context of what else is charged and what they've done in the past. That's why I'm not here with a smoking gun list of, low-level misdemeanors to try to use as leverage. That's not my agenda here. My agenda is just to make sure that the gravitas of the situation is on us all. We've talked about the quagmire. Well, let me back up. The reason why I don't think it's even sometimes not even necessary to articulate, and sometimes I don't, the issue about victims versus those incarcerated is because my fundamental belief is the reason why we don't have more people on patrol, the reason why we don't have drug units properly staffed is because we're shoveling way too much money into the incarceration side. That has been a trend since the 1990s. We don't have the peace dividend. We don't have the money to address mental health issues. We don't have the money to help prevent people from ending up jailed because we're just shoveling unending amounts of millions of dollars into incarceration. And so I'm not here to try, I'm not here just to try to make the incarcerated in a more just situation. I'm here to try to make everybody safer, to make sure that we have the resources as a society to have a better system. And that is only going to come out of the incarceration end. And I guess, to me, it's just the gravitas of the situation that all of us, the board, every one of the justice partners have to dig in deeper about how we can remake the system, because we are never going to have the opportunity of this low level of people in the jail in order to remake the system to be more functional for the public and safer for the public and more just for the accused.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman.
I have some more detailed questions or comments, but I guess I'd like to ask DA Dudley, what are your recommendations for remaking the system? And I can go to smaller questions.
A little more specific.
Well, you've listened to us struggle, you've listened to the public defender, and I guess for me, the idea of the conveyor belt suggests a lot. How do we do a better job assessing people who are alleged to commit a crime? How do we figure out what's the best way to ensure that they don't commit another crime? What are alternatives to the jail? I mean, how would you characterize what's failing now? What needs to be strengthened? What would you do differently? I mean, we talk about data, and certainly that's important. But I think the more important question is, what are the issues questions you want data to answer?
Well, you've asked a great question, a complex question. I'll start at the 3,000 foot. First of all, it's a matter of socioeconomic conditions. And we need to, my first degrees, as were Supervisor Hart's, was in early childhood education. If we could do more to prevent crime, in my mind, by having successful early childhood education programs than we could ever do by incarceration. And what I mean by that is when you give children a sense of hope, you give them health, you give them a safe home to go home to, you give them opportunities, educational opportunities, healthcare opportunities, so they can be successful, they are less likely to commit crimes. No doubt about that. So the first thing I go to is prevention and education. Then we go to intervention. What happens to those juveniles? What happens to those kids in school? What happens to those kids when they don't go to school? Then we have to have successful truancy programs that don't just force a child back in school, but take the time to re-engage that child in school so that they want to be there, so they feel they can graduate and they can be a success. That's what every child wants, is to have that feeling of hopefulness. Okay, continuing on in my continuum, let's assume that they may use some bad judgment as a juvenile. We got to get them education programs, treatment programs. We got to get domestic violence out of their home. We got to give them alternatives to gangs. And that's still part of the system. Now a crime's been committed. What do? Once again, there's no silver bullet. There's no quick answer. We have to look at the stressors in that person's life and eliminate what stressors we can, and make sure that we supplement those with the kinds of things that will make them feel supportive. So I believe all along in this treatment model, in a holistic model, in moving things forward to help that person. Be that person, be someone charged with a crime, or someone who's homeless and living on our streets. We have to get to know what it took to get them there and what it's going to take to get them out of there. Okay, then when someone is incarcerated, I think we have to have jails that have education programs, that have counseling programs, that have treatment programs, so that that time while they're in custody can best be spent preparing them for the world that they're about to re-enter. Then when we have people leave prison, we have to have successful re-entry programs so that we can ensure that they come out of prison with that same sense of hopefulness and now belief that they can contribute to their family, their homes, and their community. In terms of how we do that, I think the reason we all struggle is because it takes resources to make those decisions and to figure that out. One size just won't fit all. And at the same time, we have to balance what's just and what can we do to keep our communities safe.
Thank you. That is extremely helpful to me. And I think what Supervisor Williams and Hart are suggesting is if we focus on the last, then we don't have money for a lot of the early things.
Yes.
The one thing I'd like to focus on a little bit more is diversion. And how complex that is, and even in your 5-part 30,000 feet or 3,000 feet look, it's not well understood. I was looking at the Measures for Justice, Yolo County, and in addition to data, they have a lot of flow charts. They have a lot of visuals that I believe go a long way towards helping people understand how complex systems operate. And I think that would be extremely helpful for diversion if, between now and next year, we have a clearer sense of what that diversion system looks like, or maybe 6 months from now. So that's just one. Having a conceptual understanding is important in addition to the data. Where the data is important, you heard about the north-south and some of the, at least hypothesis that there may be some differences there. And I would like to know more about that, get more data in the future, because that is a very serious matter. And as you know, I'm very much supportive of restorative justice. There's a new film out, to your point about the victim. The title of the film is The Victim. And what do victims really want? Is it revenge? Maybe initially. Over time, it's restitution and an apology and some resolution.
Right.
And I think that is where our current system really falls down. And I'm hoping we can make some strides in that direction as well. So that concludes my comments, but I really do appreciate on the spot talking about the system, stepping back and letting us see the whole from your perspective. I know you your education has been a big part of your life, and I think the way you seated your analysis shows that, and I happen to agree with it, so thank you.
Thank you,
Supervisor Hartman, first of all, let me say that we can supply those things to you. We can certainly supply a flow chart as to how diversion works. That wouldn't be a problem. I think that would be a very important thing for the community to see, and we're happy to show you that. In terms, and I'm sorry, you made 3 points, and I was listening to you so intently. Can you please review those 3 points? I had responses to all 3.
I think north-south difference, and then
Thanks. Yeah.
restorative justice and what it does.
Thank you. You are absolutely right about what most victims want. And I am often surprised, and Megan and I often discuss this, that moment when a victim receives restitution is part of their healing process. And your district attorney's office has worked very closely with victims to bring them that sense of restorative justice in that restitution process. And you're absolutely right that victims want to hear an apology. That matters. And a part of what we do is to address those crime victims. And Megan is superb, and the people who work with her are superb at meeting each victim where they are and figuring out exactly what they want. We often tell them the criminal justice system in and of itself will not help you heal. You need counseling, you need time. A grief is a process. But by the same token, we want to make sure, and this is important, that we're protecting the rest of the community. So it's not just enough to look back and see the damage that has been caused by a crime and move from there, but also how do we protect the community so that that damage doesn't happen to anyone else? As far as north-south, we have been working very hard to make sure that doesn't happen, that people are treated equally throughout Santa Barbara County. I think we've made tremendous strides under MAG and under Sonia and their predecessors. I absolutely want to take a look at that study and see how we can do it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dudley. Supervisor Lavanino and then Supervisor Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think anybody watching today would, if you haven't already realized, we have some awesome, strong female leadership in this county. We started with Tracy and now with Joyce. You're hearing our
CEO.
Oh, and our CEO, of course, who kicked it all off. I was talking about the presentations. We all know Mona kills it. So, but I really appreciate, Joyce, you just didn't take the easy out, and just say, okay, everything's, I hear you, let's just move forward. I appreciate the fact that you pushed back, that it's easy to give an easy answer, right? And we, unfortunately, since I've been on the board, when you sit in this position, you're looking for that silver bullet, right? You want that easy answer that says, man, if we just did X, we could eliminate racism, or if we did X, we can eliminate homelessness. Unfortunately, these are like global, complex issues that are very difficult to deal with. So, and I think one thing that gets lost when we're doing when we speak about diversion, and a lot of the public comment that I saw that we're going to discuss later is, and while I support a lot of it, we also have to remember that it's a balancing act, that there are, unfortunately, believe it or not, there are violent individuals. I mean, you're talking about the Matador case, where gang members were actively hunting people on the street in Santa Maria and executing them in broad daylight, right? Just like in a foreign country. It was scary. So we got to remember that we also have those people in our world that we have to deal with, and we have to have the resources lined up to deal with that. And I know, a lot of what we're talking about are misdemeanors and infractions, and I think everybody, I just want to make sure that, because a lot of people I talk to are worried about a lot of the language that we're talking about. I think we do need to express that we do need both. You know, we do need a fully funded public defender's office. It's fighting for the rights of those that have been accused, and we want them to do as little as jail time as makes sense, so that they're rehabilitated. But we also want a very strong advocate for the people that prosecutes these crimes and holds people accountable. So I appreciate the fact that you brought that back up. And I have to say that hearing you talk about, man, wouldn't it be great if we had this place, and we keep hearing about it, where inmates were educated, they got vocational job skill trainings and these types of things. And I always like to remind people that we had a $38 million award from the state to build that facility here in Santa Barbara County, and we decided not to take that move. Times were different then. I understand that, but you know, I think that was one of the things that might have stopped that conveyor belt mentality of the same person committing the same crime, getting the same sentence, coming back and doing it all over again. And that, I think that was our chance. I always look back and I think that was the worst decision we ever made. And maybe sometime in the future that might come again for us. But those are my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavenue. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Lavenito making that distinction. You know, we absolutely agree and expect that the district attorney is aggressively prosecuting violent crimes and keeping our community safe. That is job number one. And that is, you know, I think about 15% of the caseload. 85% of the caseload is misdemeanors. And there is a recent study that was done with researchers at New York University, Rutgers, and Texas A&M that found that prosecuting many misdemeanor offenses can actually lead to an increase in crime because, you know, folks lose their job, they get unemployed. There is a consequence to the family structure as a result of that. And so, you know, it is nuanced and it is details that matter. And, you know, there is a point to be made about prosecutorial discretion when it comes to misdemeanors and the unintended consequences on public safety that come from those choices. So, District Attorney Dudley, you want to talk about that space and, you know, what your office does to balance those realities?
Well, sure. Again, misdemeanors include driving under the influence and domestic violence. Those are our two most common misdemeanors. I don't think I have to in any way let people know how much this community has suffered as a result of driving under the influence offenses. Domestic violence is our number one violent offense. Now, the interesting thing about driving under the influence and domestic violence are they're both predictable, therefore they're both preventable. How are they preventable? We used to hear about a broken window approach, which is when you find someone who commits a minor domestic violence action, you hold them accountable for that action so that, God forbid, doesn't turn into our next domestic violence homicide. We have to take every act of domestic violence seriously. It affects not just the victim and the victim's family, but our entire community, our entire county. In terms of driving under the influence, same thing. We want to start backing off on those. Then suddenly we're going to have our roads become the most dangerous place in our county. Right now, we're already seeing an increase in that. Everybody who makes that decision to go over the 154 has a lump in their throat thinking, is this going to be the day that something terrible is going to happen up there? And that also happens on 166 and many other roads in our community. So we have to stay firm on those. Now, when you're talking about the other kinds of misdemeanors, I agree with you. And those are the ones that we have to look carefully at to make sure it's, and we have to look at both the crime as well as the person who's alleged to have committed that crime. And that is the approach that we are taking. And I think we can always learn from our experiences and continue to make decisions and open up to other kinds of decisions. But those are the hills I want to die on.
And then I just have two more questions, just briefly. I appreciate that you brought up victims of crime. That's really important. And another nuance in that space is that many of the people charged with crimes have also been victims of crime. And then how does your office help prevent the justice involvement of people who have been harmed by crimes?
That's a great question. I'll answer it briefly, and then I'll ask Megan to take over. I used to go up to the prison in San Luis Obispo, and I met with child molesters. I wanted to figure out what made them molest, and I wanted to figure out what we as prosecutors could do to reduce the number of children that were molested. 100% of them were victims of child abuse. 100%, either emotional, sexual, or physical child abuse. They responded to that by feeling helpless and by taking advantage of others. Several of them talked to me about the fact that they lacked empathy. They didn't learn about it or it was destroyed during their childhood. My last day when I was meeting with this group of men, I said, I'm going to go back to my office tomorrow. I'm going to have a stack of files. These are all going to be people accused of these kinds of crimes. What should I do? The response from one of the child molesters was, Joyce, there is very little you can do for them. Please pay attention to your victims. We were all victims. If someone like you had come into our life when we were victims, I don't think we'd be here today. So we absolutely know that that's true. I remember once prosecuting a case with a young man who had been sodomized, and it was horrible and terrible. And he drew a picture for me about what he wanted to do to the person who did this to him. And I kept that picture. And when I took it from him, I wondered, am I going to be using this at sentencing to explain to the judge why it's so important that this person be incarcerated and not hurt other children? Or possibly, and this is the part that hurts my stomach, is this something we're going to end up showing later when that child has committed an offense? We need to give crime victims the services they need as soon as possible, and those need to be high quality services. Megan, could I call upon you to respond any further?
Sure. Supervisor Hart, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of victims of crime in our community. One other thing I would add is that when we meet with a victim of crime, we're looking at the totality of the situation, not necessarily just the victimization right in front of us. And so for our part, we're looking at ways that we can tangibly assist the family unit often in obtaining mental health counseling, clinical interventions, and other supportive services that can move the needle and prevent further either crimes being committed in the home or by individuals in the family structure, or for that matter, lend itself to new dialogue around violence and crime and the criminal justice system, and instilling a sense of hope that there are tools to assist family members through our victim compensation program, clinical providers, and nonprofit providers in our community.
Well, thank you, Ms. Renshaw. Thank you, District Attorney Dudley. Those are very thoughtful answers, and that's exactly what we need to do is to take care of the needs of the person comprehensively, so that that trauma does not fester and become the source of a future criminal act on their own. And then finally, I want to end with something that's very important, obviously critically important at this moment in time, and Tracy McCouga spoke to what she's doing in this space, but what is the District Attorney's Department doing to help reduce racial and ethnic disparities in the criminal justice system?
I understand your question. And I think that we have always taken the position that someone's race has no effect on the ability we're going to charge, ever. In the 31 years I've been in the DA's office, that has been my approach to every case. In the 11 years I've been the district attorney, that's been my approach to every case. But Supervisor, that's not enough. That's when I go back to prevention programs. What is your district attorney's office doing to ensure that children coming from all kinds of homes are getting the support that they need so they can feel successful? So I think it's back to our truancy programs, where we're really going to be making the biggest difference. Back to getting into the homes. Several of our victim witness advocates went with probation to get into the homes where there had been child abuse or domestic violence during COVID, because we want to make sure that those kids are going to be okay. So I think we will continue to ensure that our decisions are never race-based in terms of filing, in terms of sentencing. And then we must increase what we can do as a district attorney's office to prevent that kind of those kinds of things happening in the lives of our constituents. I also wanted to tell you, Supervisor Hart, in response to your first question, my folks have sent me the statistics. You talked about 49%. Actually, the cases presented versus case filing, 6,174 cases, or 43% of all cases presented to the district attorney's office in 2020 were diverted from the criminal justice system pre-filing. And what we mean by diverted is rejected, infracted, direct filed, or referred for diversion pre-filing. I hope that helps. And I know that Chief Savernach will be talking more about that this afternoon.
Thank you, District Attorney Dudley. That does help, and that's exactly the kind of transparency that we're looking for. And I think that the more we can agree on these numbers and make that clear and post and share this information, the better. And I really appreciate your comment that we need to do more to address racial and ethnic disparities. Your quote from Golda Meir says it really well. It isn't enough to believe in something. You have to have the stamina to meet obstacles and overcome them to struggle. And so we are all going to struggle together to do what we need to do in our departments to address this issue head on.
Supervisor Hart, it sounds like I may have misspoke, but I'm not sure. My folks are sending me texts here. I want to make sure that I mentioned 43%. Somebody seems to thought I might have said 63, but it was 43%. And I thank you for the additional time to correct that if it was necessary.
Thanks, Supervisor Hart and DA Dudley. Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams.
Yes, a follow-up question, excuse me. On the misdemeanors, the DUI and the domestic violence, I know domestic violence, some of the research showed that if the abuser is forced to face consequences, they're far less likely to continue to be abusers in the future. I guess my question is, and this goes to DUIs too, is jail the best consequence? What other kinds of consequences are available that are meaningful and effective? I think jail may be, as Supervisor Hart implied, if you're there with really hardened criminals, maybe that's not a good influence. So I'd just like you to comment about that. And the kinds of programs people are diverted to when they are diverted, and the criteria that you used. You implied that you look at the whole person and kind of the history of criminal activity. But if you could drill down a little deeper into what you look at.
First of all, I believe, Supervisor Hartman, that you said forced to, what was the term you used? Forced to face consequences?
Yes.
Okay, that wouldn't be a term I would use. The term I would use is held accountable for their decisions. I think people are held accountable in restorative justice programs. I think people are held accountable in a variety of different ways. It is forcing consequences never seems to be terribly helpful. Becoming responsible for your actions always is. And so sometimes that means being incarcerated. Sometimes it means education programs, treatment programs, restorative justice programs. All of those have to be held accountable. All of those programs have to hold people accountable and do hold people accountable. We can't just have sticks. We always talk about the carrot and the stick. And I want people who come into our criminal justice system to leave the system with additional awareness and hopefulness, not that sense of, now I know how to do crime better. And I believe that things have been that way, and to some extent, things still are that way, and we have to change that.
Thank you, District Attorney Deli. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, because you were going in some corrections, and you had mentioned that domestic violence and driving under the influence as your top offenses, and it's incongruent with what we have been given, that I assume your department has approved by KPMG. The KPMG data that we all looked at indicated that drug offenses are by a decent amount, the largest number of your charges, and then followed by driving under a suspended license, DUI being third, domestic violence fourth, unlicensed drivers fifth, and public intoxication sixth. I mean, no. So I'm not saying that every case of public intoxication or drug possession is divertible, because we keep in mind that they may be charged with other things and they may have histories. But just wanted to make sure that that was out there, that it still is large chunks in these categories that I would say are, I actually agree with your philosophies about domestic violence and for the most part about DUIs, but I just think these other categories of drug and alcohol offenses, the non-DUIs, happen to be fertile ground for other forms, as you said, of accountability besides prison.
I believe what I said, Supervisor, was that misdemeanors, including DUI and DV, are the two most common. I didn't mean to say that they were the two statistically that you referred to, just they are our two most common. Also, it's important to separate these things out because license offenses are being infracted. So here's the problem. Everybody on this call and everybody in our audience cares about these things so much. But when we don't have the data, the believable data to support decisions, that's where we all start becoming muddled. So I really appreciate the efforts all of you are making now so that we can, A, get the better data, and B, absolutely create a dashboard that shows how our diversion program works, a dashboard that shows how our statistics are at the DA's office, what's going on inside the jail. Shining a light always makes things better.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams and District Attorney Dudley. Appears to me that, with this is, lies, damn lies, and statistics. And as we look at these numbers, we're trying to determine what's the right denominator, what's the right numerator to get to a number. I think what we're hearing is it's much more complicated than that. And again, that's where I come back to, we get the data and then we got to tell the story. And then we have a discussion about that. And I'm looking forward to doing that on the board. I think you have two partners, and Chief Makuga and with DA Dudley here. And I'm looking forward to having those discussions on the board moving forward. Couple questions that I had while I was trying to manage that. Besides financial resources, what other tools are you looking for to deal with the historic backlog that we're facing? And how can the Board of Supervisors be helpful?
I really don't think that there is another way you could be helpful, but I appreciate the question.
Okay.
I have to have my experienced prosecutors, and you'll hear this afternoon from Ann Bramson, and who's working with trying to plea bargain these cases, and Ben Ladinick down at South County, same thing. They are both senior level prosecutors. They have to analyze the case and decide what's in the best interest of justice and what's in the best interest of public safety. Now, the resources we need are to back them up so that we can get all the things we need so that they can make the best kind of decisions. But really, it takes the combination of law school plus life experience plus experience in the district attorney's office to make those decisions that are so critical for all the reasons we've talked about this morning. I think the only thing I'd add to that is my deep appreciation for you wanting to take a deep dive into this, because it would be easier not to for many of you. And yet you've chosen to take this on. And on behalf of my office, but more importantly, the people of Santa Barbara County, I appreciate it.
Thank you. My next question was, I was curious to hear just a little bit more about the work group you belong to at the Internet Crimes Against Children. Can you expand on that a little bit? That's something I obviously care quite a bit about.
Sure. Pat, are you there? Let me start, and then I'll turn it over to Pat. We have for years been working with the computer system and joined, when I became the district attorney's office, we joined this task force to work on child pornography. And it is one of those areas that the more agencies that get involved, the better the information is going to be. And of course, we are always on the lookout for who are those heinous criminals who are using children to make the pornography. That's the worst, that's everybody's worst nightmare. And then after that, it's the distribution of that, because that keeps the problem going. So we have already had a program going, but Chief Klaus came into the office about 3 or 4 years ago and has increased the support and the funding and the direction that that program is going to take. Chief Klaus?
Yes, thank you. And to the board, thank you for the opportunity. The District Attorney's Office is a member of the ICAC program, which is a statewide program, which basically proactively is involved in trying to discover and prevent child pornography within our county. And oftentimes, child pornographers are not only using that as an opportunity to take advantage of the people that they would take pictures or videos of, but they're also encouraging that type of behavior amongst the community. It's not only, so when you deal with somebody that is a child pornographer and using it to spread that information around online, you're creating more victims. And child pornography is not just a statewide issue, it's a nation and worldwide issue. And so when you find that you have one of those people in your community, you then use the network that ICAC is a part of in order to essentially let other communities know so that they are able to track and disrupt these networks on at least a nationwide level. And so that's part of a program that we are heavily involved in. They give us a lot of grant-funded technologies to assist in that arena. And we are continuing to become more and more involved in it as time goes on to make the community safe.
Thank you. I'm just, since I have you talking about this for a moment,
Sure.
Is there is child pornography the typical, internet crime that you're looking at? I know that the internet's been used among youth for acquisition of illegal substances. I know that there's quite a bit of that in my community. Is that one of the other goals of that ICAC?
ICAC is primarily focused on child pornography, but I'll let Chief Klaus respond to your other concerns.
So District Attorney Dudley is correct. It mainly focuses on that, but we do find other crimes that are related to that. But additionally to ICAC, we recently stood up our own cyber crimes division within our organization. And so it's not, one of the things that we're looking at is a lot of the scams that are going on, romance scams and other types of scams that are going on within our county that are oftentimes cyber based. And that's not really a part of ICAC, but that's part of a cyber crimes division that we, thankfully to the board, were able to fund last year and has stood up right now. And so there's that. There's also the buying and selling of drugs and the buying and selling of illegal weapons. Right now, it's a very easy way, particularly with the pandemic, for criminals to interact with each other and make those connections. And so we as an office are trying to be very proactive in that regard in order to not only be stopping the ones that are the crimes against children, but all manner of crime.
Thank you, District Attorney Klaus. So again, that's just something I'm interested in from my perspective, I'm hearing anecdotally in our community, it becomes a bigger and bigger issue, especially as we heard from Dudley, what can prevent this criminal activity is really addressing some of these issues when it's through education and prevention. And if we can prevent the bad guys from reaching our children, I think that's money well spent, and I commend you guys for doing that, and past boards for funding that. I'm really concerned coming out of COVID that our youth are going to be challenged, that some of these education opportunities and mentorships have been prevented through the various orders and having schools shut down. And I know in the Santa Maria Valley alone that we have hundreds of kids, if not over 1,000, that are staring down the real possibility of dropping out from high school because of their lack of having those opportunities. And so I think it's a real issue that our communities need to start to look at and wrestle with, so that they don't ever have to interact with your office. So again, I thank you for highlighting that as one of the biggest tools that we have as a county and as community to address criminal justice issues. So thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Chair Nelson, I just wanted to respond.
Please.
Thank you so much for your support in this area. This is not the first time you've been deeply concerned about the children of Santa Barbara County and the effects that computers into the home and how they're being used and how they're hurting our community. And I appreciate your leadership in this issue.
Thank you. All right, with that, I think we are concluding the district attorney's presentation. I think we'll go ahead and bring up fire. And then I think once we're done with fire, we will take a break for lunch. Once we're done with lunch, we'll come back with item D2, which is a conversation among the board about priorities for federal allocation or requests for allocation of funds. So,
Chair Nelson, I'm so sorry
Yes,
to interrupt.
please.
I just received a text from Chief Klaus, and he wanted to add one more thing.
Please.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I wanted to add one more thing, and this is particularly critical, and I thank Megan Reinschel for reminding me, but when we are going after child pornographers and other people that are committing computer-related crimes, we need to remember that almost always human trafficking starts by grooming victims via cyber-related resources, whether phones or computers. And so by being extremely proactive in that area, we are also able to prevent a lot of human trafficking. And furthermore, because of the fact that we not only have ICAC, but also are starting up a robust cyber crimes division within the organization, it gives us the ability to unravel human trafficking networks, which unfortunately are alive and well, particularly because of the pandemic right now, not only in the state, but also in our county. And so that's been a particularly valuable tool just recently in battling human trafficking, which unfortunately, human trafficking targets our most vulnerable communities and children. And that is something that we're particularly proud of right now.
Thank you, Chief Klaus. I think it was important to highlight that. I think it's good for the community to understand that that is a serious issue that's facing our youth. And that does now conclude the district attorney's presentation, and we're going to go ahead and kick off the fire. Chief Hartwig.
Thank you, Chair Nelson, members of the board. It's good as our public defender said to be here and in person. So thank you for having us and members of my staff. I feel like I need to violate the first rule of public speaking and apologize for not being nearly as articulate and passionate as the district attorney and the public defender. We'll get through this, and please bear with me as I'm a little bit less than that. First, I just wanted to draw attention to members of our staff. I will tell you that starting with the men and women who are delivering services even today on the street, this pandemic has challenged them in ways that I don't even understand, but in getting better at understanding even each day. It isn't just the camaraderie that they miss, it's the operational and safety aspects, the training that is so necessary to the job that they do, they are delivering services in a congregate living facility, which is what we all try to avoid. And the fact that they and staff has kept them able and healthy to do that along the way is commendable. And of course, my staff, we have 3 assistant department heads, 2 deputy chiefs, Chief Heckman in charge of administration and prevention, which includes risk reduction in the community, our own Shauna Jorgensen, who is our CFO, responsible for all things finance, which I'm especially thankful for today, and then the ever-increasing responsibility and importance of IT and data collection. And then, of course, Woody Enos, who is our operations chief. I want to extend just some hearty thank you to my colleagues, my department, my fellow department heads, because we're all muddling through this together, but we do it all together and we help each other tremendously. So I want to thank you for that. And then, of course, Ms. Miyasato for her direction and her support as I lead the organization. I am the face of the organization, but I do very little of the work in this organization, and I want to point that out. And of course, you, board, Mr. Nelson, Chair Nelson, and the board, who give me your very valuable time and interest regularly as part of your schedule. I'm going to get through this quickly, and we'll get on to lunch. We have some key challenges and emerging issues that I want to draw your attention to. Each one of these bullet points, unfortunately, has a lot of effort, a lot of time and effort behind it, and a complete story. I'm not going to go through each bullet point, but I am going to highlight a few of them. You have them in front of you, and of course, I'm open to any questions. We, first and foremost, based on your direction in October of 2019 to put the current ambulance service out to bid, are preparing to provide a competitive bid with or without a private partner, and we'll talk more about that in the coming weeks and months. For ambulance transport services in Santa Barbara County, we have engaged our operational area fire chiefs and the labor groups within the county and talking about how that makes sense for us to move forward on that. We are finalizing our partnership agreements and hope to launch construction on the regional fire communications facility that you know a lot about to provide the closest resource and boundary drop as we provide service to those in the community. We're going to talk a little bit more about capital improvement in a bit. We also are going to finish our conversion of our BLS, or our basic life support fire engines, to ALS, and that will be done primarily through training and then hiring, and look to convert another 2 stations after this recruitment class that's currently in the tower. Recruitment and retention, essentially getting and finding and keeping a workforce that is representative of the community that we serve is my goal, and we fall short of that on women specifically. And so engaging women within the community and encouraging them to be firefighters continues to be an effort of ours, and one that I wish we were better at. I want to get into the budget specifically. It was, Ms. Anderson talked about the budget. The biggest difference between the budget this year, all the way back to 2012, is that we're not getting that increase in property tax, that 25% increase, taking us up to the 17%. We've prepared for that over the last couple of years, but nevertheless, we are up to $93 million in our operating budget this year. Our capital is $1.6 million. We won't be using any one-time funding sources for ongoing operations. That's a priority of ours in the administration. We'll continue to do that. Of course, we don't have any reductions in service, but no expansions either. Our capital projects detail that I told you I was going to mention, you're familiar with all of these. Kuyama, we expect to be built this year, and that's a long time in the making and very important for the community of Kuyama, and I think it will be a replacement of a 70-year-old station and hopefully will last another 70 years. We also have the Regional Fire Communication Facility that we are planning on bringing to you in the coming months after we finalize agreements and costs with our partners within the county. You hear a lot about the Firehawk. To put it into perspective, we're going to be all in at about $7 million on a $21 million machine. And so I know that I've brought a few different increases to you, but again, we are dollars ahead on the effort that has been undertaken by our folks in bringing a low-cost alternative that will change the way that we fight fire in this county. And we will be replacing a bulldozer that is well past its service life. Anticipated accomplishments, because we still have a few more months to finish them. I want to draw your attention to a few of those. One is we have already participated in the county's effort to meet with the stakeholders, the EMS stakeholders, as they develop an RFP for ambulance transport. We have and continue to do great work with our fuels crew, especially in the Burton Mesa area and now Lompoc Valley up over and through some of the communities up there, and also continue to support the public health efforts for vaccination for the COVID vaccine. We also participate in many county committees, including cannabis. And I think of note, we are one of, in fact, the only department within the county that is using a alternate disputes resolution or a carve-out program for workers' comp. More to come on that, but the outcomes or the results of that have been very promising so far. I want to spend a little bit of time, a couple of slides on our goals and objectives. Again, to provide a competitive bid for ambulance service. We believe that will enhance the level of services to not just the people that call us. I think I mentioned, but about 45 times today, somebody will call us for either emergency medical help or other emergency help. We look forward to that opportunity. We are going to work with, and as I finish presenting to you, I've talked to a couple of you on the Citygate report, and I don't want to get too deep into that because I haven't finished briefing all of you on that. But one thing that we look forward to moving on is a consultant to better identify what our capital needs are specifically, and then a plan to address those in the coming years. That's something that this board has been very interested in as well. We talked about the construction of the fire communication facility as well. Department goals and objectives for 21 and 22 to finish. We want to finish the conversion of the Firehawk by adding that belly tank, and that is about a $800,000 cost, but we believe well worth the investment, and then convert those final stations to ALS. To Ms. Miyasato's efforts and my colleagues on Renew 22, we leave no stone unturned when it comes to dealing with community groups that would like to help the fire department. We get about $1 million a year by interacting with those community groups who say, how can I help? And much of that money this last year has gone towards the Firehawk. We can't think of a better way to use that, especially as fire season becomes more and more year-round. We're doing a lot of our migration of data services online wherever we can. And then as we talked about the green belt earlier, county staff did, we are participating in that. We have also feel like we are retaining employees well, as you can see on our countywide goals. And then very important to develop and are being successful in developing our next leaders within the county. I believe it's my job to develop that the leaders that will replace me. On our performance measures, just a couple quick outlines. There was the number of fires that we find a determination of cause. We don't ever get that as often or as quickly as we want to, but we believe that this year we will have about 80% of those wildland fires with a cause and origin. And then hope as we set a lofty goal for ourselves to be 85. And of course, that is very rarely only our job. It's usually in cooperation with our state, federal, and other local partners. Performance measures, another one I wanted to draw your attention to is, and something that's been brought up here, is the FPC, the Application and System Plan Review. As you can see, our target is 30 business days and plan checks is 20 days. We went from 68% to a target of 80%. We believe we're going to be at 75%. And again, we want to get up to that 80% level next year. No service reductions. And if I could just summarize, and again, thank you for the opportunity to present. We will continue to partner with the local EMS agency to improve EMS. It's so much of what we do in this department. We will continue on our efforts for the regional fire communication facility in partnership with our local cities and districts. We, again, will look to hire a consultant this year after I finish the presentations to you all on a more comprehensive capital improvement plan, and we'll work with General Services, of course, and the CEO's office on that, and then participate in the competitive bid process that we anticipate, based on your action in October of 2019, to come about sometime this calendar year, participate with a competitive bid in that competitive process. And then finish with the belly tank on the Firehawk. As we all strive to serve our fellow human as best that we can, I don't know that anybody is a better role model of that than the one that Mother Teresa left us with. And this struck me because, not just because of her service, but in the way she served. None of us, including me, Mother Teresa says, which I find amazing, ever do great things, but we can all do small things with great love, and together as a county team we can do something wonderful. And I believe in that wholeheartedly, and also believe that it's not just what we do, it's how we do it. So thank you for allowing me to present here in person. It really does feel good to be back and to see you all face to face. Thank you, Supervisor, our Chair Nelson, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief Harwig. Supervisor Hart?
Well, just thank you, Chief. It's great to have you here in person too. It's been a long run, and it's very impressive the things that the department's doing. Major transformative things, big projects, and I look forward to the progress on those during the course of the year. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, well, I think that was quite eloquent. I learned as a teacher many different styles are effective. I really appreciate the work that fire has done on homeless encampments and the fire prevention efforts that came out of the task forces countywide working on that, as well as the work in Burton Mesa with the fuel reduction team. Going forward, as we've discussed, shared public safety is going to be key, and that applies to fire as well. I have been evacuated, I think, 3 times, and we can imagine after this year with, I think it's the worst drought in history, that we're going to have fires all over the state, all over the West, and we may not have the resources here, that we might, especially coming from elsewhere, to help us if we do have a fire. And so I'm really interested in how we partner with community organizations. And I think the fire department is especially effective at doing that. But I know in my role on the Fire Safe Council Board, we sometimes are tripping over ourselves because different entities are applying for the same grants. And it looks like we're the fire department is applying for community education and outreach, Fire Safe Council, UCSB organizations, and it seems to me a bit of a muddle. And our emergency office as well, it's not just fire, but it could be earthquake or other kinds of emergencies. So I know you're supportive of this idea, but I would just like to get reinforcement from my colleagues on the board. I see this as a critical need. It's not a huge expense, but I do think we have to map and have a clearer understanding of who's doing what, so that we show in Santa Barbara County, we have more of a system, a network, rather than a hodgepodge. Again, I think this is critical going forward, given the kinds of crises that we hope to avoid by getting everybody mobilized and prepared and ready ahead of time.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I was the maker of the motion back in 2012 to move the property transfer tax. And I just want to thank the department for being good stewards of the people's money over that time. I think the goal was, as Supervisor Hartman says, we're in a high fire area. And I think this board has made the sacrifice along the years to ensure that our fire department has the resources and all the tools they need to respond and keep the public safe. You did highlight something that is going to be critical moving forward, though, and that is the fact that your capital replacement is going to need a strategy that is beyond our capabilities, just on the board. Maybe if you could just highlight a little bit about, I was shocked when I sat down with you and you told me, I probably have heard this a number of times, but it always escapes me that I think over half the stations are over 50 years old.
Yes, over 10.
And what is the plan? I know we got a consultant's report, but if you could just highlight that for the public.
Yes, and it was really brought to my attention in some of the research I did prior to arriving here, and then was faced with by the board when I got here, which is we have an aging infrastructure, very much like the counties. 10 of our 16 stations are over 50 years old, and 3 of those are over 60. And if we wait another 10 years, it'll be 50, or it'll be 60 and 70. And we have waited, and this last Citygate, I called it dust off because it really was from the 2012 Citygate report, talks again, another survey of how much in need we are of replacing, a true plan, not just how much we need to spend, but where we get the money. And those will be some difficult conversations, but I do believe that it will be part of our responsibility will be to use the revenue we have currently. The question is, and we'll find more about that out through the consultant, but the question is, will we have enough money with that property tax transfer? Will we have enough money even with potential new revenue sources to address those needs, or will we have to look at other things? And so we're prepared to do that, ask the hard questions, and then have the hard discussions here and bring those options to you.
Thank you, Chief Hartwig. Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so happened to have been hiking up by Circle B the other day. So, it's an easy pitch on the Dozier, because that Dozier has seen a lot of fires, not just a lot of mileage clearance, but a decent amount of miles punching through fires. That's you've made some easy pitches. I know this Kuyama station is painful, and I'm sure it sat for a while just because of the total price tag. But I guess this is the year we're going to suck it up and get it done. And I do find your department's service through every one of the crises that we've faced in recent years be a really amazing partnership, and I find it every bit as empowering as I do this quote, because sometimes I feel that it's like we're Sisyphus in shifts, pushing the massive rock uphill, and sometimes it feels disempowering to walk away from a day where you've managed to get that rock one more inch. But I'll put it into context of a woman as holy as Mother Teresa. I find that now a little more cathartic than I.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I wanted to ask you about, and that was, I just heard that the governor's office had proposed some additional funding for CAL FIRE to look at possible increasing fire breaks before fire season. I was wondering if there's any work in Santa Barbara County that was being proposed.
Yes, and thank you for the question. Lots. We have many more projects in both fuels reduction and even fuel breaks than we will have money for. We have a fuels crew now that is busy, except for a short break over the holidays, is busy year round now, just doing that. So when a fire comes, the fire crew is diverted to that, but the fuels crew continues to work. Part of our need is money, and the governor, I'm encouraged by the governor's budget in that it didn't just increase money for suppression, it put a lot of money back to that fuels reduction and that community risk reduction. And so we're hopeful this year that we'll even be able to step up our fuels reduction efforts, including fire breaks, the ones that already even exist here, but maintaining those.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Question about the Firehawk. So when that was brought to the board, it was also, to provide better service to Santa Barbara County, but there was also the opportunity to potentially be a revenue source. Can you talk to the board a little bit about what that looks like for us moving forward?
Yes, so all of our resources are resources that are reimbursed on incidents that are requested. So we will help our neighbors at no cost. We help ourselves at our own costs. But then we rely on reimbursement from the federal and state government for the use of those resources. The amount that we're reimbursed for is directly proportionate to the size of and the capability of the aircraft. And so the Firehawk allows more reimbursement. That reimbursement will never pay for the cost of operating that big machine. Very capable machine, but it will help offset our costs, our annual costs when it comes to providing service to our own county. And so there is a reimbursement mechanism there. I wouldn't call it a huge revenue stream though.
Okay. And so that when it's operating for those fires in Santa Barbara County, or would you see it ever going outside the county into other jurisdictions throughout the state?
Yeah, well, we will always keep something local, and we expect that the Firehawk will stay local because of its capability, but what it will allow us to do is to perhaps send our medium ships, and we have 2 of those out of county, where before we would keep them local, we couldn't afford to lose them. Now we might be able to send one out on an assistance by hire, but probably not for the Firehawk. The Firehawk will stay close and maybe on our borders, maybe in San Luis. It's interestingly enough, we have 5 engines up in San Luis County today on a strike team mutual aid request fighting fire, even this early in the season. But we will leave those and keep those close.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And I just appreciate the discussion about aging infrastructure, but also, there's an expansion of services. I know we're looking at Orchid for potentially a third station, and that, how that fits into the capital improvement plan, as well as the dispatch and a priority that and commitment you've made to my office about closest response, especially representing a unincorporated area that's so closely knit to an incorporated area with boundaries that don't always make sense and resources all throughout our valley. Looking forward to conversations about other opportunities that the department might have in the coming year or two. And so we're really thankful for the work you're doing and the way that the department has been able to tackle some of these unique challenges. With that, I think that concludes fire, unless there's any other questions from my colleagues. Okay, so it's 12:30 at this point. Thank you, Chief Hartwig. It's 12:30 at this point, or almost 12:30. We're going to go ahead and take a half-hour break and try to be back here at as close to 1 as possible. We're a little behind schedule, but we're going to try to make it up in the afternoon. Although I think we have some really important discussions to have, and I know the public is anxiously awaiting to provide public comment on some of the issues that we've discussed so far and that we plan to. So we'll adjourn to lunch and be back at 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. We're going to reconvene the meeting of budget hearing meeting for April 12th. Our next item up is departmental item number 2. We're taking a slight break from the public safety departments to hear item D2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2022 federal legislative funding requests.
Okay, and again, for the general public, thank you for indulging the board as we discuss some important issues of federal funding. And with that, I turn it over to CO.
I'm going to hand this over to Nancy Anderson, and she'll kick it off and introduce the people who'll be presenting.
Thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. This item is regarding fiscal year 2022 federal legislative funding requests, and we're going to start off with a presentation with Jasmine McGinty, our principal analyst from the CEO's office, and we also have Dawn Gilchrist, who'll be assisting with this presentation, who is our federal legislative advocate.
Alrighty, good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. My name is Jasmine McGinty. I'm a principal analyst in the CEO's office, fairly new to the county. So I thank you guys for having me and for being here today. I'm going to kick off our presentation on the fiscal year 2022 federal legislative funding requests. So just with a quick general project overview, this project, we have received, Congressman Carvajal has requested that the county submit projects for consideration for the annual appropriations process. And we're going to talk about 2 different buckets, if you will, today. And one is the community projects as well as the transportation reauthorization bill projects. So from that request, we wanted to identify potential capital projects from the legislative platform to submit for this earmarked funding at the federal level. So this slide kind of talks about the selection process and determining the projects and how we went about selecting that list of projects for consideration. So we looked at the approved 2021 legislative platform to look at the projects that were approved through there. And we also looked at the list of projects from the fiscal year 21-22 CIP Capital Improvement Plan unfunded projects list. We also asked for various input from various departments regarding potential projects that they might see fit the criteria for the earmarked funding. So just a couple of departments that we got input from was Public Works, Community Development, Planning and Development, as well as the County Executive Office. After we looked at this list of projects, we had to identify the criteria for each committee and ensure that each project would fit the criteria. Because we're limited to a submittal of 4 to 5 community projects and 2 to 3 transportation project requests, we had to narrow it down pretty significantly. And we also looked at the estimated cost for each project and screened for that cost threshold. Because the earmarked amount was roughly $500,000 to $1 million. So there was quite a bit that we looked at when we narrowed down the list of projects. And that just kind of shows the screening process that county staff, as in conjunction with our federal legislative advocate, did when we were looking at those projects. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our federal legislative advocate, Dawn Gilchrist, and he's going to talk about the 2 different types of projects, the community funding projects, as well as the transportation reauthorization projects, and show you how we narrowed those projects down, as well as the projects that we selected to potentially submit. So thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Dawn.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair Nelson, members of the board, I'm Don Gilchrist with Thomas Walters and Associates. Always a pleasure to be able to speak to you, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this discussion about your project request. If you could advance to the next slide that says community funding projects. That's fine right there, thank you. I just want to say how indebted I am to the county staff for all the work that they put in when we go through these review processes and putting things together, and even developing this presentation this morning. I'm very thankful for that. And of course, we are talking about the opportunity to request specific project funding. We have two opportunities, as Jasmine said. Before I talk about them, I wanted to clarify something. We've heard a lot in the last week or two about a massive infrastructure package that will be coming through Congress. It's a $2.3 trillion package that President Biden is proposing, and that package is likely to bring a lot of money to the county. However, that is not what we're talking about today. That is not a project request opportunity at this time. So far, it appears that that legislation will distribute money through grant programs that you would apply for or through formula distribution. So the two opportunities we're talking about today are the appropriations bills. There's 12 of them, and there's an opportunity to request community project funding in those 12 appropriations bills, and a separate bill, which is we refer to as the surface transportation reauthorization legislation, and that is primarily transportation projects. I'd like to just discuss some of the parameters that we had around the review of what we were doing. These are only happening on the House side so far, and that means we're working with our local representative, Salud Carbajal. He and his staff have been very, very helpful to us, very responsive. They love the county and know the county very well. They're doing everything they can to help us to be successful in this process. However, they have a lot of ground to cover in their entire congressional district, and they only are going to be given the opportunity to request 10 projects. And there is no guarantee that those projects will actually be funded. And so this means it's a very competitive environment. They would like to do a lot more for us than they will be able to. And so we're paying very close attention to the number of projects that we submit. I've recommended that the county submit 4 to 5 projects in order to have a targeted approach that works well with our partnership with the congressional office. Jasmine mentioned that we expect most earmarks to be in the range of around $500,000. I'm recommending that we target our requests in the range of $500,000 to $1 million to make sure we're being aggressive in what we're asking for, but realizing that funding will be limited, and we have to be able to explain how we would implement a project with limited funding. That means if there's a larger budget than the earmark will cover, can the project be scaled to fit the amount that's enacted, or perhaps there's already non-federal funding that's available for the project. And so that's a big consideration in how we reviewed the projects. We're also looking very carefully at the eligibility, because not every program will be earmarked. Some will and some won't, and we want to make sure we're submitting for programs that will actually work. And finally, this funding is for fiscal year 2022, and they're putting a high premium on getting this money spent quickly. And that means they want to see the projects obligated through the agencies within 12 months, and they want to see them being implemented or constructed very quickly. Can we look at the next slide, please? This slide and the following slide list the projects that we reviewed. The first place I always look when I'm advocating for the county is what's in your legislative platform, and I did a quick review of those projects. There are several in there, and started thinking about whether there would be programs that would work for them. But we also discussed with the county staff the types of projects that might be out there, especially the unfunded projects that are in your capital improvement program. And so we reviewed those and took a look to see if we could match them up. So just as an example of how we did this, there are an opportunity for local transportation priorities. This would be highway, road, bridge, transit type projects. And so we're looking for projects that are in the regional transportation improvement program, because the committee has signaled pretty clearly that they'll give preference to those types of projects. We're looking for projects that could do something with the $500,000 earmark, or explain how you can build the project with less money if needed. And it's got to be obligated within 12 months. We looked at the platform first and noted that the Hollister project is in the platform. And then we had a discussion where I essentially said, thinking about these criteria, are there transportation projects we should be going after that can easily meet these criteria? And so after several conversations, I actually recommended that you not pursue community project funding for transportation projects. I suggested you probably do much better to pursue those projects in the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, which we'll talk about in just a minute. But those projects are larger and would be better suited for transportation projects. And so that was just an example of how we work through the different resources that we have, the CIP, the platform, and discussion back and forth with the county staff to come up with a plan. And so we did that with a similar process for the other projects that you see on the list here. If you could advance to the next slide, these are a few more that didn't fit on the first slide, but especially note the reference to the CIP. That's a pretty important thing. I took a look at it, but I really rely on the county staff to help me navigate that. Another interesting example is the Lower Mission Creek project. This is one that I've worked on for several years. It's in the platform. It's important to our congressional sponsor. It's a program that we've actually spoke to the Appropriations Committee about from time to time, so they're familiar with the project. But at this point, where it is in the Army Corps process, where they're reviewing the project to see if they can tighten up the benefit cost ratio, it's probably not the right time to be pursuing that funding. And this is just an interesting example of how we kind of looked at, is that a project that you want to be requesting funding for? It hurts me deeply not to have that on the list, but it just doesn't seem to be the right time for it. We're hoping that that would be something that we could do next year, maybe. If you just would advance to the next slide, please. These are the projects that we do recommend, that we have suggested would be a good fit. And I'll just go through them with you. The Veterans Building, the seismic and safety upgrades, this came right out of the platform. I think this is a good fit for the Department of Housing and Urban Development program that's called the Economic Development Initiative. There will be quite a few earmarks in this program, I think, and it's a good one to be trying to go after. I think this is an attractive project. I think it's important that it's scalable, because with a request like 1.3 million, we might not get that whole amount. But it's a good project that fits the HUD EDI eligibility. The next project is the Tunnel Road Sewer Extension. The EPA has a program that's called State and Tribal Assistance Grants. It's a program that's designed to fund Safe Drinking Water Act and Clean Water Act projects, and this project fits that very well. I do think the STAG account, the EPA STAG account, is another one of those accounts where there'll be a lot of earmarks, and it'll be a good hunting environment for us to go after funding for this program, for this project. Next was the Lake Kachuma ADA dock. Again, this is one that came right out of the platform. This is one that's a good size request. It's a good fit for the Bureau of Reclamation. It's also something that our local sponsor, congressional sponsor, is very familiar with, and has in fact lobbied for this type of project when he was a member of the board. And so again, we have been in to see the Appropriations Committee about this project several times, and we're hoping that that will be a plus. Lompoc Healthcare Clinic upgrades. The department at HHS, there's a program through the Health Resources and Services Administration that can fund these types of facilities. I think this is a very attractive project. It's a good size, it's scalable, and it'll fit into that program pretty well. And then finally, the facility upgrades for sheltering of mentally ill, frail, and elderly. We targeted this one for the HUD EDI account. It's good size, the right size funding to be requesting. And again, it's a scalable project, and it's a very attractive project. Advance to the next slide, please. Those were the community funding projects that go through the appropriations bill. Now we're going to take another look at the surface transportation reauthorization bill. This is the second opportunity. If you could advance to the next slide. The Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act expired last year, and it was extended through the end of September. So this is something that Congress will definitely be working on. It's an opportunity to fund transportation projects like roads and highways. And our local representative is a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee who will be drafting this. So that's a great asset to us as we go after this funding. These are earmarks that tend to be larger than the ones that we'll see in the appropriations bill. So they probably work a little bit better for highway and road projects. And they can be implemented over a longer period of time. Since the surface transportation bill is a 5-year bill, the committee is more understanding about the fact that it may take multiple years to implement or construct or use the funding. So that makes all those things make it a great opportunity for the county. We identified 3 projects that meet some good criteria. They're in the transportation improvement program, which is important. Hollister came right out of the platform. And I think the 3 requests that we came up with the assistance of the Public Works staff, of course, are the right size for this earmarking opportunity. And if you could just advance to the next slide. This provides a little bit more of the funding detail, including the exact federal share that we would be requesting. And so for the MODOC multi-use paths, we're suggesting $2.9 million request. For the paving farm to market gardens, we're suggesting $3,784,000 request. And for the Hollister project, we're suggesting a $6,776,800 federal request. So that's a very quick overview of the opportunities that are out there and the process they will be through. I, of course, am available to discuss this or answer questions, but I think Jasmine also has a slide.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gilchrist. Jasmine?
Yes, if you could just advance the next slide, please. So thank you, Don, for explaining those projects. I really appreciate that. So with that being said, our recommended actions today, after receiving this presentation on the federal legislative funding requests, is to just review these proposed projects that we plan to submit to Congressman Carvajal's office for both the community project funding as well as the transportation reauthorization bill funding. With each of these projects, project requests, we are also asking for your board to approve and authorize the chair to sign funding request letters for both community project funding as well as the transportation reauthorization bill. We have provided those draft letters for you, and those are essentially letters of support for those projects on behalf of the county. Also, if you would like to provide other direction as appropriate, and of course determine that these above recommendations are not a project under the CEQA Act. So with that being said, both Don and I are available for questions, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. McGinty. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
A couple questions. The first is the paving farm to market corridors. Where is that? The location of the others is clear, but that one wasn't clear. And then once we do this, could you describe the process? What happens next in Washington when we submit these? If you could just in brief describe the process.
The county staff may be able to help me a little bit more with some of the specifics on the project descriptions. The paving farm to market project is in the northern part of the county, and it's one that's in the tip, but it's not one that I've worked on previously, so I can't tell you too much more about that. In terms of the process, is for the annual appropriations bills, we've become accustomed to Congress not enacting those in time to fund the new federal fiscal year on October 1. So the the process tends to run over into the holiday season and occasionally into the following calendar year. I'm optimistic that that won't happen this year, but it's quite possible. So in terms of the steps that get us from here to there, the president is starting to release his budget proposals to Congress. It's a very skinny budget is what we refer to it as, a little bit of information to give an idea of where he's going, but not really the level of detail that we would normally see in a budget submission. And the reason is because it's the first year of a new administration. It's quite common for that to be the case. But what happens is that delays the appropriations process. We really need him to submit his budget so that the House and Senate Appropriations committees can begin to draft their bills. Since this is on the House side, we'll begin to see the results by early summer, I would think, in terms of what is being included in the House bills and what is not. And then after that, it can go in a bunch of different directions as we wait to see what the Senate will do. We hope that the Senate will also agree to designate specific projects in their bills as well, but they have not done that yet. And it's getting a little bit late in the year. So I hope they choose to do that. It would greatly ease the process for these projects if and when they're included in the House bill. So hopefully we'll see projects enacted into law before the end of this year, and then the obligation process would vary from agency to agency as they work through their process to help make the legal agreements that would allow the county to receive and use the funding.
So my question, these go to our Congress member. He also represents SLO County, and so they'll have theirs. Then does his office forward it to the agency or to the Appropriations Committee?
Thank you for that question. That's a very helpful question to explain kind of what we're doing here. And of course, the congressional district that Representative Carbajal represents is the entire county of Santa Barbara, the entire county of SLO County, and part of Ventura County. And so as he seeks to use his 10 requests, he's going to want to cover as much of that territory as he can. And we understand that. And so we appreciate the fact that his staff is working with us to give our projects careful consideration. He will request them. He will submit his request to the Appropriations Committee. The Appropriations Committee will review the requests and take into consideration the eligibility of the projects, the attractiveness of the projects, but there's also, of course, going to be a lot of political dynamics that come to play as they review those project submissions. And then he and we will find out right around the same time when they mark their bill up at the subcommittee level and make the decisions about what projects will be included or not. There's 12 different bills, 12 different subcommittees covering all the discretionary programs in the federal government. And each one has one or two, possibly three programs that they'll be earmarking in.
Thank you, Mr. Gilchrist. I think we have Mr. McAlpin available to answer the question about the farm to market corridors. Mr. McAlpin?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, thank you for the question. Our proposed project for farm to market builds on a previous federal appropriation from the Safety Lieu Act. That was a reauthorization of the transportation bill probably 2 cycles ago. The goal of which is to hit our major rural collectors, both in the Central County and the North County, and for specific locations for this particular proposal to Congressman Carbajal. We're looking at Ocean Avenue west of the city of Lompoc, approximately 2 miles of ocean to finish that, so we'll continue building on what was done in the past. Portion of Brown Road and Bedavia Roads west of the city of Santa Maria, about 2 miles of roadway rehabilitation. Dominion Road, approximately a mile east of the community of Orchid, and then 3 sections that total 3 miles of Fox and Canyon Road. Again, rehabilitation of the existing paved surfaces, and along Fox, and we're also trying to get some additional width on that roadway if we possibly can too, where it makes sense. So hopefully that answers your question, Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin. I just wanted to jump in on that. Just when the Santa Maria Valley, one of the competitive advantages that we have with the bringing our fruits and vegetables to market is our infrastructure. It's an international marketplace when it comes to agricultural these days, and a more developed infrastructure has often kept the United States and California agricultural community in a competitive advantage. And as our PCI does go down, I think it's really an important piece to the puzzle for it, and it definitely has national implications and local implications there. So I'm a big advocate for that, and as I think the rest of the board is. Other questions from my colleagues? I got one more question about the Floridale Bridge piece. It's also on our list of expansion requests. And this would be in lieu, if this got funded, or if we forward this to Congressman Carver Hall, that might not need to fund it at the part of this budget process. And I also should have asked the question earlier during the CEO's presentation about, I didn't know if that was a loan or if that was actually our county contribution to that bridge. Do you mind?
Mr. Chair, I could probably take that question with some help from Don if I don't fill in the blanks. We're using the Highway Bridge Program to construct that bridge. As you know, your board saw an item a few weeks ago on advanced construction. That's the loan until the federal dollars become available. The 993 would be considered a local match. We had put it on the list, and then as we thought about it, the criteria doesn't allow for matching the Highway Bridge Program with other federal dollars. So we had to kind of take it off the list. So it's not eligible, unfortunately, for either the appropriations or the transportation bill.
Okay, thank you for that. I thought there might be some good federal nexus with the Bureau of Prisons there and Vandenberg, but that makes sense. Other questions, thoughts, concerns, board members? Okay, I'm willing to take a motion.
Move we accept staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I think this is great work by our staff, quickly putting this together. Also hearing that there's a need for public support. I hope that all of us can work with our community partners to make sure that there's additional letters, if necessary, to support these projects and move them forward. So, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Oh, sorry. Is there public comment? Madam Clerk, is there public comment?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, I was just confirming we didn't have any late requests to speak, but there are no requests to speak on this item. And I would like to remind the board that we all are in person, so we can skip.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. For the first time in forever, we don't need a roll call.
So I don't even know how to do this. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes carry.
That was liberating.
It was. Thank you, everybody. All right, so that concludes item D2. We're back to item D1, which is the budget considerations or workshop for our public safety departments. And with that, I believe we have probation and Chief Heitman.
Thank you, Chair Nelson and Supervisors. I'm Tanya Heitman, Chief Probation Officer. With me today online are Administrative Deputy Director Damon Fletcher, who oversees our Administrative and Support Division, and Deputy Chiefs Sean Small for Institutions, Holly Benton for Juvenile, and Kim Sheehan for the Adult Division. We appreciate the opportunity to share our proposed budget with you, as well as provide an overview of some of our work. In the coming year, we will continue to balance local and statewide efforts, moving a number of local initiatives forward, while serving as a key stakeholder in statewide reform. As a result of SB 823, the Division of Juvenile Justice, or DJJ, will be closing to intakes on July 1st, and hard closure of its facilities is scheduled for June 30th of 2023. SB 823 realigns these responsibilities to the counties and requires that we develop a plan describing the facilities, programs, placements, services, supervision, and reentry strategies that are needed to provide appropriate rehabilitation and supervision services to these youth. Juvenile legislation continues to be introduced at a furious pace, some of which involves how funds may be spent, the age of youth involved in the juvenile justice system, the length of time youth may be on probation, and generally shifting juvenile justice away from a punitive, compliance-based approach to a model where youth and family engagement, appropriate assessment, and targeted short-term interventions are the best practice. In the adult division, both intentional local expansion efforts and unanticipated implementation of zero bail increased substantially the number of individuals released onto pretrial supervision in the past 14 months. As a reference point, on January 31st, 2020, 195 individuals were being monitored on pretrial supervision. We peaked at 371 in July of 2020 and have been at 300 daily average for the past 6 months. We're projecting the population may increase again due to a recent Supreme Court case decision related to bail. The Humphrey case has clarified that courts must consider a defendant's ability to pay bail in addition to the seriousness of the charges and their prior criminal history when setting a bail amount. Pretrial supervision offers a strong alternative for those with no ability to post bail who may require a level of support and supervision to mitigate their risk factors. The ability to measure what we are doing and how effective it is requires accurate and retrievable data, as well as the ability to share and match that data across numerous otherwise incompatible systems. The department continues to work internally and through the Criminal Justice Data Committee, or the CJDC, to develop technology strategies to improve the quality of data and its efficient use across the justice system. This work enables justice agencies to define how we wish to use data, with whom we share it, and then to overcome obstacles to retrieving and using this data for the benefit of our clients, departments, and community. An example of this includes retrieving and matching data across multiple systems for grant reporting and analysis. Our work has allowed us to elevate sharing arrangements that have historically been conducted in a manual fashion to automated sharing that allows information to be consumed by disparate case management systems. Some of the advances allow for efficiencies, whereas others have opened up opportunities for data dashboards or other information sharing that was not previously available. The Probation Department's proposed operating budget is almost $63.2 million and includes $31.2 million of general fund. We have 321.5 FTEs that represent not just positions, but individuals in a very diverse department. In fact, we have a larger representation of women and people of color in our department than within our community, and approximately 67% of them are sworn peace officers. In order to submit a balanced budget, the department will implement approximately $1.9 million in efficiency-related reductions, resulting in the elimination of 19 positions. This is primarily due to the loss of $2 million as a result of AB 1869, which eliminated adult probation supervision and investigation-related fees. There is $65 million of backfill for the counties included in the state's January budget. However, county-specific allocations are still pending. With the CEO's concurrence, an estimated $650,000 of this backfill has been included in our proposed budget. The department has included $212,000 in anticipated capital projects funding to prepare the juvenile hall to house youth redirected to the county under DJJ realignment. The department has been developing the plan for this implementation and will be presenting it to your board on May 18th. As the program development continues and other funding opportunities become clear, The amount spent for capital needs may be modified. While the current fiscal year has been challenging, the department has had numerous significant accomplishments. After years of multi-agency planning and preparation, the department participated in the first ever virtual National Commission on Correctional Healthcare, or NCHHC, accreditation review. We were found to be 100% compliant on both the essential and important compliance areas, despite only being required to show 80% compliant in the important compliance category. NCCHC is the gold standard in medical accreditation for custodial settings. The department's 100% compliance exemplifies our commitment to this accreditation and dedication to the youth in our care. Despite the challenges of limited face-to-face interaction, we have successfully implemented YES, Youth Empowerment Services, a collaborative diversion effort between Probation, CADA, and UCSB. YES services are funded through a youth reinvestment grant. It's estimated we will serve 800 youth and families through February of 2023. Assessment and services are offered by CADA, and the program takes direct referrals from schools, law enforcement, and probation in order to divert youth with low-level offenses away from the justice system. During the public health crisis, probation officers have assisted with the settlement of over 900 cases for defendants in jail through a review and document signing process, allowing for cases to be resolved and sentencing to proceed. I mention this achievement in particular because it illustrates the fact that probation officers are problem solvers. We recognize that public safety cannot be achieved when the system is not able to process those in custody effectively. Each day, probation staff strive to make the system work better to achieve collaborative success and to improve opportunities for those we serve. The department has 4 main goals. Broadly stated, they are optimize outcomes, build leaders, innovate, and strengthen partnerships. As an example of optimizing outcomes, we have successfully utilized evidence-based risk and needs assessments in both the adult and juvenile divisions. The adult tool has been normed and validated for our community, and the juvenile tool will be as well once it reaches the required 3-year post-implementation mark. In the coming year, the department will complete inter-rater reliability evaluations of these 2 instruments to ensure that they're being used with fidelity. By building leaders, we're working to develop the department of the future. We will ensure 100% of our new managers complete a statewide Managers Leadership Academy program within the first year of their assignment. As an example of innovation, the department anticipates implementing Nexus, a cloud-based software system that empowers officers to consistently implement and measure evidence-based practices for better client outcomes. This project will improve the use of rewards and sanctions which serve to motivate and reinforce treatment engagement, compliance, and improved outcomes, as well as reduce recidivism. Nexus will greatly advance our ability to collect and track meaningful data that assists in workload monitoring and adherence to caseload expectations. Our 4th goal of strengthening partnerships is inclusive of our traditional and non-traditional partners, the community, and our clients, and the working alliance we have with them. When agencies begin to ask youth, all youth, about their sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, or SOGI, their relationships and the youth outcomes improve. The Whole Youth Project, in partnership with Sears Research Policy, provides technical assistance around the development of anti-discrimination and data sharing policies, analyzing compiled information to develop data-driven plans to improve services, assisting with community engagement, and coaching sites to develop a continuum of care that affirms LGBTQ and gender nonconforming or transgender youth. Although initially focused on our youth, we intend to use this technical assistance to transform our work across all of our operations. The department fully achieved the 1% resiliency goal in the current fiscal year and expects to do so again next fiscal year through a combination of both reductions resulting in cost savings as well as the efficient use of staff. The department has identified priority processes or services impacting our clients and our staff that could be automated or placed online to increase access and efficiency. For example, we implemented Corrections One Training Academy to improve oversight of staff compliance with mandated peace officer training and to increase accessibility to on-demand training. The probation department has a culture of continuous improvement and process improvement, which is often initiated at the management level. To enhance this mindset and the associated skills, 15 probation staff in various classifications and assignments will complete the Innovate SBC Process Improvement Academy this fiscal year. This last year, surveys related to our COVID-19 communication and succession planning were conducted within the department. In the coming year, we will develop and implement youth and parent surveys to obtain insight regarding probation services and supervision models, and we will administer similar surveys to our adult reentry clients. We are also exceeding the county benchmark regarding retention of new employees. And as mentioned previously, we anticipate consistently exceeding the county's leadership development benchmark through participation in state-level leadership development programs as well as local efforts. The department has over 35 performance measures. A few that are used to make strategic operational decisions and deploy resources are included here. In the coming year, we hope to refine our performance measures to further align them with our yearly goals and objectives. The elimination of probation fees has resulted in a reduction in collections. However, it's anticipated that the department will collect $800,000 in restitution for victims of crime, as well as $400,000 in fines. Currently, both the court and the probation department receive some level of general fund revenue to perform collections. Many counties operate only one criminal justice collection entity. We've requested assistance from the CEO's staff to explore possibilities for consolidating collections in order to achieve greater efficiencies. The department operates 2 juvenile facilities. Institution staffing is based on multiple factors, including minimum state and federal requirements, safety and security, age, gender, and risk-based classification, supervision best practices, and programming requirements, as well as the needs of a population that fluctuates daily. While the population has trended lower due to our COVID-19 response, the operation of multiple units, including quarantine and isolation units, is necessary, and this, coupled with quarantine and isolation requirements of our staff, has stretched our capacity. But we've successfully mitigated the spread of COVID-19 at both facilities. We anticipate our current staffing level will be required throughout the pandemic as well as after. We recognize some level of population fluctuation is going to occur as bookings increase, but also as a result of recent reforms. We currently have youth in our care for some very serious charges. Most notably, there are 4 youth that are currently being held on murder charges. Additionally, although DJJ realignment does not officially become operational until July, we are already seeing the results of it, with 1 youth being committed to our care for 4 years in lieu of a commitment to DJJ. This will drive a youth population that will have even more diverse and complex needs than we are already accustomed to, and will require changes in our program design to address long-term commitments. On the other end of the spectrum, due to significant internal and system-wide changes, we continue to see a decrease in the number of youth under supervision, decreasing the use of probation violations, resulting in detention, and instead applying targeted interventions in the community, risk assessment, needs identification, and individualized case planning, deeper youth and family engagement, broadening the types of services we contract for in the community, and ensuring they're delivered for successful outcomes with fidelity and are evidence-based or promising practices, as well as offering diversion opportunities, have all contributed to these decreases. Following the statewide ongoing trend, the number of referrals for youthful offenders continues to decrease. Locally, since fiscal year 17-18, we've seen a 29% decrease in misdemeanor referrals and a 5.6% decrease in felony referrals. With the limitations on court appearances, felony adult sentencing investigations have declined significantly. However, with the rollout and expansion of virtual courtrooms, additional probation resources to staff these courtrooms have been needed, providing additional support and information to the courts and justice partners to assist in case resolutions. Adults under supervision began to decline this past year. This is due to COVID-19 impacts coupled with new legislation. AB 1950, limiting the length of probation for many felonies to 2 years and misdemeanors to 1 year. These shorter periods of supervision require an accelerated reentry plan and response to ensure clients are engaged and case plans developed prior to release from custody or immediately following sentencing. With the launch of pilot regional high-risk reentry officers, smaller concentrated caseloads will focus on quickly engaging with individuals following sentencing, connecting them with housing and treatment resources in the community. The pretrial assessment tool is designed to assist in predicting an individual's likelihood to appear at subsequent court hearings and likelihood to recidivate prior to case resolution. It's anticipated that we will meet and exceed the 85% target of using the tool to drive the level of supervision. Due to various community safety concerns, in 12% of cases, the tool was overwritten and defendants were supervised than indicated by the tool. As mentioned earlier, the department has no service level reductions. However, reductions were implemented, resulting in the elimination of 19 positions. The majority of these reductions have been associated with the decreased population in the juvenile and institution divisions. The department has 2 expansion requests. Our professional standards unit has a workload that exceeds the capacity of the assigned staff. While increasing the unit's staffing, shift functions currently conducted by sworn staff to civilians that was highlighted in the KPMG departmental review. Despite the uncertainty of bail reform and the implications of emergency court rules, our pretrial program continues to grow and improve. This fiscal year, the demand for supervision has exceeded staff capacity, resulting in the need to deploy additional staff. As mentioned earlier, we're trending at approximately 300 individuals under supervision at any given time. We have a funded staff capacity to serve approximately 200. To address the gap, we've shifted resources from other functions. Under the current conditions, we've been able to redirect staff without negative impacts. However, as court hearings resume, workload increases allow this to continue. The addition of these 2 positions, staffing capacity continues to increase to meet the caseload need without impacting mandated services. Your probation department continues to be adaptable, resilient, and resourceful. Throughout this last year, we've not only tackled legislative changes, but we've planned proactively for them and have collaborated with our partners in an effort to diminish negative impacts. We've demonstrated our resiliency time and again. We've been able to pivot quickly and efficiently through the use of demand staffing to address unmet needs within the department, the county, and the community, while consistently keeping our highest risk clients as our top priority. We're resourceful and recognize the need to further engage our community and elevate the voices of those we serve. We seek to engage both our youth and adult clients for their input into case planning and deeper levels of family engagement, as well as develop opportunities for formerly justice-involved youth and adults to offer input on services and policies. In closing, I want to acknowledge that it's easy in the present moment, with the pandemic absorbing so much of our time and energy, to focus on only the issues right before us. A saying comes to mind that there comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. I believe that time has come. Robert F. Kennedy said, "The future is not a gift, it's an achievement. Every generation helps make its own future. This is the essential challenge of the present." Thank you for your time, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Heitman. Supervisor Hart.
Yes, Chief Heitman, thank you for the presentation. That was comprehensive as always, and very supportive of your enhancement request, expansion request for pretrial supervision program. That fits very essentially with what we've been talking about earlier today about diversion programs. And I hope you were listening earlier. The district attorney was talking about her interest in establishing a felony diversion program. And one of the preconditions for that she mentioned was the need for there to be new services available from probation that would support felons that were diverted out of the criminal justice system. And I wondered if you had any kind of response to that and what you might be able to offer in that conversation.
Supervisor Hart, through the chair, thank you for that reference to the earlier statement. We would be eager to partner with the district attorney's office on development of further diversion programs. I believe that there is opportunity to pilot a number of different approaches, and if it is specifically for pre-filing individuals, I think that those services could be provided in conjunction with our community partners. If they're post-filing, then it probably will require a little bit more involvement from probation, but it too would need to be in conjunction with community partners. But I believe that there are many individuals that are interested in seeing those expanded, and that if we fall back on some of the evidence-based tools that we have and the research, that we can be sure that we design the program to meet the needs of the target population. And I know we'll be talking a little bit more about diversion shortly, and kind of run through some of the different levels of diversion so that the board and the public can better understand how those decisions are made.
Thank you very much for that generous offer. Appreciate that collaboration. Also, Public Defender Makuga talked about data and transparency and how we could collaborate amongst all the criminal justice partners to provide more transparent information to the public about folks who are going through the system. And one of the things that she actually asked for 3 things. She suggested sharing the data that exists now as a threshold to get going on this effort, and then looking deeper into what data do we need to produce that would fill in the gaps and for information as part of that transparency effort. And then directly inviting the Measures for Justice organization that has created a data dashboard up in Yolo County to help us create a data dashboard for Santa Barbara County that would serve that same purpose, to give people transparent information about folks who are going through the criminal justice system, ways for folks to look more deeply at trends and connections between arrest and ethnicity and racial disparities, and just getting a better sense of who folks are that are in the criminal justice system. And would you support that effort as well?
Thank you, Supervisor Hart, through the chair. The concept of a data dashboard is one that I am particularly interested in and have been advocating for looking at doing at least an initial effort through the CJDC using a data dashboard. I fully support the concept that we not wait until we can have all of the bells and whistles that we might want, but start with what data we currently have and become as transparent as possible with the data that's currently available to us. Through the collaboration at the CJDC, I think it is quite viable for us to initiate a data dashboard fairly quickly with some basic information about who's being supervised on probation, who's in our jail, what types of sentences are occurring, and demographics of those various groups. I know Measures for Justice is even more sophisticated in how they can display the information and have a lot of resources that they could bear on this effort as well, and certainly support having further discussions with them about that. But I do strongly believe we should move forward with the data that we have now and not postpone putting together a data dashboard because I believe we can do that now.
Well, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Heitman. Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Other supervisors? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I hope you were listening when the public defender was here. She said that you were, I think she described it the Cadillac, but I think she meant the Gold Star or Gold Standard. Not the most expensive necessarily, but the high caliber of the data collection that you do. I had a question about your anticipated accomplishments in the 900 cases to date that have been through the jail and your review process. How does that compare the COVID era with earlier times? And what kind of data do you have? And if you could elaborate a little bit, because I really think it's important what data we already have and the quality of that data and what we can do with that data. I think a lot of calls for criminal justice reform are to create more transparency, and I think many of us on the board want to see something concrete come out of the budget cycle in that regard. So I guess what I'm asking is if you could describe again the 900 cases, the kind of data you have, and whether you believe we can be moving forward now across the criminal justice partner organizations and not just probation to create these data dashboards.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. So starting first with the signing effort that I mentioned in the accomplishments. Prior to COVID, the inmates at the jail were transported to court and they saw their attorneys before court, between hearings, during court, and they could review documents in person and sign those documents there while they were at court. The attorneys also had the ability to come to the jail and meet with their clients in person as well and review documents there and have documents signed. Unfortunately, COVID shut all of that down, and we were not and aren't routinely transporting inmates to court. The attorneys are handling the proceedings largely via Zoom, so they don't have the ability to review in person those documents with the inmates. Probation staff, however, were already posted at the jail, so we had the opportunity to offer our assistance to the criminal justice system partners. So what happens is the attorneys or the court can send documents to the probation staff that are housed at the jail. They will print out the documents, take them to the inmate's cell or wherever they might be in the facility, and obtain the hard copies, signatures on them, scan the documents, and get them back to whoever the attorney or the court, whoever is requesting them. That flow of paperwork was really crucial in keeping things going. That if a defendant was going to have a plea agreement, he needed to sign the plea agreement. If he wanted his attorney to look into something on his behalf, he needed to sign releases of information. There's a whole host of documents that kind of log jammed at first because of the process of the change from in-person hearings to the virtual hearings. So the probation staff have assisted with that to allow the court process to keep going. There were a lot of things during the COVID response that are not necessarily things that we normally do or have responsibility for. but we were uniquely positioned to be able to assist with them. So we have done whatever we can to continue the court process as efficiently as possible. We actually also have a pilot or a pilot implementation effort to look at assisting the court with securing signatures electronically. We've been doing the hard copy and scanning and whatnot, but we really would like to go to an electronic signature process. So we're looking at using iPads to assist with that project at the jail as well. So it has to do with the workflow. Those efforts really were not about compiling data or tracking data, although we have kept track of which cases we assisted with, but we weren't doing any type of deep data dive on that. However, we are, through our collaboration with the other partners, able to assist with the data piece in general. There is a matching process now where we can share information between the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department much more efficiently with the court as well. And we're working to assist the Public Defender's Office and the DA into coming into the project as quickly as possible. Be Well has also signed on to the project, and we're hoping to fully integrate them, although that has not happened entirely yet. That is still a focus of the project. So I do believe that in this work with the CJDC that we could offer a substantial increase in the amount of data as long as each of the agencies sign off on the data that's shared. And of course, when we share it publicly on some type of dashboard, there's not any personal information. It will be aggregated to show how many people certain things are happening with, but the names or confidential information would not appear in any type of data dashboard. The court is a full partner with this and has been eager to use the CJDC to help share their data in a way that doesn't deplete their resources. It's an advantage to them to be able to do it through this collaboration as well. So I think we have some great opportunities, yes, to share some increased level of data.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman and Chief Heitman. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, how do you see, as we come out of COVID, just how the Santa Maria Juvenile Hall and Los Prietos Boys Camp are going to change, and what's the vision moving forward there?
So coming out of COVID, is one aspect of it, but the broader aspect of it for me is, trying to envision what this is going to look like as we fold in these various reforms into the juvenile institution programming and classification. As I mentioned, we have one youth that has already been committed to the juvenile hall to 4 years. That was not something that was previously even an option. It wasn't something that was ever contemplated. And the new statute technically doesn't come into effect until July. But this youth being committed is demonstrating that we are going to have to get used to serving a more diverse group of youth and older youth. I believe that young man is 17 now, so he's going to be well into adulthood before his commitment time is over. We have the other 4 youth that are all pending on murder charges. Many of them, if not all of them, may end up being with us until their 25th birthdays. So that dynamic is going to fundamentally change what we need to accomplish within our juvenile hall, and I hope to fold the camp into it as well. The camp program we're anticipating would be able to be used as what I would refer to as a step-down program for a youth that's been in custody for an extended period of time. Before we return them into the community, we would want to have some type of step-down approach to make sure that they're fully prepared to go back into the community as safely as possible. We are working with the other counties on some of these plans, and we do have it scheduled to come to the board. I believe it's on May 18th to provide a full overview of the changes that are happening within our juvenile justice system, but also specifically what that DJJ realignment plan is scheduled to look like. CO Miyasato is also on a statewide committee that's looking at a consortium approach to helping the counties work with these youth. And as part of the consortium approach, we also anticipate that we may be able to partner with some of our other counties to make sure that each youth is getting the best possible services and an array of educational and vocational opportunities that are most appropriate for them. We anticipate that that could mean that some of our youth may be going to an adjacent county to get some services, and that we may need to partner and take youth from other counties in that collaborative fashion. So I really do think that there's a lot of changes coming for our institutions. We already know that we have to continue to increase programming opportunities, treatment opportunities for the youth, and that's requiring us to reconsider how the space there is utilized. So a lot of moving parts right now.
Thank you, Chief Hyman. Thank you, Supervisor Levin. Any other questions? All right, Supervisor Hartman.
Sorry, I did have one more, and this goes to who is in the jail and what their charges, past charges, demographics, North versus South County. Does probation have that information? And do the different justice partners have the same information? Would we get the same reports, or do you collect it differently, and how commensurate is it?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, because of our work with CJDC, we do have the same information. We're actually pulling data directly from the jail management system to look at various issues. I'll give you an example, and this will be discussed a little bit more at when we bring the realignment plan to the board, which I believe is on May 14th. We're doing some work around the demographics, racial equity, looking at the various decision points in the justice system and where the greatest amounts of inequity exist. In order to do that work, we are looking at those individuals in jail and what's happening with them. We're looking at the court information to garner the information about who's being convicted within the county. We're looking at the jail information to see who's being booked. We're looking at the jail information to see who's being released and what types of releases they're having, and then who's on probation and who's going to who's going to prison. So all of those decision points are we're looking at for our racial equity information, and we're using the information directly from the jail management system, directly from the court management system, and for probation system. So we absolutely have accurate, ability to report out on those elements. Of course, any data dashboard that is constructed that is a shared resource and has information flowing from the different case management systems would require approval from each of the department heads whose information is being utilized, as well as there's an expectation with all of our CJDC work that the departments will work together to make sure that we're properly interpreting the data. We've also done work with the Sheriff's Department to help look at those individuals that got released the early days of the pandemic, and did they get rebooked, and what types of things did they get rebooked on? So there is a great deal of collaboration between the probation staff, and the sheriff's staff in analyzing the data and ensuring that we can compare things appropriately.
And I have a follow-up question. It may be better directed to our CEO, but we are discussing a great deal about a data dashboard and not just the systems by which we generate data and analytics, but how we present it. Do we have that adequately addressed in the budget currently?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, as far as resources, we have a set aside that we did, that we've identified based on what departments requested. And what I've said is that doesn't necessarily mean those are the requests that would be fulfilled. We would need some time to review all these things. As Chief Heitman said, the Criminal Justice Data Group has a lot of ability. If we bring in measures for justice, you know, the software that they use to generate those things, those would still all have to be worked out. So there is money setting aside. Is it enough for all of these things? Is it too much? I don't know yet.
Thank you, Chief Heitman. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I'm not seeing any other additional questions. I think that concludes our probation. Thank you, Chief Heitman.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go ahead and move along to Sheriff Brown and the Office of the Sheriff.
Well, thank you, Chair Nelson, and good morning, I should say good afternoon to the other members of the board as well. I'd like to kick off the Sheriff's budget presentation by thanking, first of all, CEO Mona Miyasato, her staff, and my staff for the work that has already been done to develop a proposed budget that allows us to address some very important public safety needs and that does not contain any service level reductions. Let me first present some of the Sheriff's Office key challenges and emerging issues, and then I will turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Hope Vasquez, to walk you through some of the financials. And then Under Sheriff Saul Linver will work on some of the core budget items, and then I'll return at the conclusion of the budget presentation for a wrap-up. There are a number of key challenging issues that the Sheriff's Office is facing and that we are in the midst of in the current fiscal year. These include, obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic and our response to it. I'll have some more specifics for you as we summarize at the end of the budget, but suffice it to say that this pandemic impacted our organization heavily in terms of our employees, in terms of our inmates who are in the jail, and in terms of the service delivery that we've provided to our community. We continue to struggle with a staffing deficit, a structural staffing deficit that we have been dealing with since the Great Recession. And this impacts both patrol and custody operations, and it results in higher than desired use of overtime. Although the one positive aspect of the COVID pandemic was the reduction in the number of people in the jail, the number of staff that didn't have to be filled in when they were away from work through the use of overtime. And we actually saw a reduction in custody-related overtime, but we did see an increase in patrol-related overtime. And much of the overtime that was used in both patrol and in custody, unfortunately, was to fill behind members of our staff who were stricken with COVID-19 and who were either recovering at home or were isolating and quarantining to make sure that they didn't bring the virus to work or into the jail. Another key challenge has been the Northern Branch Jail. We are just right on the verge of finishing it up. But as you know, there have been delays due to a variety of construction and contractor issues, and it now looks as though we will not be able to occupy and open the facility until late summer or early fall. But as soon as the Northern Branch Jail does open, we will step away from one challenge and we'll be tackling another, and that is the project to remodel and repurpose parts of the main jail. We are continuing to seek ways to maintain a lower jail system average daily population. And we will take a closer look at the problems and the challenges of doing this in a special presentation later this afternoon. We've been challenged with, but we have made excellent progress on improving our use of technology and our ability to gather data. And I think we're on the verge of being able to do a much better job of analyzing that data as a result of the budget. And at this stage, at least, the allowance for some data technicians, some human resources that are going to be able to assist us in that endeavor. And our goal is going to be to develop a data unit within the sheriff's office that will leverage some existing employees, some of the new employees, and also to partner with some of our community partners, either at the universities or the colleges, to develop an intern program and also to seek volunteers in the community with expertise in the area that would be interested in coming in and helping us with that endeavor, those endeavors. We also are having to deal with the impact of some changing legislative pieces of legislation on the legislative front that are changing in Sacramento, some of which are really consist of unfunded mandates and present us with challenges for moving forward with our operations and with our budget. And then lastly, we are dealing with a proliferation of dangerous and illegal drugs that have had a very negative impact on safety in our county and that are highlighted by the opioid crisis, by the surge in opioid-related deaths, and which no doubt are contributing to the increase in crime rates that we are seeing, particularly the increase in the 2020 crime rates that we reported on here recently. So those are some of the key issues and challenges that we have been dealing with. And now I'm going to turn this part of the presentation over to the Sheriff's Chief Financial Officer, Hope Vasquez, and she'll be followed by Under Sheriff Saul Lindberg. Hope, take it away.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown. Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and Supervisors. I'm Hope Vasquez, the Chief Financial Officer for the Office of the Sheriff. I'm sorry, next slide. Oh, no, you're right. The budget summary reflects an operating budget increase of $11 million compared to the current fiscal year. Of this total, approximately $1 million of this total is due to the North Branch Jail. The remainder of the increase consists of $5.9 million in increased salaries and benefits, $2.8 million in service and supplies. This is largely due to the introduction of the jail-based competency treatment program, and $1.2 million in increased general liability and information services costs. I will cover the capital budget on the next slide. Next year's general fund contribution reflects a $3.6 million increase from current year to offset the increases in salaries and benefits. The 754 full-time equivalents is an increase of 11.83 over this year. These positions consist of the addition of 4 positions for the continuous quality assurance program in custody, 3 to establish a very much needed data unit, 2.83, which the returning of the Isla Vista Foot Patrol to full funding that was reduced in prior years, and 2, which are additional positions in our narcotics division. A detailed explanation of the expansion request will be covered later in the presentation. Next slide, please. The Sheriff's Office current capital projects include the completion of the updated records management system, which was started this fiscal year, and the purchase of other items funded by grants. The largest item is the purchase of a new patrol boat to be used for our participation in the Operation Stone Gardens grant. The remainder of the purchases are annual replacements of aging capital equipment. I will now turn this over to Under Sheriff Lindberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and Supervisors. I am Under Sheriff Saul Lindberg. We have several members, as mentioned by the Sheriff, of our executive team with us via Zoom. You just heard from our Chief Financial Officer, Hope Vasquez. We also have with us Custody Branch Chief Deputy Vincent Wazalewski for custody matters, Law Enforcement Branch Chief Deputy Bonner for law enforcement issues, and Commander Darren Fotheringham for administrative and support questions. I'm going to be starting off with anticipated accomplishments. We have at the top open North Branch Jail. Maybe I was being a little bit optimistic here, but
You may see this on our next fiscal year's anticipated accomplishments as well. Next would be beginning jail-based competency treatment program, and that is completed and is running. Finalize MOU with the UCPD for Isla Vista Foot Patrol staffing. That MOU has been completed and the staffing is occurring. Purchase and install main jail body scanner. We have purchased the main jail body scanner. We are finishing off right now the installation and the IT aspects of that scanner. Contract with Enterprise Government Lease for portion of Sheriff's vehicle fleet. We have completed that. You voted on it several weeks ago and appreciate that. And we are moving forward and our first group of orders have been placed. Deploy 3 co-response teams to respond to mental illness crisis calls countywide. Those 3 teams are out and handling calls. And the city of Santa Maria and Santa Barbara are also working on teams if they're not already out handling calls. Receive accreditation from the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare, NCCHC. We have had our first set of inspections. There were some minor issues that were identified, and we expect those to be completed by the close of this fiscal year. And then increase online reporting capability. As you know and have heard, we've had online reporting for several years. And during the KPMG audit, we had increased the number of reports, and we will still be looking further to increase those number of reports. Next slide, please. Here's our department goals and objectives. Once the North Branch Jail is completed, is to begin the main jail remodel. We are going to continue to identify opportunities for civilianization. We are currently working with Human Resources downtown to hire an agency chief administrative officer. We are also reviewing our North Branch jail staffing for the feasibility of some civilianization there as well. One of the other objectives is to launch the inmate dog and cat training program. This program will be conducted by representatives of the Humane Society and aim to teach inmates how to re-socialize rescue dogs and prepare them for adoption. They will use a model curriculum adopted by the Humane Society, and inmates who successfully complete the program will receive a certification that they can use to help in future employment opportunities when they are released. Our last objective is to establish a data analysis unit to enhance data-driven decision-making. Next slide, please. This starts our Renew 22. Our first one is rebalance. Then the redesign for the online services, and then the training of employees through Innovate. We've had 8 of our employees go through that process, and we'll attempt to get 20 in for the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. The conducting of a customer service survey, we will have a committee, a member of that committee to work on those surveys. Retention of new employees. As you know, we do lose people in academies and during field training. We have worked very hard to try to keep them within the organization. As an example, if they do not are not a good fit for a law enforcement deputy, we will look at custody deputy, dispatcher, forensic technician, AOP, or any place else within the organization or with the county. 5 of our lost employees that over the past year were deputy sheriff trainees that we lost in the academy. Had they completed the training, or we had found another place within the organization for them, our percentage would be 96%. On the retained for the development of next leaders, I believe COVID hurt us on these numbers at 27%. However, we are working on a team building leadership 3-day program that we receive funding from the state. I'm hoping that I can do that at the end of this fiscal year, possibly the last week of June or next year, and then we will have 100% of our managers who have attended some development training. Next slide, please. These performance measures are new. They've just started this year, and they're the performance measures that we brought out when Assistant CEO Malekian had the various meetings some time ago regarding average daily population and recidivism. The first one is our mental health crisis team, handling over 50%. They handle 54% of the calls. And then we have the crisis training for law enforcement in custody. And then also the bottom one is to review inmate programs and begin one inmate program annually. And we do have an inmate program that will be starting next year called Courage to Change. Next slide, please. The top performance measure you see here is also a new performance measure. The next three you have seen before regarding our response to calls and our handling of 911 calls. Next slide, please. So we have used this slide only one other time in the past 13 years. If you recall, last time I chose to pause on this slide due to its rarity. At this point, I would like to explain that the ability to prevent this slide was due to a very close working relationship that we have developed along with the budgeting members of the CEO's office. Last year, we agreed to meet monthly so that topics could be addressed in a timely manner. This allowed us to add transparency to our operational and fiscal needs and discuss these issues in real time with the CEO's office. We began this partnership with Assistant CEO Jeff Ratwell and Budget Division Chief Paul Clemente. As Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson and Fiscal Policy Analyst Rachel Littman stepped in, the relationship continued and flourished as we got closer to this workshop. As the Undersheriff, I am responsible for the day-to-day operations to include budgeting issues along with our CFO. I would like to publicly commend and express my gratefulness to those members of the CEO's office I mentioned, as well as the leadership of CEO Miyasato. The willingness for the budget members of the CEO's office to set aside this time with us is a wonderful example of one county, one future. I pledge to do everything I can to continue and even strengthen this very worthwhile and valuable partnership. Next slide, please. If you recall, we've been coming to these workshops for the past few years asking for funding of a replacement data center. During one of our monthly meetings that I addressed earlier with the CEO's office, we had our IT manager present the details to the status of our data center. That meeting generated discussion and an agreement where the CEO's office will fund the data center, and we have agreed to use our funds to pay for the redundant data center. This request is to set aside money, so when the data center ages and needs replacement in 5 years or so, we have the needed funds. The next item, as we have asked for in the past and recently identified by KPMG, we are asking for a data analyst. This position will be used in various aspects of our agency to include discovery. As has been mentioned several times today, the need to share the data is paramount. There have been multiple times where we have had requests from other county departments, the CEO's office, or members of the Board of Supervisors, and it has taken a long time for us to gather the data. This dovetails very well with the other requests you have heard, especially the DA's office requests for discovery clerks. This analyst will increase our ability to get complete cases to the district attorney's office quickly to help resolve cases. I will now ask Chief Deputy Bonner to speak on the next two expansion items.
Good afternoon. So with regard to the expansion of the cannabis compliance team, as an integral component of the county's overall oversight program for the legal cannabis industry, during the past 2.5 years, your sheriff's cannabis compliance team has spent thousands of hours conducting over 80 extensive investigations and enforcement operations throughout the county, all of which were aimed at shutting down illegal cannabis operators and discouraging future illegal operations, while simultaneously encouraging movement toward legal operation. In evaluating the performance of the sheriff's cannabis compliance team over the past couple of years, it is apparent that they are not able to effectively fully meet the county's need for simultaneous enforcement, compliance, and licensing, and that additional resources are needed. In 2020 alone, the team missed the opportunity to conduct enforcement against 21 suspected illegal cultivation operations, as well as dozens of illegal delivery services operating within the county. Additionally, the number of legal applicants for our county is expanding, At present, there are 13 fully licensed operators, and there are 44 additional prospective operators that are pending within the process. Given the current staffing constraints, the Sheriff's Cannabis Compliance Team is forced to artificially choose between their enforcement, compliance, and licensing functions. And to date, the number and size of illegal operations within our county has necessitated a primary focus on enforcement investigations and operations. Our county has a significant need for expanded capabilities surrounding ongoing compliance with laws and ordinances addressing legal cannabis operators. This lack of compliance and licensing-focused resources may contribute to an underreporting of cannabis revenues within the county. As an example, it appears that for the second quarter of fiscal year 2021, that there were 108 legal cannabis operators in our county, and that more than 50% of those operators either reported zero gross receipts during the quarter or did not bother reporting at all. Given sufficient resources, the Cannabis Compliance Team would be able to provide appropriate and needed emphasis toward ensuring that legal cannabis operators are accurately reporting their revenues to the county. Furthermore, at this point, there are over 174 cannabis industry land use applications that have been submitted to planning and development. The proposed additional Cannabis Compliance Team resources will also help reduce licensing delays surrounding plan review and site security inspections. Currently, our involvement within the licensing process is forcing a slowdown within our enforcement and compliance efforts. The single Cannabis Compliance Team resource that is presently available cannot simultaneously do both efficiently or effectively. This proposed expansion would create a second Cannabis Compliance Team comprised of 4 detectives, a supervisor, and an administrative office professional, and will provide the capability and flexibility for concurrent and balanced enforcement, compliance, and licensing functions. This balanced effort is a critical component of discouraging illegal cannabis operations, encouraging movement toward legal operation, and ongoing compliance with the laws and regulations that support the legal cannabis industry within our county. So with regard to body-worn cameras, they're commonly referred to as BWCs, and they are an incredibly important tool that will greatly assist in the provision of effective and transparent policing services within our communities. They enhance our individual and collective ability to objectively document our work and our interactions with community members. The call for universal use of BWCs really came to light during the 2015 President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. And there has been a sustained societal interest and demand over the past 6 years to equip our deputies and our officers with BWCs. Researchers that have studied agencies such as the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and others have found evidence indicating that the mandated use of BWCs can potentially lower the number of use of force incidents and the number of complaints against deputies. And it also increases efficiency within downstream criminal justice processes, such as criminal prosecution and civil liability defense. Unfortunately, BWCs share a lot in common with inkjet printers. The real challenge isn't in the purchase of the printer, it's the ongoing cost of those ink cartridges. Or in the case of BWCs, it is the ongoing cost of data storage, licensing, system management, and maintenance. To date, these somewhat hidden ongoing costs have prevented us from expanding our use of BWCs beyond a pilot project that involved deputies from the Isla Vista Foot Patrol and several other select positions. With this expansion request, we are requesting ongoing funding to cover the annual licensing and data storage costs and the addition of a CSS position to manage the project. Should that occur, the Sheriff's Office is prepared to designate $130,000 of its current funding to cover the upfront costs of purchasing 135 body-worn cameras and necessary accessories. Beyond being something that is called for by community leaders and policing leaders, our rank and file deputies want body-worn cameras. They absolutely see and understand the value of BWCs in their day-to-day work. And I believe that you're going to be hearing from the Deputy Sheriff's Association expressing their concurrence with the need to issue body-worn cameras to all deputies that have direct interaction with our community members. And with that, I believe I'll turn this over to Sheriff Brown.
Thank you, Chief Bonner. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen of the board, let me summarize some of the ongoing challenges and take a look to the future. First of all, we recognize the continuing fiscal challenges that face this county, the CEO, and you, the Board of Supervisors, as well as we in the Sheriff's Office, as we face the future. We are committed to the Renew 22 program, and as you've heard, we identified 6 items in this budget presentation that underscore our commitment to that program. We are also guided in all that we do by our 5 core values: integrity, caring, courage, fairness, and service. That's what we're about. And although we have many ongoing challenges, we will continue to be guided by those principles. The ongoing challenges include some that I spoke of at the beginning of this presentation. First of all, the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact. Pandemic, which is not over yet, hit our agency hard, but in partnership with our public health department and with our contract correctional healthcare provider, WellPath, we quickly took steps to mitigate and to protect our staff, as well as the jail and those who are in the jail in our care. When 2 outbreaks of the virus did occur in our jail, we moved quickly and successfully to contain them. And as I said, this public health emergency is not yet over, and we will be continuing our efforts to deal with it and to defend against it. The next item is the main jail facility repurpose and remodel. As we get closer to the opening of the Northern Branch Jail, we recognize that we are about to embark on the new challenge of remodeling, refurbishing, and repurposing parts of the existing main jail. In addition to the costs involved, and unlike the building of the new Northern Branch Jail on an empty lot, this project will significantly disrupt our existing operations in the South jail operations, and it will permanently reduce the number of existing rated beds, which further exacerbates and impacts our jail capacity and staffing requirements. The next item is the ongoing issue of technology and technology improvements. I'm pleased to say that we had a good year in this arena, and we have either recently upgraded, are in the midst of upgrading, or will soon upgrade all 3 of our major technology systems. And that includes our computer-aided dispatch system, the jail management system, and the records management system. And as you've heard, we have plans to replace our data center, which is long overdue, and have developed a plan to continue putting funds aside so that when it's time to replace it the next time, we don't have a significant $800,000 or $900,000 item to have to deal with. We're also planning major improvements in the area of data analysis. Our plan is to develop a data team that will combine some new and existing staff resources and will seek help from the community, as I said, in the form of student interns and or volunteers. This will allow us to better extract, analyze, and incorporate a wide range of data in our day-to-day management of our organization, in our collaborative efforts with our criminal justice partners, and will allow us to have better information that will fold into our more strategic decision-making. And lastly, the same item that was on the list of at the beginning of this is the ongoing opioid abuse and addiction crisis and the problem of illicit drugs generally. This challenge is one that transcends all racial and socioeconomic spectrums, and it's one of the most vexing and perplexing issues that we face in our community. Sadly, our streets and our neighborhoods are awash with illicit drugs, including methamphetamine, cocaine, and illegally grown and sold marijuana, and we are experiencing a frightening impact from the growing misuse of opioids in our community. That includes illicit opioids like heroin and legal opioids that are prescribed legitimately, but then abused either by those who they are prescribed to or people to whom they are given. This is a national problem, but it is having a devastating local impact. Last year, we had 114 opioid-related overdose deaths in Santa Barbara County. That's the highest number that has ever been recorded in our community. And consider this, in addition to those 114 opioid deaths, members of the sheriff's office utilized Narcan in the field and deployed it 26 times, thereby saving from death 26 others who would have been added to that toll. That's not including all of the times that it was employed by EMS, fire agencies, other agencies, and emergency rooms across the county during the past year. We are concerned that illicit drugs are a significant factor in increasing violent and certain property crimes that are occurring in our communities. This past year, we seized huge quantities of drugs, including a Ponga boat that was laden with more than 3,000 pounds of smuggled methamphetamine. This was the largest drug seizure in our county's history, and it was the second largest seizure of meth in the nation's history. But we suspect that we are only scratching the surface of this problem through our enforcement efforts. That's likely because of a confluence of a huge and readily available supply of illegal drugs, a significant reduction in enforcement resources, both at the national, state, and local level, and the effects of decriminalization of drug laws, which have diminished the ability of the drug courts as well as incentives for people who are addicted to enroll in programs that will help them conquer their addictions. All of these challenges spell trouble for our agency and for our county if we do not collectively and adequately address them. And that is why we have chosen to end our presentation today with a relevant quote from Norman Cousins, the renowned American political journalist, author, professor, and world peace advocate, who said, "Wisdom consists of the anticipation of consequences." And consequences, of course, can be good or bad, but they must be predicted and they must be thought through before important or risky decisions are made. And although historically we in the Sheriff's Office have made great strides in protecting and providing for the people of Santa Barbara County the highest level of public safety service possible, given our resources, we must anticipate and we must do all that we can to avoid the negative consequences that we will surely reap if we do not anticipate and properly address issues in the present and prepare for the issues that will give us challenges in the future. I thank you for your attention and for your continuing support of the Sheriff's Office. My staff and I are available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown. Questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Hartman, and then Supervisor Hart.
Sure, I'll start off. Performance measures, slide 9, the 50% for of 911 calls for mental distress. Why 50%? Why isn't it higher, the target?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. The reality is that we, although we are on the cutting edge of using our co-response teams, we have 3 that are essentially county-sponsored teams, and we also have 2 additional ones that are either online or one is about to come online that are partnerships between cities, the cities of Santa Barbara and Santa Maria, and our behavioral wellness department. But nevertheless, we don't have enough coverage for 24/7 operations. And so what we do is we take a look at the historic number of calls to 911 for mentally ill people who are in crisis, and then we attempt to divide our resources up in such a way and schedule them in such a way that they will address as many of those crises as possible. But many others occur on days that the crisis response teams are either not working or on days that are during hours of days that they are working where they're not present. And so in order to address those issues, we have embarked on an effort to train our staff. Indeed, we have trained all of our law enforcement deputies, our custody deputies, and our dispatchers in the basic 8-hour CIT, Crisis Intervention Training course. And we are also working to train more and more people in a 40-hour course. We have a goal of getting 30% of our people trained in this next year in that endeavor. And we want to make sure that we have crisis-trained deputies who can work with mobile crisis clinicians during those times when the crisis response team is not available.
And we had one that was a pilot, then we got a grant, added 2 more teams. Are they fully staffed and operating, and how many calls do they respond to? How many mental health calls do you get a year?
Yes, well, they are staffed from the standpoint that they have an assigned deputy and an assigned mental health clinician to those teams. And there have been periods of time where they have not, where the people who are assigned have been either ill or injured or not able to be there. And we do our best, and the behavioral wellness department does our best to fill in behind them. But we will even operate if just the sheriff's deputies who are CIT trained on the team will respond, even if they happen to be alone for a particular day. But in terms of the numbers, I'm not sure if Saul or the undersheriff or the chief deputy maybe has those numbers at their fingertips. I do not have them.
Sure, at some point, just what percentage are mental health calls? I'd be curious to know, or drug and mental health, and that could happen some other time.
Do you mean how many of our overall calls? Or
Yes, what percentage? The other question I had about performance measures has to do with electronic monitoring, and the 41.6%. Why is that so low on slide 10? I would have thought it would have gone up in a COVID era, so I'm just puzzled by that number.
I'm going to give you the short answer, and then I'm going to ask Chief Wazlewski, our Chief Deputy in charge of custody, to follow up on that. But the reality is the changing nature of the inmates who we do have in our custody and the suitability that they have for electronic monitoring release is impacting that, or has impacted that. And then also in terms of many in the past who we would put on electronic monitoring volunteered to do that to be released early. But we have now some inmates who choose not to do that because if they are released early, they'll be under supervision. And if they stay in jail for a relatively short amount of time, they know they're likely to be released as a result of our capacity releases, our early releases, and they can end up not having a supervision element attached to them once they are out. So there have been fewer volunteers for not only our electronic monitoring program, but also for our sheriff's work alternative program as well. But I'll ask Chief Wazlewski to put some more meat on that answer.
Thank you, Sheriff. Yes, and there's, I think the biggest issue is that our locally sentenced inmates, the population has gone way down simply because the courts spin back up and we get more and more locally sentenced inmates. That number will go up.
Thank you. A couple more questions. The sheriff, what does the sheriff's office do in terms of electronic discovery? I'm interested in that because it's a way, I would think, to make the system work more efficiently, make the process move more quickly.
Sure, and we do play a role in that. I think I'll ask Commander Fotheringham if he would address that.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Hartman, through the board or through the chair. We currently do discovery two ways. We do everything that will fit electronically through our current file sharing methods. We submit it electronically to the district attorney's office in an email system. And then our very large files that we are unable to go through that system, then we either copy them to a drive and take that to the DA's office, physically carry it, or to a DVD and take that physically to them. And we are currently working on a project for a CJIS compliant, which would be compliant with all of the evidentiary requirements for courts, where we'd be able to do a Dropbox type of system, not necessarily box, but a Dropbox type of electronic system.
So you're working on that now. Is that reflected in your budget requests, or is it incorporated into your current budget so it doesn't need an expansion request?
That is a current project that we're working on with the district attorney's office and the public defender's office. I do not believe we have a specific cost associated with that at this time.
However, Chair Hartman, I will add this, and that is that the body-worn camera request includes in it a technician that would be responsible for downloading all of the body camera footage that's received, as well as our existing car-based videos, and uploading those to a cloud type server or to the cloud, and then would be the person that would be responsible for gathering the appropriate videos and evidence and providing it to the district attorney. So that is an expansion request that directly does address the digital transfer of data and evidence to the district attorney's office.
Beyond that, so that position would be beyond simply the vehicle and body cams?
It would be devoted to the body camera and the vehicle
Only, okay. How many
which would be the bulk of the video and digital type evidence that we would be providing them with.
And how many body cams and vehicle cameras do we currently have? You mentioned that it was just a pilot for the body cams. So how are we getting more, and how much work is that for the new person to do if you get that?
Well, right now, every one of our patrol vehicles has a camera system in it. And so it's on the order of 50 some vehicles, I believe, that are actually equipped with video camera systems, and which are downloaded to our existing servers. And then those are videos that right now we have a much more labor-intensive process of getting them and passing them on to the district attorney than we will have if we get this body-worn camera expansion item, as well as the person who will help sort those videos out and get them to the DA through the cloud, instead of through a transfer of a drive or a DVD. As far as our body cameras, I don't know the exact number. I'm going to say it's about 18 to 20, and correct me if I'm wrong on that to anyone, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood. And those were cameras that we purchased for the Isla Vista Foot Patrol. And then in addition to that, a number of our staff have purchased their own body cameras, and they utilize their own, which we have heretofore allowed them to download onto our server system. But there are concerns about capacity limits, about compatibility, and it's not the same as if we have a system that is uniform and that automatically, the new system would automatically download those videos when the deputy comes into the station. And this is something that already our vehicle-based video cameras do. They automatically download those videos when the car is returned to the station. But we are looking for a system that will allow an automated downloading so that it will become a much more efficient and effective way of doing that business.
And this is my final question, and it goes back to discovery. If you were to look at a 100% pie chart, what percentage of different kinds of discovery materials, how would you categorize them, and what percentage have to be shared?
That's calling for a swag, I guess, on our part. I'm gonna see if one of my staff would like to take that. I want to see if perhaps Commander Fotheringham might have an idea of what the breakdown would be in terms of that data.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, to confirm if your question is on a case, how much do we have to provide? The short answer to that one is on a particular case, we have to provide everything that we have on it, which would be all written reports, which for quantity, easily compacted for electronic files, but all reports, citations, and associated other reports all have to go together. And then electronic media, that is definitely growing. For instance, our in-car videos now have cameras to the front and back, which is high definition. If your question is for the total amount of body cam or patrol car footage, it would just be an educated guess, at least 25 to 35%. Ultimately would have to be sent in as some type of discovery between traffic and criminal violations. And that hopefully answers your question.
Well, thanks for taking a stab at it. I think what I'm trying to get at is a lot of the body cam and vehicle cam, I assume, is noise. I mean, most of it isn't really relevant to the case. Maybe a short snippet of it would be. The reports, citations, and all of that seems to me far more critical. And I'm just trying to understand how the resources are allocated for discovery. Is the money going to the analyst and to the what's most helpful, and making this process as efficient as can be? And so that's what's underlying my question.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. We actually have to provide all of it, as you said. It may be a very small snippet of the footage that is ultimately relevant. However, through the discovery and legal process, all of the footage has to be provided, and that isn't just necessarily the footage from that particular deputy's in car. It would be any car, any of our in-car videos that were there. So that's part of this technician's duties, is to mine the data archive and identify any and all footage of that incident and ensure that it gets submitted with discovery, in addition to third-party cover our video, which would be the Ring cameras and all those other types. So it is all the video has to go and all the audio recordings have to go.
So I'm sorry, just to close this in my own mind. So the plan for digital discovery focuses mainly on the cameras. I mean, do we need efficiencies in the other areas that you described?
Chair Hartman, there are really in many ways, two separate issues. There's a focus on looking at a collaborative effort to do data sharing, to do report sharing, to do a system that would allow for some of the non-video type evidence to be shared. And again, we've made some strides in terms of being able to automate and capture our reports, for example, and are able to transfer those in a much easier way than we did in years gone by, where we had to, make photocopies of reports and physically pass them to the DA's office. I think what we're looking at in the future is to try to come up with a system that would allow for the distribution of evidence, including written evidence, including videos, including certain other digital evidence, crime scene photographs, that sort of thing, to be able to share those via the cloud, and to do it in an efficient way where we didn't have to pull it out of a database, make a copy of it, send it, and then they would have to make a copy of it and scan it back into their system and so forth. So that I think is the focus and the discussion on what we're looking to try to do collectively in the criminal justice arena here in the county.
So, final question. So you're developing a plan that you could share with the board on that?
It hasn't been developed yet, but it's something that we're in discussions with. In terms of, if you'll recall, it was mentioned back when former Undersheriff Malekian was leading the criminal justice group and was identified, and the current group that's being put together and facilitated by retired Judge Ellsworth. I'm certain this is something that will be looked at in terms of a mutual endeavor between criminal justice agencies. The body-worn camera element of it is one component of it, but a very important component because it is the most labor-intensive for the sheriff's office, at least, of us trying to get that data and identify it and get it into a medium that we can deliver it to the district attorney's office, and then ultimately it's shared with the public defender through that process as well.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to express my thanks and congratulations again on the co-response unit. It's an extraordinarily successful effort in collaboration with the Department of Behavioral Wellness, and I don't think it can be said enough that how important that is. I also want to thank you too for the very high standards that you're shooting for in terms of training of deputies, the crisis intervention training, 85% of the custody deputies and 30% of law enforcement deputies. I'm sure you want to increase that deputy crisis intervention training as resources and time allows, but those are both really important things. Also, you're stepping forward with your own support, or own financial support for a portion of the data analysis unit. You mentioned that previously to the board. I want to thank you for that. Did I understand correctly when Supervisor Hartman was talking about the body-worn camera evidence technicians? That's not a sworn position. That's a technician. Is that right?
That's correct, Supervisor Hart. It would be a civilian position.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to the cannabis enforcement team, and one of the jobs that they're proposing to do to be assisting in the cannabis business license compliance process, is that really the best use of sworn deputies, or is that something that could be done, with technicians?
Well, the actual issuing of the licenses could certainly be done by civilian staff and perhaps, people that aren't even in the sheriff's office. But the actual investigation that's required of people who are applying for licenses is something that we need to have an investigative background in terms of conducting those background investigations. And then perhaps more importantly is the inspections process that needs to occur before and on an ongoing basis with those entities that are licensed. We have unfortunately had a number of instances where legally licensed operators are operating illegally. And it's incumbent on those legitimate operators who are playing by all of the rules to make sure that they don't have unfair competition from people, either in the form of exclusively illicit operations or operations that operate under the umbrella of a license but are not adhering to the requirements of the laws and so forth. And that's really where there's a need for another law enforcement team to be able to assist in that. And this team would also have the flexibility of being able to assist the other team whose primary role would be in the enforcement of cannabis-related laws, again, for both illicit and for illegally operating licensed operators.
Well, I just would caution that, that's a significant investment, and, want to make sure that we're breaking up the responsibilities and having the right people in the right level of expertise and skill doing the elements, because it's a not insignificant expense. The other question I had to do with the collaborative digital evidence effort that you mentioned. Judge Ellsworth is going to help collaborate, and want to congratulate you on that. I think that is really encouraging to see that kind of willingness to share data and to work together. There's obvious cost efficiencies that can come from that approach, and I hope that is a consistent approach from all of the participants in the criminal justice partnership. To that point, previously today, I hope you heard, we've had a lot of conversations about sharing data with the public and the transparency of making information about who's in the jail and who's being prosecuted for what crimes and a variety of other things, much more transparent for the public so they can understand the system and they can understand the questions to ask. And so we've had different answers from different departments about their willingness to participate in that. Would you mind sharing your view about, sharing data that exists through a data dashboard in a transparent way to the public? Is that something that you could agree to? And then could you be part of the effort to determine what additional data that we might need to produce to make that even more complete? But, and I'd like to understand your view about, what level of data you need to share with the public now. And then very specifically, the public defender suggested inviting the Measures for Justice folks that have helped Yolo County's district attorney create a data dashboard. And I know Chief Heitman suggested we might be able to do something on our own, but that's another way to get there quicker. So your views and thoughts about that.
Sure. Well, thank you, Supervisor Hart, through the chair. First of all, I just want to begin by saying that the Sheriff's Office is an extremely transparent law enforcement agency. We were early adopters of the in-car video systems that we had just been talking about. And as you are aware, it's not just this year that we've been asking for body-worn cameras. We've been seeking the body-worn camera assets for our staff for many years now. We do share our crime rates and we share our use of force information with the media, with the public, and we post those statistics on our website as well. With that in mind, and assuming that we're going to be in a position to have additional resources that can help us not just gather data, but extract it from our technology systems and analyze it. And I'll just at least touch upon the concerns that DA Dudley had. We want to make sure that the data is accurate. Assuming that those two elements are there, then yes, I can tell you that we in the Sheriff's Office will be glad to work with our partners and collaborate with our partners in sharing data and in posting data. As far as the Justice group that you mentioned, I do not know anything about them. I'm assuming that if Yolo County is using them, they're a legitimate organization, and I certainly would like to see what their track record is and what they're all about. But conceptually, you can be assured that we would be on board to join a collaborative effort like that.
Well, thanks, Sheriff Brown, for that. That's very encouraging, and I think the public will be excited to see that as soon as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I was just going to chime in that the DA that has presided over this is going to be the incoming president of the statewide District Attorneys Association. So this isn't like some marginal figure. And his, his predecessor as the president is Greg Totten, the current president, who praised the move. And Greg Totten's not exactly like a flaming socialist do-gooder. So, I think this is common sense, stuff to do. My question on the cannabis enforcement team, I want to have adequate enforcement. That's an imperative to me. But I just want to make sure that a calculation is made on how much the team would get back in permit revenue. If they are doing permitting purposes, there should be a recoup of that permitting portion in the fees charged to applicants. And I want to make sure marijuana businesses are paying their fair share and paying those fees. So I want to make sure that that's part of the calculation. So at some point, knowing whether that's inclusive of the money that would come back from permitting or not inclusive would be useful for my calculations.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff Brown, we don't have this isn't the regular budget book, so I don't have access to the whole D pages that breaks down the entire department. So I was just curious, how many, do we have like a specific drug enforcement team or drug detectives, or how's that broken down inside the department?
We do. We have a team that is based in our criminal investigation division, and it's within the Special Investigations Bureau. And it is a team that is led by a sergeant, and it consists of 6 people, including the sergeant. And that team is the only remaining team. We used to have 2 of those teams in the county, one north and one south. And due to the budget impacts of the Great Recession and the reductions that we had to bear as a result of that, we reduced that down to 1 team. And we're in a particularly difficult time with respect to narcotics investigation and enforcement, because our colleagues throughout the county and indeed throughout the state and throughout the nation are also have also suffered as a result of cutbacks. We have several agencies in the county that no longer have a dedicated narcotics investigation team. We used to have in our county a regional narcotics team that was focused on major dealers and who was tasked with trying to intercept large quantities of drugs that were headed for Santa Barbara County. That team was led by a state Bureau of Narcotic Enforcement supervisor, and the various larger law enforcement agencies in the county would essentially TDY an employee to that team, and they had an investigative team, and the state provided a number of assets, and we got some grant funding, and we did great work with that team. But unfortunately, that has gone the wayside, as have most of the task forces like it that were throughout the state. At one time, there were over 25 such task forces throughout the state, and I think now there are less than 10 of those. So it just goes to show you that these resources have dwindled. Federally, the federal government's resources, both through the Drug Enforcement Administration and through the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that had large presence in drug enforcement operations, have also suffered from either cutbacks or from restructuring and reassignment of staff to different investigative functions. And the net result of all of that is a substantial decrease in overall enforcement resources in Santa Barbara County compared to where we were. I think I can safely say that we are at the lowest level that we have been since I have been working in this county since 1995. The present number of resources that we have are at the lowest level since that time.
Okay. So one of the reasons why I asked that question is just that, I mean, you put out a very sobering statistic with 114 opioid deaths. And I think you said your officer saved another 20 something. Honestly, I'd rather take the money that you asked for cannabis compliance team expansion, where we have 0 deaths. And if that's really, if those numbers are accurate with opioids, I mean, as my personal leanings would be to, somehow go back to the narcotics team. But I guess that'll be for another discussion. But because one of the other questions, I think CEO Miyasato wanted to weigh in on that as well.
Yes, please.
Supervisors, through the chair, I think just to note, and I think the sheriff might have said it, or I know that Paul Clementi said it at the beginning of our presentation. The sheriff is planning, with revenue that he's received, to add 2 FTE for narcotics detectives. Is that right, Mr. Clementi? So you haven't seen it on here because he's able to do that within revenue he's received from his budget. I think he's pointing out there is a larger problem, but I just want to make sure the board's aware of that.
Oh, okay. That's nice to know. Then I guess the other question I had then was about something Mr. Bonner had mentioned, and if I heard it correctly, it was that part of the duties of the cannabis compliance new people would be that they would help ensure that we're actually reporting and collecting the tax. And every time this issue comes up, I always feel like, to me, that's Harry Hagan's job. And I sent him a quick text to find out, like, if he was watching, but he wasn't. But I know when others have tried to venture into that area, it hasn't gone well. So I don't think that is something that they would be able to do. And even if it is, I think I'm looking long-term. Maybe the way that we collect the tax, we could change the way we collect the tax to make it so that there are less loopholes without having to have another 5 or 6 people attached to that. So I'm very concerned what you had mentioned about opioid deaths. It sounds like you're adding another 2. I'm sure we would like to add more than that, but that does clear up that issue for me.
Supervisor Levignino, if I could just piggyback on there, and this can be clarified by Chief Bonner, but I think what the chief was referring to is not so much that this team would be out there actually collecting the checks, but would be providing the enforcement and would do the inspection process, which would reveal the extent of the grow and the extent of the product that was being produced, and that information could then be used to determine whether or not a given entity was paying their fair share of taxes. But Craig, do you have anything else you'd like to add to that?
That's absolutely spot on. We are not involved in tax collection in any way. However, if we are doing our job properly as it relates to compliance checks, it will identify problem areas where we can work with the other partners within the county's overall program to address that. But again, we do not collect taxes.
Okay, thank you.
And then one last thing, if I could just add, and that is that the reason that we asked for this in the form of the compliance for the team, for the cannabis team, is essentially because of the potential for it being funded through cannabis dollars and not through the impact that it would have on general fund revenues, which always seem to be scarce in at the present and as we move forward. But since there is an available surplus of cannabis tax that has been collected, it was thought that it would make more sense to fund a team like that through that tax, and that team would be leveraging the resources that the cannabis enforcement unit has. And again, that unit is not exclusively targeted on legal cannabis growing. It looks for illicit cannabis smuggling, illicit cannabis sales, illicit cannabis business ventures, which imperil the legitimacy and the profitability of legitimate cannabis operators. And so even that team, even though it would be under the label of the cannabis team, it would also have an impact and help us with overall drug enforcement efforts throughout the county.
And I want to say, I think they're doing an outstanding job. They're doing a really good job. So thank you.
All right. Any further questions from the board? All right, well, I'm just going to thank my colleagues for asking some very good questions and thank the sheriff and his team. I'm sure we're going to have some additional questions for you as we get into special issues as well.
Thank you very much.
So with that, it concludes our public safety department budgets for the workshop. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on these?
Yes, Chair
items?
Nelson and members of the board, we have 24 requests to speak on our public safety departmental budgets. We currently have 12 participants logged into Zoom. So if you are a member of the public and you have registered to speak during the public safety portion of our agenda today, please log in now to provide your public comment.
Okay, thank you. In an effort to keep the meeting moving along and with some of these issues being discussed in the special issues as well, I'm going to have public comment at 2 minutes.
All righty, thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. We will begin with Lawrence Severance to be followed by Maureen Earls.
Mr. Severance, when you're ready.
Should bring me on.
Yeah, we're here. We can hear you. When you're
All
ready.
right, thank you. I don't know why there's no video, but thank you for the opportunity to comment, Board of Supervisors. What I see in the budget, and I'm a member of CLUE, I'm part of the CLUE's Criminal Justice Work Group. We submitted a letter to each of you. I'm speaking personally now, but what I see is over the past few years is budget drift. And it's an increasing budget for criminal justice, and the percentage of the budget allocated to the Sheriff's Department is increasing. And when I look back at the statistics over the last 2 fiscal years, our budget's increased by about 10.8% for this year. And our population in this county is growing by about 0.11 of 1%, according to what I find on Google. So it seems like our criminal justice budget is in some ways untethered from our population. I'd also like to point out that the KPMG study found that our sheriff's department spent more than $26.7 million and had 165 full-time equivalents more than comparable counties. So it seems that over time, our sheriff's budget has grown disproportionate to what most counties have that are comparable. Our jail was at 105% of rated capacity versus 85% for comparable counties. So what are the solutions? KPMG has suggested bringing at least their data suggests bringing the sheriff's budget in line with comparable counties. The most important recommendation I would like to emphasize is to increase the public defender's budget for holistic advocacy. I think that's the place you're going to get the most bang for the buck in terms of helping people to find community-based solutions and to look at the whole person, the complexity that Supervisor Lavigno, excuse me there, Supervisor, mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Severance. That is your time, Ms. Severance. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We will now go to Maureen Earls to be followed by Suzanne Rorden. And Maureen Earls, if you can hear me, if you can unmute your device.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Maureen Earls also from CLU, and we've spent a lot of time looking at this budget. And our biggest concern is that we need to change the criminal justice budget so that we can safely keep numbers out of our jail, keep our jail numbers low by increasing community resources. We know with COVID, the jail emergency policies in Santa Barbara broke through long-standing policies and early releasing of 400 from the jail, people with nonviolent misdemeanors, medical needs, and including poor people released from bail. So what happened from the preliminary results we show over 80% remaining successful outside of jail. This year, we need to break the Santa Barbara criminal justice budget pattern for overfunding incarceration and underfunding community alternatives. The Sheriff's Department has agreed housing, jobs, and treatment are necessary to keep people from returning to jail. To achieve this, we need to consider reallocation from the Sheriff's Department, currently taking a disproportionate share of criminal justice funds, totaling $165 million last year. We need to shift to underfunded budgets for the public defenders, holistic staff for diversion, and behavior wellness programs. For example, in 2019, KPMG jail data shows $80,000 cost per bed per year. And now we have 400 less in the jail. That would be 20 million that we have saved. So general funds contributions saved need to be reallocated to community alternatives.
Thank you, Ms. Earls. That's your time.
We will now go to Suzanne Jordan, to be followed by Lawanda Lyons-Pruitt.
Good afternoon, Chair and
afternoon.
members. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. So it's been very gratifying to witness the historic discussion that's taken place here today about the role of our county's public safety system. I'm the director of a small but mighty nonprofit advocacy organization called Families Act. We were created by the mothers of young adults with mental health conditions who did not survive to tell the stories of their journey to our patchwork of mental health and criminal justice services in Santa Barbara. We were personally, as mothers, impacted, and we vowed to change the very flawed system of care in our county. And our mottos are stop the revolving door and beds, not cells. We want treatment beds, not more jail cells. We want effective and compassionate treatment. And we've been witnesses for 15 years now to how things work and don't work. We know why we don't have any data. And we know why things have continued without change for so many years. And it's because people tend to like protect their turf. So it's gratifying to hear the entire county come together now and talk about change. It's obvious that we need to reallocate some of the millions of dollars that have gone to the public safety departments, in particular to the sheriff's department, to the district attorney's department, maybe to probation, to create some of the treatment beds and some of the services that are actually going to rehabilitate people and restore their dignity. And we'll have more to say about this process in the weeks to come during this budget process, but we trust you. We trust you, county supervisors, to make the right decisions, and we were very, very grateful to hear Supervisor Williams talk about the trend for since the 1990s to shovel all this money at criminal justice when we need more treatment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Reardon.
We will now go to Lawanda Lyons-Pruitt, to be followed by Christian Alonso.
Ms. Lyons-Pruitt, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nelson and board members. We respectfully submit. I represent the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. We respectfully submit that Blacks and people of color have waited 156 years for justice. Excuse me. And we are now calling for initiatives like those taken by Probation with their RED read, where they review booking criteria, updated risk assessment tools, and so forth. And I may be biased, but also we strongly support the Public Defender's Office and the work that they're doing around holistic approach where they're reimagining defense work. As you know, I worked for the Public Defender's Office from 1984 to 2016 and can attest that we were always chronically underfunded. We're not advocating for release of all people, but we're certainly considering public safety. However, we should not allow reform to be hidden behind solely public safety concerns when there are some consistent criteria that can be taken. There should not be a difference between North and South, and the haves and the have-nots should not continue. Systemic racism is an issue, as it was disclosed in the recent RRI Index report that assessed the disparities from one stage of the justice system to the next. And it found that Blacks were 3.7 times more likely to be booked. That's a problem. That's a problem, and it needs to be addressed. And we're calling on you to address those. And in closing, we fully support the Public Defender's Office and ask you to fund them. And I would like to quote Washington Alston, who said, in the same degree that we overrate ourselves, we shall underrate others. For injustice allowed at home is not likely to be corrected abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons-Pruitt.
We will now go to Christian Alonso, to be followed by Harold Hill.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Christian Alonso, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Young Democrats. I'm calling this afternoon to lend our voice to the budget discussion and to express solidarity with others in our county, asking that we invest no less than $26.7 million in community services like public health, behavioral wellness, community-based organizations and initiatives, and affordable housing. When we look at the bloated county sheriff's budget and we see that over $100 million is concentrated there, it's easy to see why so many services are concentrated there. Often, these are services that the sheriffs are ill-equipped to provide, like mental health crisis intervention. In 2020, more than half of mental health crisis calls fielded by the Sheriff's Department were handled by the Sheriff's Co-Response Program to divert people experiencing crises from the criminal justice system. That's good, but we need to put some serious money behind diversion efforts if we're going to actually keep more folks out of the system. And that's why I'm deeply concerned about the recent departures from the leadership of the Sheriff's Co-Response Program and behavioral wellness. We have irrefutable evidence that diversion works, and we also know that the majority of people killed by police in America are killed in response to mental health calls, traffic infractions, and other low-level offenses. Police killed 121 people during traffic stops alone last year. So diversion is not only cost-effective and worth the investment, it is saving lives. We desperately need to make a significant investment in the mental health and safety of our community members and double down on essential services provided by Santa Barbara's mental health professionals. Diverting people from the dehumanizing and counterproductive criminal process is what just, equitable, and fiscally sound policy looks like. Failing to safeguard these services from underfunding and understaffing will have a direct negative impact on our county staff, Santa Barbara families, and those who need help most. Budgets are reflections of not only our priorities, but also our values. So please take this opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to keeping all of our community members safe, healthy, and free, and especially those folks that are most impacted by these encounters with our law enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
We will now go to Harold Hill to be followed by Pam Flint Tambo.
Hello, Chair Nelson and members of the board. My name is Harold Hill. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
I've been monitoring this budget workshop since 9 a.m. this morning. I'm a retired civil engineer, and I have been in many, many budget workshops. And I want to say kudos to you, Chair Nelson, members of the board, CEO Miyasato, as well as many department heads for having such a good, transparent system so the public can participate in budgeting. Today, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that over the last couple of years, we've noticed the presence of institutional racism throughout the nation, and I'm sure Santa Barbara County is not immune to the problem. And I'm calling for the board to do what they can to work on it. As a member of CLU, I support all of the requests that CLU have made herein. And I also, as a member of the Live Oak Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Goleta's Social Justice Ministry, support the requests that Serge has made. The Public Defender's Office made a good point in that the county needs to budget for replacing the out-of-date IT equipment and needs for more support for data collection so that they have the data and analytics to see how to improve our social justice system. I call on the Board of Supervisors to reimagine public safety and to learn from the Yolo County dashboard and to budget the money required to provide that level of transparency. Last week, the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. That's
You're
your time.
welcome.
We will now go to Pam Flint Tambo to be followed by Ian
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. We're the south part of Santa Barbara County. There's another league up north. We support a careful review of and changes to the 21-22 budget requests, particularly the budget of the Sheriff's Department. We think reductions there can provide needed funds to accomplish positive, justifiable goals for a correction system that stresses rehabilitation. We favor holding the jail population to a target of maybe 550. It's been successful this year with a reduction due to COVID. It's fine to just keep it that way and continue to stress alternatives to incarceration, such as those in the Public Defender's Office. We think that they have a preferable societal outcome to continued emphases on jails and prisons. So we think dramatic increase in funding is appropriate there. They have a community defender division with a client-centered approach that is successful, but it's funded by grants. It's going to be imperative that this successful program be folded into the criminal justice system in our county. So we'd like to see these programs that also address some of the issues for equity with our Black, Indigenous, and Latinx members of our community. It's a serious concern for many years, and it's magnified by this past year's events. And lastly, we'd like to see the implementation of a civilian oversight commission for the Sheriff's Department. And it could involve the community in understanding and contributing to the criminal justice system. Both the community and the Sheriff's Department members would have the opportunity to learn from each other. It would provide accountability and transparency, deter police misconduct, and reduce costly lawsuits. Thank you for your consideration and good luck with the budget planning.
Thank you.
We will now go to Ian Erd, to be followed by Linda Honigman.
Mr. Erd, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I am Ian I'm a vice president with the Deputy Sheriff's Association. The Deputy Sheriff's Association supports additional funding for the Sheriff's Cannabis Compliance Team. As the legal marijuana industry grows, the Sheriff's Cannabis Compliance Team must also expand in order to meet the additional demands. Additional staff assigned to the Cannabis Compliance Team can help with stability in the local industry. This stability can help increase the chance of recurring revenues. The DSA also supports funding for body camera infrastructure, support, and services. Many sheriff's deputies already wear personally purchased body cameras. Body cameras boost transparency in law enforcement and encourage professional conduct. Video and extensive data logs collected from body cameras help to maintain and restore public trust by showing what deputies do while on the job. The overall effects of deputies wearing body cameras can help to reduce county liability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Erd.
We will now go to Linda Honigman, to be followed by Dylan Griffith.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Linda Honigman. In recent years, I've missed the appropriate time to weigh in on the budget, so this year I've paid more attention. I was surprised to get an email Friday that announced the workshop to review the public safety budget would be today at 9, and a reminder that letters would need to be submitted by 5 on Friday. As a result, I was unable to get a letter submitted on time. But more importantly, many full-time workers will not be able to participate in this part of the process. There was no way to determine whether public comments would be accepted after each department or the very end of the day, for example. I happened to see a presentation of several county public defenders last week and was very impressed by their goals and successes they are seeing with their holistic approach. The only negative part of that story is that the funding is temporary. I hope you agree that this is an area that should get ongoing support. Tracy Makuga, wow, she should run for governor. I share her desire to move out of our silos and to improve equity. Please give her what she wants for the public defender's office. The community leaders of CLU have spent years